Chapter 3769. As for whether or not old Chen would keep anything to himself, there was no need to worry. Since he had sworn an oath on his martial heart, he would have to pay a price if he tried to deceive him. If a flaw appeared in his martial heart, then he would have no chance of becoming one of the great emperors in this lifetime. It could be said that as long as they could obtain this first-hand information, then the three of them would definitely be able to gain the upper hand in the upcoming Great Tao battle and have a better chance of becoming one of the great emperors. Thinking of this, whether it was the middle-aged woman or the other man, they couldn't help but stare at the stone demon with burning eyes, as if what was in front of them was not the demon race that everyone hated, but a plate of delicious delicacies. At this moment, the expression of old Chen, who was exploring the secrets of the stone demon's knowledge sea, suddenly changed and his aura suddenly erupted. The middle-aged woman and the other man, who were focused on suppressing the stone demon, were caught off guard and were sent flying. "What are you doing?" The other man was furious, thinking that old Chen had discovered some incredible information and was unwilling to share it with them, so he suddenly attacked them. If this was really the case, then it could only mean that old Chen was short-sighted. But after a glance, they found that the situation was not as they thought. Old Chen's condition, old Chen seems to be a bit off. The middle-aged woman also noticed the situation and said while staring ahead. At this moment, 2 streams of blood flowed out from old Chen's eyes. Not only that, but his face was also flushed red and a violent divine sense swept out like a tide, as if it had become the demon race. Shue! Li! Old Chen gritted his teeth and roared, his figure staggering back as if he couldn't stop himself. Then, he fell to the ground with blood gushing out of his mouth and his aura rapidly weakening. What? The middle-aged woman's beautiful face turned pale as she instinctively checked the situation around her. What did Li mean? The false emperor of the star boundary naturally knew. This was the demon saint of the demon territory, an existence on par with the great emperors. But, could a demon saint enter the profound heaven temple? Soul restriction. On the other hand, the man was quick-witted and immediately thought of the key point. He exclaimed, "There's a soul restriction spell in the stone demon's sea of consciousness. We've been tricked." When the middle-aged woman heard this, she realized that Li had not entered the profound heaven palace. Instead, he had left some kind of restriction in the stone devil's mind, causing Elder Chen to be killed. Save me. Blood kept flowing out of Chen Laoqi's orifices as he cried for help. Even the 2 fake emperors next to him could clearly sense that his divine thoughts were fighting against some kind of power. Needless to say, that power must have come from demon Saint Li. The middle-aged woman and the man looked at each other and saw the struggle in each other's eyes. The demon saint's fame was too great. They really didn't have the courage and confidence to fight against them. It wouldn't be worth it if they couldn't save old Chen and got themselves trapped instead. However, they couldn't bear to see old Chen like this without doing anything. Moreover, Li had probably only left a soul restriction spell in the stone devil's sea of consciousness. The power he could use should be limited. After a moment of hesitation, the 2 of them moved to old Chen's side and each pointed a finger to the left and right sides of old Chen's forehead. Their divine thoughts surged. At this moment, the 2 of them couldn't care less. Their soul avatars rushed into old Chen's sea of consciousness. Then, the middle-aged woman and the man's expressions changed. After a long period of an hour, the middle-aged woman and man suddenly opened their eyes, and they both gasped for breath while a wisp of paleness appeared on their faces. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. "We were careless." The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth. But who would have thought that Li would leave a divine clone in the mind of a half-saint? Even if he was a demon saint, this method was not without burden for him. However, a mere divine clone was enough to cause 3 fake emperors to fall into a bitter battle. The power that Li could use might not be stronger than any of them, but the way he used his power was far superior. Moreover, the battlefield was old Chen's sea of consciousness. Both the middle-aged woman and the man were somewhat restrained. On the contrary, Li's divine clone could act without restraint. Although this bitter battle killed Xue Li's divine clone, the price they paid was not small. The man glanced at Old Chen and a pained expression appeared on his face. Old Chen, the middle-aged woman's expression also dimmed, although his life is not in danger, but... At this point, she sighed heavily. Let's find a place to settle down first, the man suggested. That's all we can do. A moment later, the middle-aged woman led the way into a cave. After confirming that there was no danger inside, she sent out a message with her divine sense. After a short while, the man carried the unconscious Old Chen into the cave and placed him in a clean place. Then, he turned around and made some arrangements outside the cave. This time, Old Chen was unconscious for a total of 3 days. It was only after 3 days that he slowly woke up. As a fake emperor, although he was unconscious, he was aware of his own situation. When he opened his eyes, his 2 companions immediately looked over. The middle-aged woman asked with concern, Old Chen, how do you feel? Old Chen coughed softly and forced himself to sit up. He smiled bitterly. This time, we really went for wool and came home shorn. The other man said, who would have thought that Xue Li would make such arrangements? Old Chen raised his hand to stop them. I know my situation. I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in this battle of the Great Tao. His expression could be considered carefree, but both the middle-aged woman and the man could see the deep loneliness and unwillingness in Old Chen's eyes. Who would be willing to accept this? The Battle of the Great Tao was a grand event that would only occur once every several tens of thousands of years. Many fake emperors would not be able to obtain this opportunity even if they spent their entire lives waiting for it. He finally had the opportunity to enter and strive for the peak of the martial way. However, after such a short period of time, he had fallen to such a state. Although he had managed to survive with the help of his 2 companions in the Battle of Spirits, his spirit had been severely injured. This kind of injury had already severed his martial path. As for the injury to his spirit, it was likely that he would never be able to recover in this lifetime. It was only a matter of time before he fell to the level of a fake emperor. It could be said that this battle of the Great Tao no longer had anything to do with him. It was also fortunate that Old Chen's mental fortitude was extraordinary. If it were someone with a slightly weaker mental fortitude, they would probably have gone mad immediately. This is fate. However, to be able to obtain such information, this old man's sacrifice was not in vain. Old Chen laughed self-deprecatingly. Old Chen laughed at himself, and then looked at his 2 companions with a solemn expression. This information, no matter what, must be passed out and told to the other colleagues. Let them be vigilant, and don't follow in my footsteps. Don't worry. If we meet anyone else, we will definitely tell them. The middle-aged woman nodded solemnly. The man sighed. It's a pity. If only the space spirit bead could be used. After they had entered, they had immediately discovered the drawback of the space spirit bead being unusable. As a result, they could not even pass on such an important piece of information. The 2 of you have accompanied this old man for several days. Don't waste any more time here. Please leave quickly. If you miss this opportunity, this old man will die 1,000 deaths. I can only trouble the 2 of you to bring this old man along. The middle-aged woman said, if Old Chen trusts us, I will naturally risk my life to ensure Old Chen's safety. Old Chen smiled. Why would I not trust you? The middle-aged woman nodded and took out the One Realm bead. She extended her hand toward Old Chen and said, excuse me. Old Chen relaxed and was instantly pulled into the One Realm bead. In the cave, the middle-aged woman and her only companion looked at each other and said, let's leave. It's more important to quickly find the others. The man had no objections. Inside the One Realm bead, Old Chen's expression was gloomy. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. In less than 10 days since the opening of the mysterious Heaven Palace, battles had broken out everywhere. Whenever the fake emperors and half-saint encountered each other, there would be a fight. The fake emperors of the astral boundary were more restrained. After all, there were more half-saint. They knew nothing about the situation inside the mysterious Heaven Palace and were behind in terms of information. Before they had a clear understanding of the situation, they did not want to cause too much trouble. However, if they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, such as Old Chen's group, they would not mind eliminating one or two half-saint. Compared to the fake emperors, the half-saint were much more aggressive. Whenever they had a slight advantage, they would be ruthless and ruthless. In just 10 days, the number of fake emperors and half-saint that died in the mysterious Heaven Palace had reached 5 or 6. This number was extremely terrifying. One had to know that the battle between the two realms had been going on for so many years. Hundreds of millions of cultivators from both races had participated, but only a dozen or so fake emperors and half-saint experts had died. The cruelty and bloodshed of the battle between the great Tao could be seen. As time passed, fake emperors and half-saint experts found their companions and traveled together. No matter how big the mysterious Heaven Palace was, it had its own limits. Everyone was in the same secret realm, so there would be times when they would encounter each other. However, no matter if it was a fake emperor or a half-saint, as long as they died in the mysterious Heaven Palace, they would instantly turn into dried corpses. It was as if some kind of power had sucked them dry. As the masters died, the hazy chaotic energy in the giant furnace in the deepest part of the mysterious Heaven Palace became more and more solid. The darkness that shrouded the surroundings also became much lighter. Who? In the small sealed world, Yang Kai exhaled softly. The green light on his body gradually disappeared. The injuries left behind by the battle with the half-saint of demon race had finally recovered. Not only that, after digesting the experience and gains and losses of that battle, Yang Kai also gradually realized his shortcomings. After all, that was the first time he had killed a half-saint in his peak state. All kinds of details kept replaying in his mind these days. Yang Kai was confident that if he was given another chance, he would definitely be able to take down that half-saint with the smallest price. He would not have suffered such heavy injuries. However, if he wanted to kill the other party, he would have to pay a price. Power, and power. Right now, he was only a high-ranked demon king. If he could become a half-saint, Yang Kai clenched his fists. There were countless opportunities in the mysterious Heaven Palace. He did not know if he could become a half-saint here. Chapter 3770. In the forest, a giant wolf about 10 meters tall was jumping between the trees. The giant wolf's fur was silver and spotless. It was soft and smooth, and its body was strong and graceful. The aura it emitted was at the peak of the Monster King level. Its 2 green eyes flickered with a cold light as it looked around from time to time, revealing a human-like expression. At a certain moment, the giant silver wolf suddenly stopped running and listened. After a while, it turned around and ran in a certain direction. Thousands of miles away from the silver wolf, in a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, violent energy was rampant. Several figures were intertwining and fighting without end. The aftermath of the powerful force stirred up a foul atmosphere in the valley. This should have been a place with extremely beautiful scenery, but now it was full of ruins. The sword energy was biting cold, and the sword intent was cold. The entire valley was shrouded in a chill, and the ground was covered with frost. With a crisp sound, a slender figure was pushed back dozens of meters. She barely managed to stabilize herself, and her white face was slightly red. She suppressed the roiling blood in her heart and frowned. Staring at the 2 enemies in front of her, one tall and one short, who were surrounded by demonic chi, Bingyun sighed. This was going to be troublesome. She unexpectedly encountered these 2 half-saint in the mysterious Tian Palace. She was alone, and the other side had 2 people. Naturally, there was nothing to say, and a great battle was about to break out. Although Bingyun wanted to escape, the 2 half-saint obviously wouldn't give her the chance. They chased her all the way and blocked her path in the valley. Bingyun had no choice but to fight. Although she was also a fake emperor, she had only been promoted for a short period of time. It had only been a little more than 10 years. How could she compare to the two veteran half-sages who had accumulated over many years? If it was just one person, she would have a hard time dealing with them, let alone two people working together. She couldn't escape, she couldn't fight, and the road ahead was full of obstacles. However, Bing Yun's face was indifferent. After cultivating for so many years, she had long been indifferent to life and death. Along the way, she had experienced the beautiful scenery. She was lucky enough to participate in this grand event that only happened once in tens of thousands of years. Even if she died in the mysterious Tian Palace, she would have no regrets. The only thing she cared about was Yang Kai. Before entering the mysterious Tian Palace, she and Yang Inflammation would protect Yang Kai and compete for the only opportunity to become great emperors and solve the crisis in the star boundary. Unfortunately, she had been here for more than 10 days. She had found many good things, but she hadn't found Yang Kai. But, forget it, she had no time to think too much. He took a deep breath and placed his sword behind his back. The law of ice began to circulate around him. Opposite her, the two half-saint of demon race looked at her coldly. The taller one had a pair of scarlet eyes, and even his hair seemed to be stained with blood. He was from the blood demon race. The shorter one had bulging muscles all over his body and was brimming with explosive power. He was clearly a member of the Power Demon clan. With the two of them working together, suppressing Frozen Cloud would be a piece of cake. If nothing unexpected happened, Frozen Cloud was destined to fall in this battle. The only thing the two of them needed to do was to pay the smallest price possible. Staring at the spotless woman in white, Blood Demon stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Such a cold taste. Her blood must be delicious. Don't kill her later. I want to drink every drop of blood in her body. The Power Demon snorted. Kill her first. The woman in front of them was a stunning beauty, but at their level of cultivation, they had seen all kinds of women. Naturally, they wouldn't let their guard down because of a little beauty. No matter how good the woman was, she was still a fake emperor. If she fought back desperately, she might even drag one of them down with her. Got it. How boring. The Blood Demon didn't insist anymore. As he spoke, he glanced at a pile of rocks not far away and sneered. The Power Demon also glanced in that direction, snorted, and no longer paid attention. In the next instant, the Blood Demon turned into a ray of bloody light and rushed towards Bing Yun. The Blood Demon followed closely behind. Although he was a bit slower, when he moved, the ground beneath his feet crumbled. Before he even arrived, he had already punched out. His fist was enveloped in an aura that could destroy everything. Bing Yun's expression didn't change. She drew a big circle with her sword in front of her, and the cold aura was visible to the naked eye. After the big circle, there was a small circle, and then an even smaller circle. Circle after circle, intertwined with each other. Under the influence of each other, there was a sense of endless. The Blood Demon plunged into the endless sword circle, revealing his body instantly. When the sword intent wreaked havoc, it cut his clothes into pieces, and countless small wounds appeared on his skin. The blood that flowed out of the wounds seemed to be alive. It turned into blood snakes, broke through the sword circle, and attacked Bing Yun directly. Bing Yun frowned. She drew a circle with her sword and retreated. The Power Demon attacked brazenly. He descended from the sky and smashed his fist down. With a loud bang, the intertwined sword circle was disrupted, and a flaw appeared. The Blood Demon took the opportunity to enter. He sneered. If you know what's good for you, you'll be captured without putting up a fight. Then, you'll suffer less. He was still thinking about capturing Bing Yun alive and refining her blood bit by bit. At this moment, he suddenly frowned, and a trace of hostility appeared on his face. He turned his head and looked to the side. Reckless reptile. Just as he was about to make a move, a giant silver wolf that was 10 meters tall and incomparably vigorous actually pounced out from a pile of rocks. Its mouth was filled with fangs, and its huge body was unimaginably agile as it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards his neck. The Blood Demon was so angry that he laughed. Although this silver wolf looked quite extraordinary, it was only a Monster King level monster beast. He didn't know if it had lost its mind, but it actually had the guts to attack him. When this beast came here, he had already noticed it. After all, the difference in strength was obvious. He believed that he wasn't the only one who noticed it. His companions and the human woman must have also noticed it. However, how could a Monster King be qualified to interfere in a battle between a fake emperor and a half-saint? Therefore, the three of them didn't care. Until now, the silver wolf suddenly attacked. This scene was like a child rushing into a master's battle. The blood demon couldn't help but sigh that the ignorant were fearless. He raised his hand and pointed. He didn't seem to use any strength, but the silver wolf that pounced over suddenly whimpered. The blood all over its body boiled, and its originally agile and graceful body swelled up in a very short time. Then, with a bang, it exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The blood demon was an expert in playing with blood. As long as there was blood, it would be the foundation for him to use his secret techniques. Although the Monster King level silver wolf wasn't bad, how could it block the power of the blood demon half-saint's finger? As if he had already expected this, the blood demon didn't pay attention to the silver wolf after he pointed his finger. Instead, he focused his attention back on Bingyun. At this moment, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a ghostly figure appear in the cloud of blood mist from the silver wolf. Then, a chill enveloped his body. The blood demon was shocked. He didn't even have time to see what had happened. He turned into a bloody light and quickly retreated. A cold light bloomed, and a spear shadow flashed. The entire world froze at this moment. With her sword intent disturbed, Bingyun, whose breathing was slightly chaotic, looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of her in shock. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a stunned expression, and then she smiled. No wonder the Monster King level monster beast was so unwise. It actually dared to interfere in a battle that exceeded its level. She thought that the silver wolf hadn't developed its intelligence, but now it seemed that it wasn't that it hadn't developed its intelligence. It was clearly being controlled by someone. After all, even if a monster beast didn't develop its intelligence, it would still act according to its instincts. No monster beast would be so stupid as to seek its own death. While Bingyun was smiling, the retreating blood demon suddenly opened his eyes wide. His scarlet eyes trembled violently. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai!" The figure that suddenly appeared from the bloody mist was the target that the demon Saint Master had specially ordered to kill. At this moment, this person that was viewed as a thorn in the flesh by all the half-saint of demon race had his back facing him. He was holding a spear with both hands, and there was a short and sturdy figure hanging from the tip of the spear. That figure was the blood demon's companion. The black dragon spear stabbed into the blood demon's chest and came out from his back, directly piercing through him. Even a half-saint couldn't treat this kind of injury lightly. Being hung on the black dragon spear, the blood demon's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His eyes bulged with disbelief and hatred as he stared at Yang Kai, who was less than a meter away from him. It was originally a 2 versus 1 situation, and they had the advantage. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would suddenly appear out of nowhere and turn this beautiful situation around? Yang Kai tilted his head and glanced at the blood demon as a sinister smile appeared on his face. "Are you surprised? Are you happy?" The blood demon grunted as he held the black dragon spear with both hands. His body wriggled as he exerted force with both hands, as if he wanted to pull himself out of the spear. "Say something." Yang Kai's wrist flicked, and the black dragon spear immediately let out a dragon roar. The supreme dragon aura along with the true meaning of the martial path surged into the blood demon's body through the wound. The blood demon opened his mouth and coughed out blood. He looked dispirited. Blood sprayed down and drenched Yang Kai's face, but he didn't resist at all. His smile was filled with evil, as if the world's evilest demon had descended. The aura on his body made Bingyun, who was standing behind him, frown slightly. She wasn't used to it. "Die." The blood demon suddenly opened his mouth and roared. Not only did he not pull himself out of the spear, but he pressed on against the spear and smashed his fist toward Yang Kai. He used all of his strength to attack, shattering the void. Yang Kai held the spear in one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist as he met the blood demon's attack head-on. The moment the two fists collided, a huge shockwave spread out with the two as the center. Chapter 3771. With a series of cracking noises, the sound of bones breaking could be heard as the power demon was sent flying backwards. Yang Kai's figure also couldn't help but retreat more than a dozen feet. Deep pits appeared where his feet landed, and the ground cracked with his feet as the center. "Senior, I'll leave the rest to you. Keep him alive." After stabilizing his body, Yang Kai didn't kill them all. Instead, he hurriedly said as he bent his body slightly and used all his strength to charge towards the blood demon like a meteor. From the moment the giant silver wolf appeared to attack, the blood demon's finger exploded, Yang Kai appeared like a ghost and his spear pierced through the power demon's half-saint. Everything happened in a flash. The unforeseen event happened so quickly that the blood demon didn't even have time to rescue his companion before the power demon was seriously injured. It wasn't that the power demon was weak, but that his mind was completely focused on Bing Yun. How could he have thought that Yang Kai would suddenly appear out of nowhere and launch a sneak attack on him? The Black Dragon Spear's sharpness had already been proven by the stone demon half-saint from Star Soul Palace who died at the hands of Yang Kai. How could the power demon's body block it? With one careless move, he lost most of his battle strength. Bing Yun could deal with the rest. She was a fake emperor after all, so there was no reason that she couldn't deal with a seriously injured power demon. While the blood demon was startled, Yang Kai had already arrived. The Black Dragon Spear emitted a dragon's roar that shook people's minds. Yang Kai's face was like jade, and his spear was like a dragon as it shot towards the blood demon. The blood demon stood stiffly in place as if he had been struck by lightning. The Black Dragon Spear had already pierced a hole in his chest, and his face was full of shock. A cicada shedding its carapace? In your dreams. Yang Kai didn't have the slightest joy from his success. He put away his spear and ignored the blood demon. His figure flickered as he chased in a certain direction. After he left, the pierced blood demon suddenly turned into a pool of blood and melted into the shattered earth, disappearing without a trace. This was clearly not the blood demon's true body, but a camouflage created by a secret technique. With Yang Kai and Bing Yun working together, Blood Demon didn't dare to face them head-on. Naturally, it was best for him to escape. Unfortunately, Yang Kai saw through his plan. A bloody light shuttled back and forth in the sky at an extremely fast speed. The aura of a half-saint was emitted from the bloody light. That aura was fluctuating as if it had been frightened by something. It fled like a stray dog. The bloody light suddenly stopped and revealed the figure of the blood demon half-saint. His scarlet eyes were filled with fear as he stared at the void in front of him. A layer of ripples appeared in the void, and Yang Kai's figure slowly walked out. He coldly looked ahead and said, "You want to run away from me? Haven't you woken up yet?" The blood escape technique was an unparalleled secret technique in the entire demon territory and even the star boundary. There were very few escape techniques that could compare to it. In terms of speed, it could definitely be ranked in the top 3 escape techniques. The experts of the Blood Demon clan relied on the blood escape technique to escape the pursuit of powerful enemies many times and survive. Unfortunately, they encountered Yang Kai this time. In front of spatial teleportation, any escape technique was trash in terms of speed. The path ahead was blocked, and an icy aura faintly came from behind. It was likely that the human woman had already dealt with her companions and was rushing over to help. A ferocious look flashed across the blood demon's face. "Yang Kai, if you know what's good for you, you'll let this king go. Otherwise, if this king fights to the death, you won't have it easy either." Yang Kai grinned at him. The wail of a stray dog is really unpleasant to hear. When the last word fell, an afterimage was left behind. The real Yang Kai held the blue dragon spear and rushed in front of the blood demon. The blood demon roared and his body exploded, turning into a sea of blood that surrounded Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and gritted his teeth. You really have the courage to cut off your own wrists. The spear danced, and the boundless spear seemed to fill the sea of blood. On the tip of the spear, one black ball after another flashed and disappeared, and large amounts of blood disappeared without a trace. By the time Bing Yun arrived, she was just in time to see Kai Yang cleaning up the last of the blood. A trace of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. You killed him? For the blood demon, the sea of blood was his foundation. Now that even the sea of blood had been destroyed by Yang Kai, how could the blood demon still be alive? It was likely that his soul would immediately scatter. But this was too inconceivable. Yang Kai was able to heavily injure the blood demon in one move because he had caught the blood demon off guard. This was the result of a careful calculation. But killing a blood demon half-saint in such a short time was shocking. Even if Li Wui personally came, he wouldn't have the ability to do so, right? For a moment, Bing Yun even felt like she was in a dream. Yang Kai knew what she was thinking. He slowly shook his head and said, "We fell for his trick. This isn't his main body. I don't know if it's an avatar or something like that. As a half-saint, how could he not have some life-saving skills?" Even Yang Kai didn't see through the blood demon's avatar. He chased after the blood demon all the way here and thought that he had intercepted the enemy. He didn't want to fight the blood demon alone. What happened a few days ago was still vivid in his mind. He didn't want to go into seclusion to heal. It shouldn't take much effort for Bing Yun to deal with the blood demon. As long as he could delay until Bing Yun came to his rescue, Yang Kai was confident that he could take down the blood demon in a 2 versus 1 battle. The price he would have to pay would be negligible. However, as soon as they started fighting, Yang Kai sensed that something was wrong. The blood demon's strength was much weaker than before. Even if he sensed the blood demon's strength, it was useless. He sighed and said, "What a pity." Bing Yun said, "There's nothing to pity. After this battle, the blood demon will have to pay a heavy price. He shouldn't have anything to do with the Great Tao battle anymore. He can only find a place to lick his wounds." Senior is right. Yang Kai nodded. The depression in his heart dissipated. He turned his head to look at the thing in her hand and grinned. Senior is so fast. The one in her hand was the one who had been severely injured by her spear. However, at that moment, the body of the demon was wrapped in a cold aura, as if he had been frozen. However, the aura of life was still there, so he was clearly not dead. Capturing a semi-sage alive, even if the other party was injured, wasn't an easy task. However, Bing Yun had only used an extremely short amount of time to accomplish this. It could be assumed that her foundation wasn't as weak as it appeared on the surface. If you didn't injure him, how could I have the chance to capture him? A complicated look flashed in Bing Yun's eyes. She thought back to the past. When she first met Yang Kai, he was only in the third-order Tao Source realm. At that time, she was already a third-layer Emperor realm venerable. After all these years, although her cultivation was still 1 layer higher than his, her actual combat strength was probably not as good as his. This brat who was born in the same homeland as her grew at an astonishing speed. In a chaotic world, there were bound to be monsters everywhere. The person in front of her could be said to be a monster among monsters. Her 2 disciples really had good eyesight. "Are you going to soul search him?" Bing Yun asked. Since Yang Kai had specifically told them to keep her alive, it was obvious that he wanted to extract some information from her. As a half-saint, she had a firm will, so how could she be so easily tricked? The only way was to soul search. If that's the case, I advise you to give up on this idea. There is news that the knowledge sea of these half-saint has been tampered with by the demon saint. They have placed a soul restriction. Once you soul search him, you will suffer a backlash. Oh. Everyone already knows? Yang Kai was a little surprised. When he found out about this information, he had planned to tell others. However, he could not contact them and was in a hurry to heal, so he could only give up. He did not know how this news spread. Was it related to the person who had spied on him in the dark? You know? Bing Yun was stunned. Yang Kai revealed a fearful expression. I almost suffered a great loss. If his divine soul's cultivation had not surpassed the level of a false emperor and half-saint, and if he did not have the soul-warming lotus, how could he still be standing here? However, I am not going to soul search. There are other ways. Yang Kai smiled. He reached out and picked up the frozen power demon. He said to Bing Yun, Senior, please protect me. Bing Yun nodded. Don't worry. Yang Kai's figure flashed and disappeared with the power demon. Only a longan-sized bead was left behind. Bing Yun reached out and caught it. She looked at it carefully and said thoughtfully, Is this the sealed world bead? The sealed world bead on Yang Kai was no longer a secret. She had seen it from afar before. However, this was the first time she held it in her hand and looked at it carefully. It was said that the one realm bead in the various armies was refined based on this sealed world bead. Bing Yun also had a one realm bead, so she was not unfamiliar with this feeling. However, the one realm bead could not be compared to the sealed world bead. Whether it was the size of the interior or the laws of heaven and earth, the difference was like heaven and earth. It was hard to imagine that such a small bead could contain such a huge world. And in that world, as the owner of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai controlled everything. Maybe, he could really find out something. Bing Yun could not help but look forward to it. For the current fake emperors in the star boundary, the biggest thing they lacked was information about the mysterious Heaven Palace. After half an hour, Yang Kai suddenly appeared. Bing Yun handed the sealed world bead over and asked, Did you hide in this bead and suddenly attack? Yang Kai chuckled and said, Yes. When he was healing, he put the sealed world bead into the giant silver wolf's stomach. After all, if he entered the small sealed world, the sealed world bead would be completely exposed. If there was no one guarding it, it would not be safe no matter where it was placed. Just as he was worrying, he saw the giant silver wolf. Yang Kai simply let the giant silver wolf swallow the sealed world bead. With his current spiritual energy, it was not difficult for him to control a monster king. After his injuries recovered, he was not in a hurry to come out. He used the giant silver wolf to investigate the situation and coincidentally found Bing Yun. Did you find anything? A little, but it was different from what we thought. Yang Kai frowned. In the small sealed world, how could the force demon resist? Yang Kai used the power of a world lord to pressure him and did get some information. Chapter 3772. What's different? Bing Yun asked. They actually don't know about the Heaven Void Cauldron. Senior, don't you think it's strange? Yang Kai frowned. Could it be that the information we received is wrong? Or someone is deliberately confusing us? It shouldn't be. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Bing Yun's words had a hidden meaning. How could he not know what she meant? However, Xinyu Zhu had specially come to tell him about the Heaven Void Cauldron. He had no enmity with Xinyu Zhu and even saved her life. She had no reason to lie to him about this. Moreover, if this Heaven Void Cauldron was really made up by Xinyu Zhu, then what was her goal? What good would it do her? Then what did the half-saint in the demon territory know? Yang Kai revealed a strange expression. That's what I find most strange. They actually don't know anything. They don't know anything? Did Qin Yi not tell them anything? Bing Yun was astounded. Qin Yi had participated in the last battle of the Great Tao, and had benefited from it, becoming a great emperor. Regarding the situation inside the Dark Heaven Palace, there was no one in the entire Star Realm who understood it better than him. Those in the Star Realm had originally thought that Qin Yi would definitely leak a lot of information, but now it seemed that they had thought too much. They haven't seen Qin Yi recently, but considering that he's healing, it's understandable. Xue Li gave the half-saint an order. What order? Yang Kai looked at Bing Yun and said coldly, Kill. Bing Yun laughed. What kind of order is this? Even without this order, if the half-saint in the demon territory and the false emperor of the star boundary met here, there would definitely be a fierce battle. There was no need to give any special orders. After killing enough, you naturally know what to do, Yang Kai added. This is also the demon saint's words. Bing Yun frowned. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Bing Yun was silent for a moment and guessed, could it be that blood and lives are needed to pry into the secrets of heaven? Yang Kai let out a light sigh and said, I think so too. Otherwise, the demon saint wouldn't have given such an order. Also, there's something I'm very concerned about. As he spoke, he suddenly waved his hand, and a dried corpse appeared in front of him. There wasn't a single drop of water on the dried corpse, as if it had been there for countless years. The essence of its flesh and blood had disappeared without a trace. Although it was a corpse, there were still some traces of his life. Bing Yun could tell at a glance that this dried corpse was the corpse of the power demon. How did it become like this? Bing Yun frowned, and then her expression changed. She looked at Yang Kai and said, Yang Kai, are you? Yang Kai laughed and said, Senior, don't worry. Although I know the essentials of the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques, I have never cultivated this evil secret art. This dried corpse looked like it had been drained of its essence by some special secret art. It had traces of the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle techniques. Yang Kai naturally knew what Bing Yun was worried about. In fact, I didn't kill him. Although Yang Kai had the ability to do so in the small sealed world bead, the death of the power demon was caused by the soul seal. The soul seal in his mind could not only cause a backlash against those who tried to soul search, but it would also suddenly erupt when the power demon revealed some information about the profound heaven palace, directly killing him on the spot. This was also why Yang Kai couldn't get too much information. However, the moment he died, I clearly felt an invisible force pass through the barrier of the small sealed world bead, enveloping him and draining all his strength. He was the master of the small sealed world. In the small sealed world, his perception was extremely sharp. Even though that force was extremely hidden, he still noticed it. Recalling what happened before, Yang Kai felt that the fog in front of him had cleared up a little. Why did this happen? Bing Yun looked very surprised. What kind of force could break through the barrier of the small sealed world bead? It had to be known that it was a small world. In fact, before this, I also killed a half-saint. After that guy died, his situation was exactly the same as this power demon's. At that time, I didn't notice anything, but now it seems that this profound heaven palace isn't simple. You mean, all existences who participate in the great struggle will become like this as long as they die in the profound heaven palace? Yang Kai pointed at the dried corpse on the ground, a bright light flashing in his eyes. Combined with Xue Li's previous instructions to the half-saint, I feel that Senior's previous statement is very reasonable. If that's the case, then I'm afraid we have to take the initiative. The demon territory has come prepared. If we don't take precautions, I'm afraid we will suffer. Bing Yun's expression was solemn. She was secretly surprised by Yang Kai's strength. Before this, he had already killed a half-saint. She was also a false emperor, so she naturally knew how difficult it was to kill an opponent of the same level in a one-on-one fight. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. At the very least, we have to let everyone know the situation they are in. If the profound heaven palace's final secret, the key to becoming great emperors, was to sacrifice a lot of people, then the demon race would have the lead in terms of information. After all, they had the demon saint's orders and relied on their advantage in numbers. They would not be so reserved in their actions. On the other hand, the false emperors in the astral boundary were probably planning to avoid the demon race as much as possible before they understood the situation. If they really faced the half-saint of demon race with this mentality, they would definitely suffer a great loss. After speaking, Yang Kai bitterly laughed, but we have to meet others first. Senior is the first companion I've met after coming in. The one who was secretly spying on him was naturally not counted. Bing Yun smiled. I'm luckier than you. You're the second. Oh. Yang Kai was surprised. Who else did Senior meet? Yang inflammation. Yang Kai was overjoyed upon hearing this. Where is she? In the original plan, Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun were supposed to be his companions. However, they were separated after entering the Profound Heaven Palace, so there was no way to find their whereabouts. It was also a coincidence that he was able to find Bing Yun this time. Yang Kai even faintly suspected that the will of heaven and earth in his body was causing trouble. Otherwise, why would he encounter Bing Yun being besieged as soon as he came out? However, since he met her, he naturally acted according to plan. He originally planned to find Yang Inflammation again, but who knew that Bing Yun would actually meet her? Bing Yun pointed in a direction and said, "We found something interesting over there during the day's journey. She stayed behind to deal with it while I came out to look for you." Something that even a false emperor found interesting was definitely an extremely precious treasure. This was not strange. This Profound Heaven Palace was a place where the will of heaven and earth was created. Yang Kai had seen a lot of good things along the way. Let's go and meet up with her. It's always more convenient to work with more people. That's what I was thinking. Bing Yun smiled slightly. The two immediately set off and rushed in the direction that Bing Yun came from. Halfway there, Yang Kai asked around for information. He also knew what it was that actually attracted Yang Inflammation to stay there. Bing Yun did not intend to hide anything and told him the truth. According to her, after she met Yang Inflammation in the Profound Heaven Palace, she began to look for Yang Kai. In the end, she did not find Yang Kai. Instead, she accidentally found a strange pool. The pool was milky white, a few feet deep, and exuded a charming fragrance. Smelling it made one feel refreshed. According to Yang Inflammation, that pool of water was most likely the legendary worldly elixir. If it was an ordinary treasure, it would be fine. However, it was a rare opportunity to fight for the Great Tao. Unless it was easy to obtain, who would waste precious time on an ordinary treasure? However, that was the worldly elixir, a treasure that was born at the beginning of heaven and earth. This thing was extremely useful to great emperors, let alone false emperors. If one could consume it, they would definitely comprehend the way of heaven and their strength would increase greatly. However, there was a natural formation beside the pool. The formation was extremely mysterious. Unless one broke the formation, one would not be able to get close to the pool, let alone obtain the worldly elixir. Yang Yen was a top artifact array master, and whether it was in artifact refining or the Tao of spirit arrays, no one in the entire star boundary could compare to her. If there was anyone in this world who could break this natural spirit array, it was none other than her. Therefore, Yang Inflammation stayed there to break the formation. Bing Yun could not help much, so she came out to investigate Yang Kai's whereabouts. Worldly elixir. Yang Kai's eyes turned red when he heard this. He had heard of this item before, but he never thought that he would actually be able to find it. After all, it was a treasure that could only be born at the beginning of the world. Even if it had once been born in this world, after countless years, the world would have changed, and the clouds would have changed. It was likely that it had long since gone extinct. The mysterious Tian Temple was a secret realm of heaven and earth that was born with heaven and earth. It was not impossible for it to retain some things from the beginning of heaven and earth. No wonder Xing Yuzhu said that as long as the false emperors who participated in the Great Tao battle did not become great emperors, their strength would increase greatly as long as they could come out alive. This worldly elixir was undoubtedly a good thing that could increase one's strength without any worries. Yang Inflammation alone might not be able to obtain such a treasure. If it was discovered by the half-saint, there would be a fierce battle. Even if the other false emperors discovered it, there would be some trouble. After knowing that it might be the worldly elixir, Yang Kai immediately sped up and rushed forward with Bing Yun. The journey was peaceful. They only took half a day to reach their destination. Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun found the pool of worldly elixir in a forest. Huge trees could be seen everywhere in the forest. Only one place was empty. In the middle of the forest, there was a wooden stake about 10 meters in diameter. The wooden stake was hollow and formed a pool. The milky white liquid in the pool might be the worldly elixir. Of course, this was only Yang Inflammation's guess. After all, before breaking the formation, she could not be sure what was in the pool. However, even if it was not the worldly elixir, it was definitely something that would be very useful to false emperors. Chapter 3773. Just a moment ago, the scenery was still pleasant, but in the next moment, they were plunged into the fog. It was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers. The change was so fast that they were caught off guard. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly stopped. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Bing Yun. "Senior?" Although he couldn't see her figure, Bing Yun's voice was clearly heard. "I'm here." Yang Kai secretly sighed. Judging from the direction of the voice, Bing Yun was standing less than 3 feet away from him. However, under the fog, he couldn't even see her silhouette. Moreover, this fog seemed to have the effect of blocking divine sense. Yang Kai released his divine sense, which was stronger than a half-saint or a false emperor's, but it was suppressed by the fog and couldn't go any further. Even he was like this, let alone Bing Yun. Unable to see with the naked eye and divine sense, one was basically blind in this strange place. Was it like this before? Yang Kai asked in a serious voice. Bing Yun said, "No, there was nothing special here before." Maybe Yang Inflammation triggered something when she was breaking the array. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this explanation. This explanation was reasonable, but they had originally come here to meet up with Yang Yan and see how she was progressing in cracking the natural spirit array. Now, it seemed that the situation wasn't very optimistic. When the two arrived here, they didn't see Yang Yan, nor did they see the wooden pond from before, only a strange thick fog. In this strange environment, Yang Kai was very alert. He warned, "Senior, be careful. If you find anything, let me know immediately." "I know." "You too." Bing Yun's voice sounded. The two talked as they went deeper. Although they couldn't see with the naked eye and divine sense, they didn't have to worry about being separated from each other by relying on the location of their voices. However, Yang Kai's brows gradually furrowed the deeper they went. According to Bing Yun, the area around the wooden pond that seemed to contain the heavenly source liquid was just an open space of 1,000 meters. However, even after walking for an incense stick worth of time, they still hadn't discovered anything. In half an hour, they had walked more than a few hundred feet. They had probably walked more than 10,000 feet. "Listen," Bing Yun suddenly said. "What?" Yang Kai turned his head, but there was only thick fog in front of him. "You didn't hear anything?" "Senior, what did you hear?" In this strange place, Bing Yun's unexpected discovery not only didn't make Yang Kai happy, but instead made his blood run cold. He couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over his body. Bing Yun, however, there was no response. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling and said in surprise, "Senior?" After shouting a few times, there was no response. Yang Kai reached out his hand to grab Bing Yun, but he didn't grab anything. After rushing forward for a while, he still couldn't find any trace of Bing Yun. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become a bit ugly. Bing Yun was clearly beside him a moment ago, but she disappeared without a trace in the next moment. Was someone secretly causing trouble, or was it the power of the formation? The latter was more likely. After all, Bing Yun had said before that there was a natural formation protecting this area. Yang Yun stayed behind to break the formation. Among the many half-saint in the demon territory, there shouldn't be anyone who had the ability to kidnap Bing Yun without Yang Kai noticing. In that case, was this a maze formation? However, natural formations were generally extraordinary. They might not only have the effect of a maze formation. What Yang Kai was more concerned about was what Bing Yun said before she disappeared. She obviously heard something, but Yang Kai didn't find anything. Even if he listened carefully, there was no sound at all. Although all formations in the world could be broken through with brute force, now that Bing Yun was trapped, Yang Yun's situation wasn't much better. Yang Kai really didn't dare to act rashly. It wouldn't be worth it if he accidentally hurt them. Standing in place, Yang Kai took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, there seemed to be a flash of golden light in his left eye. The demon eye of annihilation obtained from the great demon god had the ability to break through illusions. It had a miraculous effect on this kind of maze formation or illusion formation. Under the demon eye of annihilation, the fog that shrouded the surroundings seemed to fade a lot in an instant. Yang Kai's heart calmed down a little. Now it seemed that the great demon god was really extraordinary. He seemed to have underestimated the power of the demon eye of annihilation. He hadn't been able to fully exploit it. The natural formations in heaven and earth's secret realms were so mysterious that he could see some clues with the demon eye of annihilation. Yang Kai's expression changed as he stared at his surroundings. He hadn't seen it before, but at this moment, under the demon eye of annihilation, he found that he was surrounded by tiny threads. These threads were so dense that they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. They were like tentacles floating in the air. From time to time, these threads would reach in front of him as if they wanted to touch him, but they would quickly shrink back, as if they were afraid of something. Yang Kai frowned and reached out to touch one of the threads in front of him. However, the thread avoided him like a living thing. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. Instinctively, he felt that Bing Yun's disappearance was inseparable from these threads. Reaching out, he grabbed one of the threads and held it in his hand. In the next moment, a strange voice suddenly rang out in Yang Kai's mind. This voice seemed to be whispering, but also seemed to be summoning him, causing him to instinctively walk in a certain direction. The light in his eyes disappeared and was filled with confusion as his mind sank into oblivion. Inside his knowledge sea, threads appeared and shuttled back and forth. Wherever they passed, ripples appeared on the surface of the sea and spread out in all directions. In the center of his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus suddenly bloomed with 7-colored light, and a gentle force filled every corner of his knowledge sea, smoothing out the layers of ripples. The countless threads that had broken into his knowledge sea were like snowflakes under the scorching sun, instantly vanishing into thin air. Yang Kai's body suddenly trembled, and his blank eyes regained their luster. When he realized what had happened, his face was filled with fear. Looking again, his body was still surrounded by countless threads. Just like before, these threads were constantly hovering around him, but they didn't dare to come close. If he hadn't taken the initiative to attack just now, it was likely that they wouldn't have come into contact with him. What exactly are these? Yang Kai was confused. The only thing he was sure of was that these strange things had a lot to do with Bing Yun's disappearance. Bing Yun obviously heard something before, and when Yang Kai came into contact with these threads, there was a whisper in his mind and he lost consciousness. It seemed that Bing Yun had the same experience. She didn't have a treasure like the soul-warming lotus to protect her knowledge sea. However, why didn't these threads dare to come into contact with him? Did he have something on him that Bing Yun didn't have? He had some guesses, but he wasn't sure. The most important thing now was to quickly find Bing Yun and Yang Inflammation. Recalling the strange voice and the invisible guidance that had sounded in his mind, Yang Kai raised his head and looked in a certain direction. He took large strides forward. As he moved forward, the threads in front of him couldn't help but avoid him. The direction he was moving in was the source of these threads. The further he walked, the clearer his vision became. The thick fog that shrouded the surroundings also became thinner. At a certain moment, accompanied by a cracking sound, Yang Kai seemed to have stepped on something. When he looked down, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. There was a skeleton under his feet. He didn't know how many years it had been dead, but the white bones were scattered all over the ground. From the shape of the skeleton, it was obviously a human. Those who could die here were definitely strong people who had participated in the Great Tao struggle. They were all fake emperor-level existences. This place was indeed very dangerous. Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun found this place. Someone had found it before, but they were killed and died here. Obviously, there was more than one such existence. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked around. He saw skeletons piled up on the ground around him. Some of the skeletons were completely weathered, while others were still in their original state. The clothes on their bodies had long rotted into powder. However, from the degree of decay of the skeletons, it was obvious that they were from different eras. In addition to the skeletons, there was also a circular wooden pile about 10 meters in diameter. The wooden pile was hollow and looked like a wooden pool. There was some milky white liquid in the pool. The tip of Kai Yang's nose was filled with a peculiar fragrance. Smelling it, his whole body began to swell, and even his mind became joyful. Worldly liquid. Although he had never seen such a thing before, after seeing the pool of liquid, Yang Kai immediately confirmed that it was most likely the legendary worldly liquid. Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun were not mistaken. However, Yang Kai's attention was quickly attracted by something else. Around the wooden pool, there were 5 cocoon-like things gathered. The cocoons were as tall as a person. Strange silk threads were constantly entangled around them, making the cocoons thicker and thicker. One of the chrysalis had yet to fully form. Inside the chrysalis was Bing Yun, who had gone missing not long ago. It was unknown when she had come here. At this moment, her eyes were tightly closed as she stood there quietly, allowing the pure white silk to wrap around her. She was completely unaware of this danger, and the corners of her mouth even curled up in a faint smile. Yang Kai's scalp went numb and he could not help but swallow his saliva. Inferring from Bing Yun's situation, the remaining 4 cocoons must have people inside them. They were either false emperors from the astral boundary or half-saint from the demon territory. Yang Inflammation was probably among them. Such a master was actually unknowingly trapped. Looking at the countless skeletons around them, if no one came to rescue them, Bing Yun and the others would eventually meet a tragic end. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai secretly circulated his demon qi and activated his demon eye of annihilation to its limit, ready to act at any time. Carefully investigating the source of those strange silk threads, Yang Kai helplessly found that he could not trace them at all. These silk threads just appeared out of thin air and then wrapped around the creatures that entered this place layer by layer, causing generations of false emperors to die without them knowing. Chapter 3774. Yang Kai's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. What a terrifying killing trap. Using the origin liquid as a lure to lure people to investigate, they would unknowingly lose their minds and become intoxicated in an illusion that even a false emperor or half-saint wouldn't be able to wake up from. In the end, they would perish here. The mysterious Tian Palace was a secret realm of heaven and earth. Not only were there endless opportunities, but there were also unpredictable dangers. For generations, the number of false emperors who had participated in the Battle of the Great Paths had never been more than 1/3 of them. Those who had died here were not only those who had been killed due to their lack of strength, but also those who had died in this kind of killing trap. And there were a lot of people like that. There were 5 cocoon-like things here. Apart from Bing Yun, which Yang Kai could see, the other 4 were tightly wrapped, but Yang Inflammation should be one of them. Even a veteran false emperor like Yang Inflammation couldn't resist the strangeness of this place. It was easy to imagine what would happen to other people if they came here. Yang Kai guessed that he was safe and sound because he carried a part of the will of heaven and earth in the astral boundary. The mysterious Tian Palace was a secret realm of heaven and earth. It was born at the beginning of the Great Paths and was a place where the Great Paths competed. The will of heaven was probably watching the progress here at all times. Yang Kai had been complaining that the will of heaven and earth in his body was useless, but he hadn't expected it to have such a miraculous effect so quickly. This killing trap wasn't ineffective against him. It could be seen from the fact that he had taken the initiative to touch the threads that he would also be affected. It was just that he had the protection of the soul-warming lotus and hadn't lost himself in it. The reason the threads didn't take the initiative to touch him was probably because they had sensed the will of heaven and earth's aura. This was a killing trap, and the will of heaven and earth in Yang Kai's body allowed him to avoid the hostility of the great paths and prevent the threads from taking the initiative to touch him. It seemed that the will of heaven and earth in his body wasn't useless in the mysterious Tian Palace. He just hadn't discovered it yet. After understanding this, Yang Kai was somewhat expectant. He didn't know what kind of help the will of heaven and earth would provide him in the upcoming battle. However, the most important thing right now was to rescue Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun. He quickly stepped forward and arrived in front of Bing Yun. His hands turned into dragon claws and tore apart the silk threads wrapped around Bing Yun's body. He quickly pulled her out. However, Bing Yun didn't wake up immediately. Her eyes were still closed, and there was a smile at the corner of her mouth, as if she had seen something beautiful. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only take her into his sealed world bead and wait for her to wake up before making further plans. The second chrysalis was quickly torn apart by Yang Kai. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and was immediately amused. Inside the cocoon was a half-saint of demon race. It seemed to be a corpse demon. As soon as the cocoon broke, a rotten smell rushed out. His previous guess was correct. There was indeed a half-saint of demon race among the 5 chrysalises. When Bing Yun left, Yang Inflammation was the only one here. The other 4 should have arrived later, but they all followed in Yang Inflammation's footsteps. This kind of opportunity to beat a drowning dog was rare. Since they were mortal enemies, how could Yang Kai be merciful? First, he searched the space ring on the corpse, then threw a punch at the corpse demon. Under the collapsing secret technique, a black ball flashed and disappeared. The corpse demon and the chrysalis disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel happy after killing a half-saint so easily. The third chrysalis contained a human race false emperor, one of the Star Boundary's 55th Army commander, Ganli. Yang Kai knew him, but they didn't have much of a friendship. They hadn't spoken more than 3 sentences to each other. Coincidentally, Yang Kai saved him and put him into his sealed world bead. The fourth chrysalis contained another half-saint of demon race. Just like before, Yang Kai was liberated. When the 5th chrysalis was torn apart by Yang Kai, Yang Inflammation's figure was revealed. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was really worried about what would happen if the one inside the 5th chrysalis wasn't Yang Inflammation. Fortunately, this situation didn't happen. Yang Kai was in a good mood after killing 2 half-saint of demon race and saving 3 false emperors of the Star Boundary without any effort. Since the beginning of the Great Dao battle, the number of half-saint who died in his hands was as many as 4. Even Li Wu Yi couldn't achieve such a record. Although luck played a large part in it, sometimes, luck was also one of the forces a cultivator used to climb to the peak of the martial Dao. Turning his head to stare at the milky white liquid in the wooden pool, Yang Kai's breathing couldn't help but quicken. Ever since he began cultivating, he had obtained countless precious treasures, but few could compare to this pool of liquid in front of him. The soul-warming lotus and the immortal tree could be considered supreme treasures, but this heaven and earth source liquid also had its own magical effects. It was the essence born at the beginning of the world, and every drop of this heaven and earth source liquid contained a primordial aura similar to when the world was created. If one could consume it, it would definitely help one comprehend the heavenly way and martial Dao. With such a supreme treasure in front of him, even the great emperors would be jealous, let alone Yang Kai, a high-ranked demon king. Swallowing hard, Yang Kai first dipped his finger into the pool of heaven and earth source liquid and put it in his mouth. At such a critical moment, it was natural to eat the meat in his mouth. Before he could taste it carefully, he heard a buzzing sound in his mind, followed by his whole body shaking as his knowledge sea became turbulent. His vision turned black, and his 5 senses disappeared. He couldn't see, hear, or feel anything. It was as if he had fallen into a land of chaos. A ray of light suddenly blossomed, and the primordial chaos was born. Clear air floated up to become the sky, and turbid air sank to become the earth. At the beginning of the world, all things were born. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai finally regained his senses. His eyes shone with wanton light, and he was in high spirits, a pensive look on his face. Just now, he actually felt as if he had become a part of the world, going from chaos to the creation of the world, and then to a beautiful world. Faintly, he gained a bit of understanding. Perhaps this was the peak of the limit that all cultivators pursued, but all of this was too far away for him. He was only a high-ranked demon king, and in the future, there was still half-saint, demon saint. The comprehension he gained this time had far surpassed his original realm, so there were many things that he couldn't understand. However, he wasn't vexed. Something like cultivation could be attained through slow accumulation, and this sort of comprehension was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now that he'd memorized this feeling and waited for the right time to awaken it, it would definitely be of help to him. Now, he could confirm that this pool of milky white liquid was heaven and earth source liquid. If it wasn't such a miraculous thing, how could it give him such a wonderful feeling? Without saying anything, Yang Kai immediately put it away. His divine sense surged and wrapped around the wooden pool. He exerted a little force, but it didn't move. Yang Kai's face twitched slightly. He wanted to put the wooden pool directly into the sealed world bead, but it didn't move at all. Using his divine sense, he could clearly feel that this small wooden pool was closely connected to the entire profound heaven palace. If he wanted to take the wooden pool, he would have to put away the profound heaven palace first. This was completely impossible. Yang Kai could only settle for the next best thing, and began to collect the heaven and earth source liquid in the wooden pool. This time, it wasn't difficult. As he worked, the heaven and earth source liquid in the wooden pool was constantly reduced and collected into the sealed world bead. For this purpose, he had specially made a pool in the medicine garden of the sealed world bead. The wooden pool wasn't big, only a few meters in diameter, and the water in it was only a meter deep. But when the heaven and earth source liquid in the wooden pool was reduced by more than half, Yang Kai suddenly paused and turned his head to look around with a solemn expression. At that moment, he felt like he was being spied on, as if there was a pair of eyes watching him. Sweeping out with his divine sense, Yang Kai found nothing, which puzzled him. With his current divine sense cultivation, no one in the profound heaven palace could compare to him. If someone was really spying on him, it would be impossible for him not to notice. Frowning and pondering for a while, Yang Kai sneered coldly. He didn't care whether the spying person was a human or a demon, or what their intentions were. In any case, he had to collect all the heaven and earth source liquid here first. Once he got what he wanted, whether he wanted to fight or stay would be up to him. Even though he thought so, his body was extremely resistant, as if something bad would definitely happen if he really did so. Cold sweat slowly oozed out of Yang Kai's forehead. He tried again and again, but his reason told him to stop while he was ahead. After hesitating and struggling for a while, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and gave up on the idea of collecting all the heaven and earth source liquid. Miraculously, when he gave up on this idea, the sense of crisis of being spied on instantly disappeared and everything returned to normal. The will of the world. Yang Kai's face froze. At this point, how could he not understand that the situation just now was not caused by someone spying on him, but by the will of the world in his body? The invisible will of the world had bestowed upon Kai Yang's body, which was the blessing of the world's destiny. There was always a trace of the ability to seek fortune and avoid disaster. Although Kai Yang didn't know what the consequences would be if he had really acted, he was afraid that it wouldn't have been a good ending. Now that he had given up on this idea, he felt much more relaxed. However, with such a treasure in front of him, how could he be willing to leave without taking it all? Yang Kai struggled, hesitated, and tried several times, but every time he had the thought of continuing to collect the heaven and earth source liquid, that inexplicable feeling would emerge, and everything would return to normal. After repeating this several times, Yang Kai no longer dared to have any devious thoughts, steeled his heart, and walked out without looking back. After a while, Yang Kai walked out of the wooden pool and looked back, only to see the scenery there distort and disappear, replaced by a dense forest that was no different from any other place. He understood that this heaven and earth killing formation that had existed since ancient times had most likely been damaged. Without the protection of the heaven and earth killing formation, how could the remaining heaven and earth source liquid be safely preserved? Now that the heaven and earth source liquid had taken the initiative to escape, it was likely a form of self-preservation. However, he didn't know how many years it would be before it appeared again. Chapter 3775. After finding a secluded place to hide, Yang Kai recalled the missing half of the worldly source liquid and felt distressed. Although he had already collected a lot of it, who would complain about having too much of it? The worldly source liquid contained chaotic chi that could split heaven and earth. It was enough to allow a third-stage Emperor Realm Master who had been stuck at a bottleneck for many years to break through to the false Emperor Realm. If he could collect more, he could create many more false Emperor Realm Masters for the star boundary in the future. It could only be said that what belonged to him couldn't escape, and what didn't belong to him was useless. After sighing for a while, Yang Kai let go of the depression in his heart. With a thought, he entered the sealed world bead and found that Bing Yun, Yang Inflammation, and Gonli had already woken up. The three of them were gathered together and talking about something. They obviously realized that they were in Yang Kai's sealed world bead, so they didn't look flustered. However, when they recalled their previous encounter, they all felt some lingering fear. Yang Kai's divine sense manifested. After everyone greeted him, Gonli said, "Many thanks to Lord Yang. If it weren't for Lord Yang, this Gon would have been doomed." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Master Gon is too polite. You and I are both subordinates of Army Commander Li and have contributed to the peace of the star boundary. Now that outer demons are coveting us, if Master Gon has the ability to save this Yang, I'm afraid you won't stand by and do nothing." "Of course." Gonli nodded solemnly, "But in any case, this Gon will remember Lord Yang's life-saving grace. In this profound heavenly temple, if Lord Yang has any orders, please don't hesitate to ask." The two exchanged a few pleasantries, but neither of them mentioned the worldly source liquid. It was unknown whether Gonli hadn't seen it or deliberately didn't mention it. However, thinking about it, Yang Inflammation had seen it before, so Gonli shouldn't have missed it. He must have been lured by the worldly source liquid and fell into that trap. As for whether he could recognize the worldly source liquid, that was another story. I wonder what Master Gon plans to do next. Yang Kai went straight to the point. "Naturally, I'll do my best to seize that opportunity of the great Tao and search for the heaven void cauldron." Gonli frowned and smiled bitterly, "But then again, this Gon has been searching for the heaven void cauldron ever since I entered the profound heaven hall, but unfortunately, I haven't found anything." "Have you found anything?" Yang Inflammation said, "No clue." He turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, are you sure that Yuzhu was not lying to you? Did she deliberately throw out a bait to attract people's attention, and then sneak off to do something?" Yang Kai muttered, "Although it's not impossible, this is the only clue we have." He didn't get any useful information from the half-saint of demon race, only that the demon saint had instructed them to kill the false emperor of the astral boundary. But why would they need to specifically instruct them on such matters? The war of the two realms had never stopped, and now that the masters of the human and demon races had encountered each other here, was there any possibility of peace? "In any case, our top priority is to find the heaven void cauldron and inquire about other information." Yang Kai turned to Gonli and said, "Master Gon, if you don't mind, why don't you join us?" Bing Yun and Yang Inflammation would definitely go with him. This was something that had been decided before. He carried the will of heaven and earth, so the demon race would definitely target him. Even if he had the method of space, he would still be in a very bad situation if he went alone. Not only the demon race, but the false emperor of the astral boundary might also attack him at the last moment. Gonli was obviously aware of this situation. The current Yang Kai was already in a situation where an innocent man would get into trouble because of his wealth. Although he wanted to join them, he was afraid that Yang Kai and the others would misunderstand, so he didn't take the initiative to mention it. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so carefree, which made him feel a little ashamed. Without giving him a chance to speak, Yang Kai continued, "This time, there are 30 false emperors from the astral boundary that entered the mysterious heaven temple, and 40 half-saint realm cultivators from the demon race's territory. In terms of numbers, the demon race has the absolute advantage. If we don't stick together for warmth, I'm afraid that the demon race will have the opportunity to attack us one by one. So, if possible, Master Gon can stay and wait until the final battle of the Great Tao, then we can make a plan. Now that things had gotten to this point, if Gonli still refused, he would be insensible. Moreover, he had just received Yang Kai's life-saving grace, so how could he have the face to refuse? Not to mention, he also had this intention, so he immediately cupped his hands and said, "This is my wish, I dare not ask." Yang Kai smiled, "That's good, then I'll go fishing." Fishing? Gonli looked at him suspiciously. Yang Yen instantly reacted and pursed her lips into a smile, "Don't catch a shark." "So what if it's a shark?" Yang Kai chuckled and his figure faded away. Before he left, he saw Yang Yen winking at him. At this time, Gonli obviously understood what Yang Kai meant by fishing and suddenly said, "Interesting, interesting." As he spoke, a look of expectation appeared on his face. His figure galloped outside while a part of his mind was immersed in the small sealed world, quietly communicating with Yang Yen. Just now, Yang Yen had secretly sent him a look, clearly indicating that she wanted to talk to him in private. "Boy, where is the heaven and earth source liquid? Have you obtained it yet?" Sure enough, as soon as he contacted Yang Yen, she immediately sent him a message, but on the surface, she was talking to Gonli about something else. Yang Kai smiled and said, "If I say that I haven't obtained it yet, I'm afraid you won't believe me." "Very good, give me half," Yang Yen said decisively. Yang Kai almost fell to the ground. "Big sister, are you trying to rob me?" Asking for half as soon as she opened her mouth was simply inhumane. Yang Yen snorted, "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have found that thing. Giving me half is only right." "Fine, fine, fine, I'll give you half." Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with her. In any case, he had collected so much heaven and earth source liquid, it was impossible for him to use it all by himself, but I only collected half of the heaven and earth source liquid there. I can't collect the remaining half. Why? Yang Yen was puzzled. I don't know, but I feel that if I try to collect it by force, I'll be in big trouble. That bad? Yang Yen was shocked. After thinking for a while, she said, "It makes sense. After all, that thing is a treasure that was born at the beginning of the world. Alchemists are very particular about keeping only one out of every three to avoid cutting off the roots. If such a treasure like the heaven and earth source liquid is really taken away, it will be a matter of self-destruction. But half is still quite a lot. Seeing that you're so enthusiastic about the heaven and earth source liquid, do you know its miraculous effects?" Yang Yen chuckled and said, "Do you want to know? Tell me." Although Yang Kai had tasted a little of the heaven and earth source liquid and deeply felt the shock it brought to him, he couldn't fully explore its effects. Yang Yen didn't keep him in suspense and said, "Do you know why the Iron Blood Master is more powerful than the other great emperors? Isn't it because of the cultivation method?" Yang Kai was stunned. Although no one ranked the current 10 great emperors of the star boundary, the Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhang Wuhen was recognized as the strongest. Even the other great emperors didn't refute this point. Of course not. As great emperors, which cultivation method is worse than others? Yang Yen sneered, "What's more, at their level of cultivation, what they compete with is only their perception. It has little to do with cultivation method." However, Wukong is an exception. His achievements all come from the heaven-devouring great emperor. I have to say, this guy is really a rare genius. Do you mean that the Iron Blood Master used the heaven and earth source liquid? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Yes. Back then, the Master and I casually talked about the treasures of this world, including the heaven and earth source liquid. He also said that he once had the opportunity to drink a cup of the heaven and earth source liquid in the Xian Tian Palace, and that cup of heaven and earth source liquid has benefited him to this day. Hiss. Yang Kai took a deep breath and stopped in his tracks. He had tried his best to overestimate the effect of the heaven and earth source liquid, but he still underestimated it. The Iron Blood Great Emperor participated in the Battle of the Great Tao 2 years ago when the Xian Tian Palace opened. So far, it had been 60,000 to 70,000 years. At that time, he drank a cup of the heaven and earth source liquid and gained various insights that still benefited him to this day. It was easy to imagine how precious the heaven and earth source liquid was. Moreover, Zhang Wuhen actually obtained a cup of the heaven and earth source liquid in the Xian Tian Palace. Could it be that he had the ability to break through the heavenly killing trap at that time? So many years had passed, so Yang Kai didn't know the inside story, but he was more and more certain of the terrifying effect of the heaven and earth source liquid. Kid, don't feel bad. I didn't take half of the heaven and earth source liquid for myself. Now that the demon race is invading, if we have the heaven and earth source liquid, the fake emperors of the astral boundary may be able to increase their strength by a lot. Moreover, if the great emperors break free, they may be able to use the heaven and earth source liquid to increase their strength. When the time comes, I will tell them that this treasure was taken from the Xian Tian Palace by me. Yang Kai replied, for the astral boundary, it's only right. In this way, the remaining half of the heaven and earth source liquid would all belong to Yang Kai. Moreover, the world only knew that Yang Inflammation had this thing. Even if someone coveted it, they wouldn't link it to him. However, when the time came, Yang Inflammation might be in some trouble, but considering that she was Zhang Wuhen's subordinate, no one would have the guts to mess with her. By the way, what about the other 2 demon race? Did you see them? At that time, Yang Inflammation was breaking the natural formation. Who would have thought that 2 half-saint of demon race would pass by? Left with no choice, Yang Inflammation could only speed up. In the end, she seemed to have triggered some kind of restriction and then lost consciousness. As for when Ganli was trapped, she didn't know. Those 2 are already dead. Yang Kai laughed. These 2 half-saint were probably the easiest 2 he had ever killed in his life. They couldn't resist at all. It's good that they're dead. Yang Inflammation coldly snorted. Then, Yang Kai told her about the information he had obtained from the power demon half-saint, as well as his and Bing Yun's speculations, as well as the abnormalities of the corpses of the half-saint of demon race. After listening, Yang Inflammation didn't say anything for a while. After a long time, she said, in that case, your speculations aren't unreasonable. Slaughter and blood. Perhaps it's true. Only when enough people die here will the final opportunity be revealed. She chuckled and said, boy, let's fish well. The more people die in the demon race, the greater our advantage. In the end, no matter who gets the opportunity, we can't let it become the demon race's hands. Chapter 3776. Yang Kai turned into a streak of light as the surrounding scenery flashed past him. He flew at full speed, occasionally glancing back as if something dangerous was approaching him from behind. There was indeed danger behind him. A blood-red light was hot on his tail. 2 figures were hidden within the blood-red light. No matter how Yang Kai changed directions, the blood-red light was like a maggot in his bones, unable to shake it off. The distance of 100 kilometers between them seemed very far, but for a half-saint pseudo-emperor rank powerhouse, this distance was only a matter of a few breaths. Moreover, as time passed, the distance between them grew closer and closer. The law of space fluctuated, and Yang Kai's figure flickered, instantly disappearing from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had pulled away again, but he still couldn't shake off the blood-red light's pursuit. A flustered and exasperated shout came from within the blood-red light, Yang Kai, you're dead. Today, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, he won't be able to save you. I'll definitely catch you, then suck your blood dry bit by bit and cut off your flesh piece by piece. Only a half-saint of the Blood Demon clan could use the blood escape technique. Even in the entire demon territory, the blood escape technique was an extremely outstanding escape technique. It was extremely fast, and ordinary people simply couldn't shake off the blood demon's pursuit. In fact, Yang Kai's speed alone was inferior to the blood demon's blood escape technique, but he had the law of space. Every time the distance between them reached a critical point, he would teleport and pull away. This situation had happened many times, and the blood demon chasing behind him was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Normally, the blood demon wouldn't chase after him like this. Who didn't know that Yang Kai had the law of space and could come and go like the wind? Who didn't know that Yang Kai had comprehended the true meaning of martial Tao, which was strange and difficult to deal with? If they wanted to deal with him, they would need to gather the strength of at least 3 or 4 half-saint realm experts to kill him in one fell swoop, not giving him the slightest chance to resist. However, this was the mysterious Heaven Palace, and there were all kinds of natural restrictions. The blood demon saw with his own eyes that although Yang Kai's teleportation was effective, he couldn't move very far in an instant. This gave him the opportunity to chase after them. What's more, Yang Kai was currently injured, and his entire body was riddled with scars. Even the aura he exuded was somewhat unstable. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai had encountered before this, it was obvious that these past few days were definitely not peaceful. How could he miss such a good opportunity? As long as he could kill Yang Kai here, he would be able to seize the will of the heavens that belonged to him. This would definitely be of great help to the upcoming battle of the Great Tao. Since ancient times, humans would die for wealth, and birds would die for food. With such a temptation in front of him, how could Blood Demon not be moved? Moreover, he was not alone. He had companions. Within the bloody light, there were 2 figures. A long night is fraught with dreams. We can't wait any longer. Within the bloody light, the voice of another half-saint of demon race came out. When the blood demon beside him heard this, his expression turned terrifyingly sullen. However, he knew that the blood demon was right. They had spent half a day chasing after the blood demon and caused such a huge commotion. If others discovered this, they might end up benefiting from it. Blood Demon said solemnly, "I will have to pay a great price to use that secret technique." The second half-saint said, "I'll let you kill him, and I'll take the credit." Blood Demon's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Really?" "I swear in the name of the great demon god." Blood Demon laughed. "Good, good, good. With your words, I'm relieved. The one who killed Yang Kai could seize the will of the heavens, and the one who took the credit could obtain the demon saint's personal guidance and the secret to becoming a saint. Neither side would suffer a loss." After a few words of discussion, Blood Demon's expression turned solemn. He formed a seal with his hands, and his scarlet eyes stared at the fleeing figure in front of him. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood-red light that wasn't slow to begin with blossomed with a bright red light. Its speed suddenly increased, and it shot forward like a bolt of lightning, quickly closing the distance between them. "It's about time." Yang Kai, who was running in front of him, thought silently. After chasing him for half a day, he had consumed a lot of his opponent's strength. Now, his opponent seemed to have used a secret technique that damaged his yuan qi. It was time to end this. His figure that was rushing forward suddenly stopped. The change from extreme movement to extreme stillness was sudden and natural. "Huh! He's actually rushing over." Within the blood-red light, the second half-saint's voice was filled with surprise. He didn't expect that Yang Kai, who had been running for half a day, would actually turn around at this time. Did he realize that there was no hope in escaping, so he decided to fight to the death? "You're courting death." Blood Demon's eyes lit up. He grinned and shook his arms. The blood-red light burst out and turned into a boundless sea of blood, which went straight towards Yang Kai. A dragon's roar resounded as the black dragon spear appeared. The spear shot out, splitting the waves and splitting the sea of blood. The man holding the spear raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a strange smile. "Not good, it's a trap." Blood Demon turned pale with fright. He instinctively felt that something was wrong and quickly retreated. When Yang Kai shot out the spear, his companions had already fled to the side. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared beside Yang Kai. As if they had already discussed this, one of the figures flicked her wrist and 3 flames flew out from her white wrist towards Blood Demon's head. Yang Kai and the other 2 figures rushed towards the other half-saint. Despicable. At this moment, Blood Demon's face was filled with grief and indignation, as well as deep humiliation. It was no secret that Yang Kai had the One Realm bead, which could accept living people. When Blood Demon and his companions were chasing Yang Kai, they were also aware of this. However, Yang Kai just kept running and didn't summon any helpers. The 2 half-saint of demon race assumed that Yang Kai was alone. Who would have thought that when they arrived, he would really summon helpers? Moreover, there were 3 of them at once. Yang Kai had concealed such strength, but still pretended to be weak and fled for half a day. It was obvious how vicious his thoughts were. He clearly intended to kill the 2 of them here, which was why he had been patiently waiting for the right time to strike. It was 2 against 4. Even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be a match for them. Furthermore, Blood Demon had activated a secret technique that damaged his Yuan Qi. Blood Demon's heart was filled with regret. He only wanted to run as far away as possible. As for his companions, he couldn't care less. However, one of the women threw out 3 flames, which directly turned into 3 huge rings of fire that wrapped around him. They sealed the world and cut off his hope of escape. Yang Inflammation. Blood Demon roared. He had fought with many false emperor powerhouses in the astral boundary for several years. He knew what kind of powerhouses they had, especially this Yang Inflammation. Even among the false emperors in the astral boundary, his strength was second to none. His 3 blazing rings of fire were extraordinarily powerful and had a binding effect. He had once killed a half-saint of demon race. Yang Inflammation smiled like a fox that had stolen a chicken. She was extremely happy. I've really caught a lot of fish these days. Blood Demon's face became even gloomier. He took a deep breath, and his blood started to churn violently. In this situation, if he couldn't escape before his companions died, he was afraid that he would be doomed. The only thing he could do now was to fight with his life on the line. With a loud roar, he turned into a blood-red light and rushed toward the 3 rings of fire. Yang Yen put away the smile on her face and faced this situation solemnly. Although in her plan, she only needed to trap this blood demon and not give him a chance to escape, in this life-or-death crisis, the strength of a demon race half-step saint was not something she could underestimate. If she wanted to delay the other party, she would need to focus all of her attention. On the other side, Yang Kai joined forces with Bing Yun and Ganli to deal with the second half-saint of demon race. This half-saint was a feather demon. Regardless of gender, all feather demons had good looks. The feather demon half-saint in front of them was outrageously handsome. However, under the combined attacks of Yang Kai and the others, his handsome face was filled with malevolence. The feather demon race was most proficient in Go techniques. If they were allowed to distance themselves, any feather demon would be able to defeat the stronger one. When Boya was a mid-tier demon king, she was able to kill a high-tier demon king by relying on the feather demon's innate Go techniques. As for the feather demon, whose strength had reached the half-saint realm, it was even more incredible. Previously, when they were chasing, Yang Kai had been injured by him several times. It could be said that a large part of her injuries were due to this feather demon. Previously, she had pretended to be weak and could only endure being injured. Now, it was finally time to settle the score. Fighting 1 against 3, no half-saint of demon race could withstand it, let alone the feather demon, who was not good at close combat. After fighting for a while, he was first eroded by Bing Yun's cold intent and slowed down. Then, he was hit by Gan Li's palm, causing him to spit out blood. Yang Kai took the opportunity to close in and thrust out his spear. The feather demon was unable to dodge and his chest was pierced. He barely managed to avoid being hit, but the true intent of the martial path had already eroded his body. There was no path to heaven and no door to hell. The feather demon was filled with grief and anger. He had nowhere to vent his anger. As time passed, his injuries worsened and the true intent of the martial path eroded, causing the feather demon to become weaker and weaker. After an incense stick's worth of time, Bing Yun's sword slashed down. The feather demon could no longer block and was directly cut in half. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. In that instant, the cold intent had frozen his entire body. Die! Yang Kai's black dragon spear smashed down and the violent force smashed the two halves of the corpse into pieces. She didn't stop moving. She became one with the spear and directly rushed to the other side of the battlefield. Her movements were very smooth and dazzling. Bing Yun and Ganli followed closely behind. After another cup of tea's time, Yang Yen stretched out her hand and the 3 huge fire rings turned back into 3 fire rings and returned to her wrist. She stared at the dried corpse below and lightly sighed. So troublesome. Bing Yun and Ganli also had a look of agreement. Even though they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, killing a half-saint of demon race was not an easy task. The 2 half-saint of demon race were on the verge of death and counterattacked. It really made people afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Yang Kai's injuries were needless to say. In the 2 life and death battles, he was at the forefront. No matter if it was the blood demon or the feather demon's attacks, most of them landed on him. If it wasn't for the powerful body of the dragon race, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have a good ending. Chapter 3777. Bing Yun, Yang Inflammation, and Ganli were all injured, but compared to Yang Kai, their situation was much better. They only had minor injuries that could be healed after recuperating for a while. After checking their bodies and confirming that there were no major injuries, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai searched the battlefield below for a while before flying back with a gloomy face. What's wrong? Yang Inflammation frowned. Yang Kai casually threw a space ring to Yang Inflammation and said, "Another one fell." Yang Inflammation caught the space ring and probed it with his divine sense. A touch of sadness appeared on his face. This space ring wasn't refined from the demon territory, but from the star boundary. The relics inside were also from the star boundary. Obviously, it didn't belong to the half-saint of demon race. Yang Kai could find this item from a half-saint of the demon race, which meant that the original owner of this item had fallen. The culprits were undoubtedly the 2 half-saint of demon race that they had just killed. In fact, this wasn't the first half-saint they had killed, nor was it the first space ring that belonged to a false emperor from the star boundary. Since that day when Yang Inflammation, Bing Yun, and Ganli were hidden in the small sealed world, Yang Kai had been fishing in the profound heaven temple. After more than 10 days, he had fought a total of 3 battles. Including the 2 just now, he had killed a total of 4 half-saint of demon race. However, on the corpses of these 4 half-saint of demon race, he also found 3 space rings from the star boundary's false emperors. Normally, how could a false emperor or half-saint master die so easily? When the demon saint great emperors didn't appear in the world, they were invincible existences. They were the overlords of the star boundary and the demon territory. However, the opening of the profound heaven temple allowed these overlords to gather together. Casualties were inevitable. This aura. A thoughtful look appeared on Yang Yan's face as he carefully identified the remnant aura on the space ring. After a long time, he sighed, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be Wei Wufa of the Jiamao army." Gan Li's expression changed. "He's dead?" Yang Inflammation nodded solemnly and put away the space ring. "Wei Wufa still has disciples. I'll return the space ring to them later. I hope they will rise again one day. Brother Wei, he still has the army commander's token. How could he die so easily?" Ganli was shocked. Every legion commander had a legion commander's token, and the legion commander's token contained the power of the great emperors. Yang Kai also had a legion commander's token, but it was consumed when he fought the Wind Emperor in the Flowing Time Temple. Later, the great emperors disappeared, and no one could refine another one for him. Many legion commanders had legion commander's tokens. Some had been used, while others still had them. Wei Wufa's Legion Commander's token was the latter case. Logically speaking, if Wei Wufa had really encountered any danger, as long as he activated the Legion Commander's token, he should have been able to avert the danger. However, the fact that his space ring had fallen into the hands of the half-saint already explained everything. Yang Kai heard this and said, "There are many invisible restrictions in Mysterious Heaven Temple. Presumably, even the power of the great emperors would not be able to do anything here." This was the only reasonable explanation. Gan Li's face couldn't help but turn pale. He also had a Legion Commander's token. Originally, he thought that with such a trump card, he would be able to rest easy. However, Wei Wufa's death was undoubtedly a wake-up call for him. If he really relied on the divine technique of the great emperors in the Legion Commander's token, he was afraid he wouldn't even know how he died. Moreover, Wei Wufa was an old acquaintance of his. He wasn't weak. If they really fought one-on-one, Ganli didn't have the confidence to beat him. Of course, if it was a life-or-death battle, it was a different story. Everyone had their own trump cards. No one knew who would win or lose until that moment. However, Wei Wufa's death was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. Since entering Mysterious Heaven Temple, he hadn't encountered anyone, let alone a battle. That was until he accidentally fell into a trap and was saved by Yang Kai. After that, he stayed in the Mysterious Heaven Small World and cooperated with Yang Kai, Bing Yun, and Yang Inflammation to kill enemies. They had won 3 battles, and his side had paid a negligible price to kill 4 half-saint. It could be said that everything had been smooth sailing. He didn't expect that Wei Wufa would die so inexplicably. On the night before entering Mysterious Heaven Temple, he was drinking wine with Wei Wufa and talking about the many opportunities in Mysterious Heaven Temple. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. If he hadn't teamed up with Yang Kai and the others, he might have been the next Wei Wufa. Since his good friend had perished, the joy he felt from killing those 2 half-saints had been diluted greatly, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of sorrow. In this competition for the Grand Tao, pseudo-emperors, half-saints, and other experts were only steps that others used to ascend the peak. So, was he a person that ascended the peak or a stepping stone beneath the feet of others? Not many people can resist the cooperation of a blood demon and a feather demon alone. Yang Kai took something to wipe the blood off his body. He didn't change his clothes. His clothes were ragged and he looked very miserable. "Aren't you going to heal your wounds?" Yang Inflammation asked. "I'm afraid there's no time to heal." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I have a feeling that the secret of Mysterious Heaven Temple will be revealed soon. The key to becoming great emperors will also gradually become clear. At that time, there will be a desperate struggle. Before that happens, it's important to eliminate as many of the half-saint of demon race as possible." Mysterious Heaven Temple had been open for almost a month. Although this amount of time was nothing to the half-saint fake emperors, for the entire star boundary, it was an urgent matter. This time, the opening of the Mysterious Heaven Temple was a mechanism for the star boundary to protect itself. The star boundary was hoping that a great emperor-level powerhouse would come out of the Mysterious Heaven Temple and bring order to the star boundary. In the star boundary, demon intent was constantly nibbling away at the territory of the star boundary. If the struggle in Mysterious Heaven Temple continued for too long, even if great emperors were born, they would be powerless to reverse the situation. Therefore, in any case, this struggle for the Great Tao was very likely to be settled in a short period of time. As for whether the demon race or the human race would have the last laugh, it would depend on their own abilities. If others said this, Yang Inflammation might not take it seriously, but Yang Kai had the world will. Perhaps he really sensed something. Then let's continue. I hope some fish will take the bait. After more than 10 days of hard work, they had only encountered 3 waves of half-saint of demon race. As for the fake emperors of the star boundary, they hadn't encountered a single one. The area of Mysterious Heaven Temple was really too big. Yang Kai didn't know how many half-saint he could kill before the key to becoming great emperors was revealed, but in any case, he could only continue. The death of any half-saint was enough to tilt the balance of strength between the human and demon races. Perhaps at that critical moment, the final decision would be made. After taking Yang Inflammation and the others back into the small sealed world, Yang Kai continued on his journey alone. After a few days, Yang Kai didn't gain anything, but the injuries he had suffered in the previous battle gradually healed. Yang Kai secretly became anxious, his divine sense constantly exploring his surroundings, hoping for some pleasant surprise. Another 5 days passed in a flash. At a certain moment, Yang Kai, who was galloping, suddenly stopped and frowned. Faintly, he seemed to have noticed something, but when he tried to discern it carefully, he couldn't find anything. This wasn't his divine sense detecting something, but another kind of telepathic reaction. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai closed his eyes, eliminated all distracting thoughts, and followed his heart. He stood there for an hour. Inside the small sealed world, Yang Inflammation stared at the projection in the sky with a frown. Bing Yun and Gan Li, who were standing next to him, also showed puzzled expressions. Although the three of them had been staying in the small sealed world all this time, they were not completely ignorant of the situation in the outside world. Yang Kai was always projecting his surroundings into the small sealed world so that they could observe the situation, so they were very clear about what was happening outside. What is he doing? Bing Yun was puzzled. Maybe he sensed something. Yang Inflammation remembered what Yang Kai said a few days ago. Is the key to the great Tao struggle about to reveal itself? Gan Li's expression also brightened. If this was the case, then he would have to consider parting ways with Yang Kai and the others. Although it was much safer to act together, for the sake of becoming great emperors, he had to take a risk. Suddenly, Yang Kai opened his eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he stared in a certain direction, that way. Saying so, his figure flickered and he sped in that direction. Inside the small sealed world, the three of them were all shocked as they paid close attention to the movements in the outside world. Yang Kai flew all the way, and the further he went, the more obvious the vague feeling became. He immediately understood that his previous feeling was correct. The key to becoming great emperors was in that direction, but it had not been completely revealed yet. He was also relying on the world will to sense it. From this point alone, he had already gained a slight advantage. If he could find that key before everyone reacted, he might be able to end this great Tao struggle ahead of time. After flying for half a day, Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to look in a certain direction. For several days, he had not encountered a single half-saint, nor a single false emperor, but at this time, 2 powerful auras had entered his perception range, and judging from the characteristics of these auras, they were actually 2 false emperors. After carefully identifying them, Yang Kai raised his brow and muttered, "It's him." The aura he identified belonged to Tsang Imo. At this time, Yang Kai did not know who this guy was with, but judging from the fluctuations of this aura, the situation seemed to be not good. A moment later, Tsang Imo apparently also noticed Yang Kai's aura and actually changed direction, leading his companion straight towards Yang Kai. At the same time, several other fierce auras arrived. Yang Kai's face sank as he gritted his teeth and said, shifting the blame to the east, "Despicable." He could distinguish Tsang Mo's aura, and Tsang Mo was certainly no stranger to his aura. Tsang Mo knew that he was only a high-ranked demon king, but when being chased by the half-saint of demon race, he still chose to flee towards Yang Kai. Obviously, he was up to no good. Chapter 3778. Because of the will of the world, Yang Kai was bound to be the focus of all the half-saint of demon race, and Tsang Mo leading his pursuers here at this time was undoubtedly because he wanted to borrow Yang Kai's strength to get rid of his pursuers. Just think about it. If those half-saint of demon race saw Yang Kai here, how could they still be interested in Tsang Mo? They would probably immediately swarm over and get rid of Yang Kai first. During this time, Tsang Mo could easily escape. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. There were many differences between him and Tsang Mo previously. When he entered the mysterious Tian temple, Tsang Mo even tried to make things difficult for Yang Kai on the grounds that his cultivation realm was not high enough, trying to prevent him from entering the mysterious Tian temple to participate in the struggle for the Great Tao. In the end, it was Li Wu-yi who stood his ground and made the final decision. The enmity between him and Song Imo was neither big nor small, but it was true that they both disliked each other. If they encountered each other in the mysterious Tian temple alone, Yang Kai estimated that they would definitely not coexist peacefully, and there would definitely be a battle to determine who was superior. When he noticed that Song Imo had led people here, Yang Kai even considered whether he should take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. However, considering that the number of false emperors in the star boundary could not be compared to the half-saint of demon race, he gave up on this idea. At this time, the overall situation was more important. In a flash, the two figures rushing over were imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. Tsang Mo's face was a little pale, as if he had been injured, and the other false emperor accompanying him was a middle-aged man. Yang Kai remembered that he seemed to be a commander of the B Corps, surnamed Feng. Compared to Tsang Imo, this man surnamed Feng's condition was even worse. One of his arms was hanging limply by his side, constantly swinging back and forth as he flew, and there was a large bloodstain on his chest. Presumably, Tsang Imo and this man surnamed Feng had fought a half-saint of the demon race before, but they were defeated and suffered a great loss. Behind the two of them were 4 half-saints from the demon race, the one in the lead exuding a monstrous aura and corpse chi. Wherever he passed, trees would quickly wither. This corpse demon was none other than Jia Long, the one Li Wu-yi had asked Yang Kai to pay close attention to before. In the previous battle between the two realms, Li Wu-yi had fought with Jia Long 3 times, but he was unable to do anything to him, which showed how strong Jia Long was. Li Wu-yi had also said that this guy was probably the strongest among all the half-saint of the demon race, and was even stronger than the other half-saint of demon race. He was also the biggest enemy of the star boundary side in this battle of the Great Tao. In addition to Jia Long, the remaining 3 half-saint of demon race came from different races, a bone demon, a succubus demon, and a feather demon, all of whom possessed extraordinary strength. Demonic chi surged as Jia Long chased after Tsang Imo and the man surnamed Feng. After a short while, the man surnamed Feng, who was fleeing in panic with Tsang Imo, suddenly raised his head and saw a person rushing towards them. A look of surprise appeared on his face, but after seeing the person's face, the man surnamed Feng hurriedly shouted, "Lord Yang, run." Unlike Tsang Imo, who deliberately planned to divert the trouble, the man surnamed Feng's first reaction when he saw Yang Kai was to ask him to escape together. After all, he and Tsang Imo were both injured, and there were as many as 4 pursuers behind them. Even if Yang Kai's current strength was comparable to a half-saint, there was no way he could make a comeback. If Yang Kai rashly came to their aid at this time, not only would he fail to rescue them, but he would also put himself in danger. Hearing the man surnamed Feng shout, Yang Kai's originally cold expression eased a lot, and he smiled at him. If only Tsang Imo was being chased, whether or not Yang Kai would have come to his aid was another matter altogether. In this profound heavenly temple, it was important to consider the overall situation, but against someone who always harbored malicious intentions, Yang Kai wouldn't care too much about the other party's life or death. Being able to live was his good fortune. If he died, then he deserved it. However, there was another corps commander besides Tsang Imo, so Yang Kai couldn't just sit back and watch. Until the final moment of the great struggle, Yang Kai wasn't willing to confront Jia Long head-on. Although he still had 3 elite soldiers hidden in his small sealed world, and with the addition of Tsang Imo and the man surnamed Feng, he would immediately have an advantage in terms of numbers, but if they really fought, no one would come out on top. At this moment, his plan was to pick up the 2 of them, put them into his small sealed world, and then teleport away. There were many barriers in profound heavenly temple, and the corps commander's order of the great emperor's divine technique couldn't be activated, the space spirit bead couldn't be used, and even his teleportation ability was greatly suppressed. But if he really wanted to escape, no matter how strong Jia Long was, he couldn't do anything to him. Therefore, under the strange and puzzled eyes of the man surnamed Feng, Yang Kai still quickly came forward to greet him. Wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. A thunderous voice rang out as Jia Long, who was chasing after Tsang Mo and the man surnamed Feng, stared at Yang Kai with a look of pleasant surprise, his mouth splitting into a grin. "Little evil beast, you really made this king look for you." Jia Long wasn't the only one looking for Yang Kai. All the half-saint from the demon race were also looking for Yang Kai, but the area of profound heavenly temple was too large, so it was rare for them to run into each other. What's more, during this time, Yang Kai had hidden 3 elite soldiers and was fishing everywhere, so even if a half-saint ran into Yang Kai, it wasn't good luck, but extremely bad luck. However, for Jia Long, running into Yang Kai at this time was indeed a pleasant surprise. Putting aside his tyrannical strength, he also had 3 other half-saint of the demon race with him. As long as he could slightly hinder Yang Kai, there was a great chance he could kill him here. While speaking, Jia Long's body shook violently as monstrous corpse chi swarmed out of his burly body, spreading forward like a dark cloud that blotted out the sky. It was so fast that it caught up to the 2 human race pseudo-emperors in the blink of an eye. The faces of Tsang Mo and the man surnamed Feng changed simultaneously. Only now did they realize that they had underestimated Jia Long's strength. It wasn't that Jia Long couldn't catch up to them, it was just that he didn't want to expend too much strength. Now that he saw Yang Kai, it was clear that he wanted to end this battle quickly, regardless of the cost. The corpse chi rolled forward as if it was about to seal off the heaven and earth. Struck by this corpse chi, Tsang Mo and the man surnamed Feng couldn't help but stagger and lose their footing. This caused their faces to change dramatically as they desperately pushed their emperor chi to resist the invasion of the corpse chi. A murderous intent burst forth as a burst of chi locked onto the fleeing Tsang Mo. With a light swish, an arrow pierced through the air. Tsang Mo's face changed dramatically. Although he was running for his life, he didn't have to look back to know what had happened. It was clearly the feather demon attacking him. Although this arrow was hurried and there was no danger of taking his life, if he was delayed by this arrow, it was very likely that he would be trapped here forever. At this critical moment of life and death, Tsang Mo gritted his teeth and reached out, grabbing the man surnamed Feng's shoulder. The man surnamed Feng was startled and his eyes widened. "Tsang Master?" Tsang Mo remained expressionless as he whispered, "I'm sorry." Grabbing the man surnamed Feng, Tsang Mo threw him behind him and, under the man's stunned gaze, rushed forward. With a light swish, the man surnamed Feng's body shook as he felt the strength in his body rapidly drain away. Looking down, he saw an arrow piercing through his chest. Demonic chi was wrapped around this arrow, corroding his flesh and blood, causing the wound to rapidly expand. When he looked up again, Tsang Mo was already several dozen kilometers away. It was only at this moment that he realized what had happened. In an instant, the expression on his face was extremely colorful as his emotions constantly changed, eventually turning into infinite grief and indignation as he roared, "Tsang Mo, you old dog, you will die a horrible death." He had never imagined that in this great struggle, he would be plotted against by his companions, and the one who had plotted against him was only trying to seize a chance to escape. According to his own strength, although he was injured, he might not have been unable to dodge this arrow. Although the feather demon's go technique was terrifying, this arrow had been shot in haste, not to kill, but to obstruct. Who knew it would lead to such an unexpected surprise? For a moment, the expressions of the several members of the demon race became a little strange. With a swish, Jia Long led the 3 half-saint of demon race and sped past the man surnamed Feng, stretching out his hand and twisting it. By the time they passed by, the man surnamed Feng's head had already disappeared, leaving his headless corpse swaying as blood spurted from his neck. "Tsang Mo!" Yang Kai gritted his teeth and roared. He had seen what had happened in that instant. While he was shocked, his murderous intent also surged out like a tide. He had already come to his rescue. As long as he was given 3 more breaths of time, he would be able to arrive. At that time, he would be able to take Tsang Mo and the man surnamed Feng into the mysterious small world. Leaving or staying would be up to him. No matter how strong Jia Long was, as long as he didn't seal the space around him, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. 3 breaths, it was only 3 breaths, but it allowed him to see the ugliness of human nature. For his own slim chance of survival, he didn't care about the life or death of his companions. It could even be said that the man surnamed Feng died at Sung Mo's hands. The feather demon half-saint's arrow didn't have the ability to take the lives of either of them. Unfortunately, Tsang Mo was scared out of his wits by the pursuers behind him and directly used his companion as a shield. Kill! Yang Kai's eyes were blood red. As he roared, he grabbed the black dragon spear and stabbed it towards Tsang Mo. After grabbing his companion and throwing him behind him, Tsang Mo realized what was going to happen next, so he didn't run in the direction of Yang Kai. Instead, he turned around and fled. In any case, the half-saint of demon race behind him had already discovered Yang Kai. In comparison, Tsang Mo was sure that the demon race was more interested in Yang Kai and shouldn't chase after him. As long as Yang Kai could attract the attention of the demon race, he could sit back and relax. But he didn't expect Yang Kai to act like this. Yang Kai shot out his spear from a few dozen kilometers away, ignoring the barriers of space and distance, instantly breaking through and arriving in front of Tsang Mo. A dragon's roar rang out, causing Tsang Mo's face to change greatly. In his field of vision, a huge azure dragon swayed its head and wagged its tail as it pounced towards him, opening its bloody maw as if wanting to swallow him whole. The dragon's fangs flashed with a cold light, as if a casual bite could crush him to pieces. Chapter 3779. He had long heard that Yang Kai had obtained a great opportunity when he entered the territory of the Become the Demon race. After returning, he had the strength of a half-saint as a high-rank demon king, but Tsang Mo didn't believe it. In his opinion, Yang Kai's aptitude was indeed extraordinary, but with his cultivation realm, how could it be possible for him to surpass the gap between heaven and earth? Even if Yang Kai had the achievement of killing a half-saint, that was also the result of someone cooperating with him. But until now, when he fought with him, Tsang Mo found that the rumors were true. This little bastard actually had the strength of a half-saint. When this spear stabbed over, Tsang Mo felt the pressure of a mountain, and even found it difficult to breathe. Hastily responding, he raised his hand and slapped forward. With a loud bang, Tsang Mo let out a muffled groan, his figure exploding backwards while Yang Kai's body only swayed a few times before stabilizing. This result was not because Yang Kai's strength was much greater than Tsang Mo's, but because he had the advantage of the black dragon spear, and because Yang Kai had attacked in anger, Tsang Mo had been forced to parry. Swish swish swish, with the sound of something breaking through the air, the four half-saint of the demon race, under the lead of Jia Long, had already caught up. As if they had already discussed, they spread out and surrounded Yang Kai and Tsang Mo in the middle, looking at the center of the field with mocking eyes. Today's situation was not something that could be seen casually. Compared to spending more effort to kill the fake emperor of the Star Realm, the half-saint undoubtedly preferred to see the human race kill each other. Damn it! Tsang Mo gritted his teeth and roared, his eyes sweeping left and right, filled with fear. When he looked at Yang Kai again, his eyes were full of hatred. Yang Kai, what are you doing? Yang Kai lowered his eyes, the long hair in front of his forehead falling, casting a thick shadow, and said in a serious voice, the one who should die is you, old dog Tsang Mo. Tsang Mo gritted his teeth, harming others and yourself, what good is it for you? Injustice in the heart, injustice in the Tao. Yang Kai slowly raised the black dragon spear, pointed it at Tsang Mo, and said in a cold voice, today, this place will be your burial ground. Nonsense. We'll see if you can survive. Tsang Mo's face twitched and his heart was filled with resentment. Previously, in order to fight for a chance of survival, he instinctively threw his companions behind him as a shield. If he was given another chance, he would still make the same choice. However, what he didn't expect was that Yang Kai's character was so unyielding. Even though he knew that the four half-saint of demon race were chasing after him, not only did he not think of escaping, he even blocked Tsang Mo's path. This was simply harming others without benefiting himself. Could it be that he didn't know the consequences of being surrounded by those half-saint? Don't worry, I will definitely live longer than you. Yang Kai's expression was cold. He did not move his spear. He turned his head to the side and said, "Jialong, how about we make a deal?" Jialong's eyes were filled with a playful smile. He said lightly, "Do you think, in this situation, you are qualified to discuss with this king?" Pausing for a moment, he laughed loudly, "Fine, since you let this king see a good show, if you have any last words, quickly say them. If you can make this king happy, I may be able to satisfy you." He had a posture as if Yang Kai was already in his grasp. It was not that he was arrogant, but the advantage he had was too obvious. The four half-saints' auras were firmly locked onto Yang Kai. As long as he made the slightest move, he would immediately welcome a storm of attacks. At that time, whether or not he could use his strange space secret technique was another matter. Yang Kai's expression did not change. He was as calm as a volcano that had been dormant for many years. "I want to kill this trash. You guys wait on the side. After I kill him, if you have any other methods, I will take them all." As soon as these words came out, Sang Mo's face turned ashen. On the contrary, the four half-saint of demon race's expressions were playful. Jiao Long even touched his chin, revealing a thoughtful expression. "Why?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "If I fight with him, no matter who wins in the end, the remaining one will be an arrow at the end of its flight. At that time, when the four of you attack together, who can stop you? This will only benefit you and no harm, isn't it?" Sang Mo's heart sank when he heard this. He cried out involuntarily, "Yang Kai, you are crazy." If Jiao Long and the others really acted according to Yang Kai's words, then he would definitely be doomed today. Whether Yang Kai killed him or he killed Yang Kai, he would not be able to leave this place alive. His original plan would also be completely useless. For a moment, he was in a mess and his whole body was cold. He secretly cursed Yang Kai for being so vicious. In order to deal with him, he even made such a proposal. Jiao Long and the others would not be able to refuse even if they wanted to. Sure enough, after pondering for a moment, Jiao Long nodded and said, "What you said makes sense." Suddenly, he revealed a hideous grin, his face ferocious, "But if this king wants something, he will take it himself." As soon as his words fell, a thick corpse chi rolled out. From the corpse chi, figures emerged one after another. Surprisingly, they were all refined corpses refined by Jiao Long. These refined corpses were basically high-ranked demon king. Among them, there were even 3 half-saint of demon race level corpses. Obviously, they were the result of Jiao Long's lifetime collection. The moment Jiao Long made his move, the bone demon half-saint also opened his mouth and spat out a dark green netherworld ghost flame, which turned into a dark green cloud of fire and flew towards Yang Kai. The feather demon knocked an arrow and pulled the bowstring. The succubus demon smiled charmingly and launched an invisible soul attack. In an instant, a great battle broke out. The 4 half-saint of demon race used their respective divine technique to attack Yang Kai and Sang Mo. In that instant, the world changed color, and the world energy inside the profound heavenly temple became turbulent. A dragon's roar resounded as a golden dragon head flashed. Yang Kai's figure suddenly expanded, turning into a 100-zhang-long dragon. With a sweep of the black dragon spear, the numerous refined corpses pouncing towards him exploded one after another. Even the boundless corpse chi was swept away. His spear did not stop there. With a backhand swing, he cut down one of the feather demon's arrows. Then, he stretched out his hand and used the collapsing secret technique. Heaven and earth collapsed as he swallowed the dark green netherworld ghost flame. Fighting against 3 half-saint by himself, although Yang Kai was able to resolve the attack at the first moment, the blood in his body roiled and he tasted something sweet in his throat. However, Yang Kai did not delay at all. With a light tap of his foot, he pounced straight towards Sang Mo, roaring, "Die!" Yang Kai was the focus of the 3 half-saint of demon race, while Sang Mo's situation was much better. Of the 4 half-saints' attacks, only the succubus demon's spiritual energy attack was targeted at him. Sang Mo's eyes glazed over for a moment, but in that moment, Yang Kai had already closed in on him with his spear. His murderous intent caused Zhang Mo's skin to turn cold. Angered, Zhang Mo roared, "Since you don't want me to have an easy time, don't think you'll have an easy time either." With a loud bang, a violent emperor chi swept out. Zhang Mo's entire body seemed to swell up as some strange patterns appeared on his exposed skin. Reaching out, Zhang Mo grasped at the void and a long sword appeared in his hand. Then, he slashed down, sending a sword chi forward. A loud bang rang out as energy raged, causing heaven and earth to turn upside down and shatter. Yang Kai's huge body was forced back a dozen steps, while Zhang Mo's entire body was sent tumbling. Not giving Yang Kai any time to breathe, Jialong and the other two half-saint attacked again. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk 3 figures appeared beside Yang Kai. Icy principles filled the air, colliding with the boundless corpse chi. Bing Yun formed a seal with one hand, her expression solemn. The 3 blazing flame rings flew out from Yang Yun's wrist, turning into 3 huge rings of fire that flew towards the bone demon. Gan Li's figure flickered as he rushed towards the feather demon. In an instant, they engaged in battle. Zhang Mo, who was sent flying backwards, widened his eyes as he stared at the 3 figures that suddenly appeared. The expression on his face was extremely interesting. He instantly understood how Yang Yan's trio had appeared. Clearly, they had been hiding in Yang Kai's sealed world bead for some time now. Such strength, such an ambush. Zhang Mo almost ground his teeth to pieces. If he had known that Yang Kai was hiding 3 ambushers, he would not have used the man surnamed Feng as a shield. As long as they could join up with Yang Kai, they would have the strength of 6 false emperors. No matter how strong Jialong was, the disadvantage in numbers was enough to make him give up. But at that time, he only saw Yang Kai alone and was fleeing. How could he have thought so much at the moment of life and death? He only thought that he could use Yang Kai to attract the attention of the demon race while he took the opportunity to escape. He did not know if his previous actions were seen by Yang Yun and the others. If they had seen it, he was afraid that he would no longer have a foothold in the star boundary. If it was only Yang Kai who saw it, he was not afraid. Without any evidence, he would never admit that he had done such a thing. Even if the demon race revealed something, it would only be regarded as sowing discord. It was not trustworthy. Treacherous little beast. Zhang Mo's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He secretly blamed Yang Kai for not showing his full strength at the beginning, causing him to make such a choice when he could not see any hope. But now, Yang Yun and the others were entangled with the 3 half-saint of demon race while the succubus demon was still dealing with him. Yang Kai was no longer restrained and a huge sense of crisis instantly enveloped Zhang Mo. In his life, he had only felt this way when he was suppressed by Cheongqi. This time, it was really a disaster. At this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. A huge buzzing sound rang out and the entire profound heaven temple trembled violently. Whether it was the half-saint or the false emperor, everyone present suddenly lost their footing and their bodies swayed. The rich world energy between heaven and earth quickly converged in one direction and in a very short period of time, a violent energy wave swept up, causing the ground and trees to sway incessantly. Everyone's expression changed and they all stopped fighting and vigilantly looked around. With such a change, it was obvious that something big had happened. The rumbling sound continued for a long time. This is... Zhang Mo's eyes widened and he looked up in a certain direction, immediately revealing a look of ecstasy as he hissed, "Heaven Void Cauldron." In the direction he was looking, a huge square cauldron suddenly appeared. This huge cauldron was engraved with countless mysterious patterns and patterns that flickered and flowed incessantly. These patterns seemed to be in accordance with the principles of the Great Tao, causing everyone who saw this huge cauldron to be absent-minded for a moment. The huge cauldron was not a physical object, but a phantom, but it was unbelievably solid. As the world energy in the profound heaven temple madly poured in, the huge cauldron grew larger and larger, as if it was going to contain the entire profound heaven temple. Chapter 3780. The world buzzed, the world's spiritual energy was in a frenzy, and the giant cauldron was revealed. The aura of the great Tao flowed through every corner of the profound heaven palace. At this moment, every false emperor in the profound heaven palace, including the half-saint of the demon race, couldn't help but feel as if an invisible door had been pushed open in front of them. Behind that door was the peak of martial arts that they had been pursuing all their lives. It was something that was worth paying any price, even their lives. Inside the profound heaven palace, figures appeared one after another, turned into streams of light of various colors, and rushed towards the giant cauldron. The heaven void cauldron. Gong couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Only at this moment did he confirm that the information he received from the star boundary was correct. There really was a heaven void cauldron in the profound heaven palace, and the key to becoming great emperors was in the heaven void cauldron. Although his heart was restless and he had the urge to rush to the giant cauldron to take a look, the half-saint of demon race was watching him covetously, so he didn't dare to act rashly. On the other side, Jia Long stared at the giant cauldron for a moment, then turned back to look at a headless corpse not far away. It was the man surnamed Feng who had been trapped by Tsang Mo previously. Although he had only died for a short while, the twisted head and the headless corpse had already turned into dried-up matter. A hint of contemplation flashed through his earthen yellow eyes. Was this the final step? Compared to the other half-saint of demon race, Jiao Long knew more about the situation inside the profound heaven palace. On the first day of their journey to the profound heaven palace, Xueli had summoned him to the Star Soul Palace for a night of secret investigation. No one knew what Xueli had told him that night, and only Jiao Long knew. The other half-saint of demon race only knew that after entering the profound heaven palace, they had to kill as many false emperors as possible in the star boundary as possible, but there was no need to specifically tell them this. Even if the human race and demon race ran into each other outside, they wouldn't turn a blind eye, not to mention that this was the profound heaven palace where everyone competed for the great Tao. Only Jia Long knew that the key to becoming great emperors in this heaven and earth secret realm was inseparable from death and slaughter. Only when enough blood was spilled would the key be revealed. The death of the man surnamed Feng was undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. Now, the giant cauldron had revealed itself, and the final moment of the struggle for the great Tao had arrived. All forbearance and schemes were useless at this moment. If they wanted to obtain the only opportunity, they could only rely on their own abilities. With a loud bang, the energy exploded. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads to look at the source of the commotion, only to see Yang Kai's ferocious face charging towards Tsang Mo. The black dragon spear swept out and Tsang Mo flew backwards, spitting out blood in midair. Just now, when the giant cauldron was revealed, everyone's attention was drawn to it. He and Yang Kai were no exception. However, Yang Kai came back to his senses a little faster and launched a sudden attack. He couldn't completely block it. That violent energy surged over, causing his internal organs to churn violently. He secretly cursed the little bastard for having such great strength. It was no wonder, with a dragon's body that was 300 meters long, how could its strength be weak? What made Tsang Mo feel even more desperate was that after being swept by Yang Kai, he was sent flying straight towards Jiao Long. Even if he desperately pushed his Emperor Qi to stabilize his body, it was difficult to do so. For a moment, grief welled up in Tsang Mo's heart. He only knew that this time he was really doomed. If Yang Kai wanted him dead, how could Jiao Long let him live? At this moment, he was surrounded by enemies on all sides, a situation where there was no chance of survival. Seeing Yang Kai in front of him thrusting his spear towards him again, filling his field of vision with the silhouette of a giant black dragon, Tsang Mo's eyes filled with despair. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed past him. Then, a huge monster suddenly blocked in front of him. The huge monster that suddenly appeared emitted an extreme stench of corpse. Large pieces of rotten flesh fell from its body and landed on the ground, creating deep pits one after another. This behemoth was none other than Jiao Long. At this moment, Jiao Long had used some kind of secret technique and his body suddenly expanded by more than 100 meters. Although it was not comparable to Yang Kai's 100-meter-long dragon body, it was still extremely extraordinary. A monstrous aura burst out from his body and met Yang Kai head-on. In an instant, a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger ensued. Seeing this scene, Zhang Mo was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised that Jiao Long did not take the opportunity to kill him, but instead bypassed him to face Yang Kai. He was delighted that no one had the time to pay attention to him at this moment. Without stopping, Zhang Mo used the power of Yang Kai's spear to quickly escape. Even after flying a long distance, he could still hear the rumbling sounds behind him, as well as Yang Kai's angry and unwilling roars. After surviving the disaster, Zhang Mo found that his clothes were soaked in sweat. At that moment, he really thought he was going to die on the spot, but who knew that at the last moment, there was a glimmer of hope. However, on second thought, for Jiao Long to let him go so easily, it was likely that he did not have good intentions. The joy on his face faded and was covered with a layer of haze. However, it was useless to think about this now. The most important thing now was to rush to the place where the giant cauldron was revealed. Such a heavenly vision was undoubtedly a kind of guide. Now, all the false emperors and half-saint stage cultivators who were still alive in Profound Heaven Temple were converging there. If he was late, he was afraid that others would beat him to it. Thinking of this, Zhang Mo threw away all the distracting thoughts in his heart and stuffed a few spirit pills into his mouth, recovering as he hurried along. In the battle just now, he was not injured. Although Yang Kai's attack was terrifying, he was not a pushover. Although he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, it was not a big deal and would not affect him in the upcoming battle. At this moment, Yang Kai and Jiao Long each had 3 helpers by their side. Each of them had found their target and were fighting in full swing. Watching Zhang Mo escape without being able to do anything, the anger in Yang Kai's heart surged fiercely like an erupting volcano, as if it wanted to burn the world together. He showed no mercy in his attacks, using the Space Divine Technique, Soul Attack, Dragon Race Secret Technique, and various other methods to beat Jiao Long until he was overwhelmed. However, in the end, Li Wu Yi was the focus of Yang Kai's attention. This guy was indeed more powerful than the other half-saint of demon race cultivators. No matter what kind of method he used, he was able to resolve it at the critical moment. Even Yang Kai could not leave a single wound on him. Jiao Long obviously knew that the true meaning of martial Dao was treacherous and difficult to deal with, so in any case, it was impossible for him to let Yang Kai hurt him. As a result, the battle between the two seemed a little funny. Jiao Long's cultivation was obviously higher than Yang Kai, but the scene of the battle seemed to be suppressed by Yang Kai. However, he was like a sturdy wooden boat, cutting through the waves in the stormy sea. It seemed that he was in danger of capsizing at any time, but in fact, everything was under his control. After fighting for a while, Jiao Long suddenly laughed loudly. "Let's stop here. No matter what, you can't do anything to this king." While speaking, he jumped out of the battle. Yang Kai held the spear with one arm, his eyes cold. Although he wanted to kill the enemy, he knew that Jiao Long was right. His cultivation was currently his biggest shortcoming. Facing a half-saint of demon race cultivator like Jiao Long, it was really difficult for him to use his abilities. Continuing to fight would only be a waste of time. However, Jiao Long's actions made it seem as if he was deliberately saving Zhang Mo. He could have taken the opportunity to seriously injure or even kill Zhang Mo, but he let him go. Instead, he went to entangle Yang Kai, making it impossible for Yang Kai to escape. His intentions were so obvious that anyone who was not blind could see it. At this time, Zhang Mo had probably run off to God knows where, so there was naturally no need for him to continue entangling. What's more, the Heaven Void Cauldron had already been revealed, so who would have the heart to fight here? Therefore, when Jiao Long retreated, Yang Kai did not stop him. As soon as they stopped fighting, the other 3 battlefields also stopped fighting. In the blink of an eye, the storm calmed down. 8 pairs of eyes collided in the void, causing sparks to fly. Jiao grinned and said in a booming voice, "The key to the battle of the Great Tao has been revealed, but this is just the beginning. Yang Kai, I hope you have the ability to survive until the end. This king wants to kill you with his own hands." "Don't worry, you will only die in my hands," Yang Kai coldly snorted. Jiao said, "Then I'll take my leave first. See you later." Corpse Chi swept up the other 3 half-saint realm cultivators, turning them into filthy objects, and flew towards the giant cauldron. "Let's go too." Yang Kai's huge figure quickly shrank and gradually turned into his original body. Under the surge of space principles, he wrapped Yang Inflammation and the others and teleported away. Seeing this, Gonli secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt a little self-deprecating, feeling that he had gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own pettiness. Just now, he was worried about what to do if Yang Kai asked them to enter the mysterious small world again. Previously, he was willing to stay in the mysterious small world because he considered that there was strength in numbers and it would be safer to stay together. Now that the Heaven Void Cauldron had appeared, if he entered the mysterious small world again, it would be tantamount to handing everything over to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai did not let him out of the mysterious small world, he would definitely miss out on this battle of the Great Tao. This was something he did not want to happen no matter what. Now, it seemed that Yang Kai's actions were quite straightforward. Obviously, he had also considered this point, so instead of letting them enter the small sealed world again, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to expend even more effort to carry them forward. Looking up, Gon Li's heart was burning with excitement. Now, the key to the battle of the Great Tao had been revealed, but no one knew what to do next, let alone what was inside the giant cauldron. Since the giant cauldron appeared, it had been madly absorbing the world energy in the sealed world's secret domain, rolling up waves of energy without stopping for a moment. As the world energy was absorbed, the giant cauldron grew bigger and bigger, until it stood tall. At a certain moment, the giant cauldron suddenly calmed down and the complex patterns engraved around it flashed dazzlingly, making the aura of the Great Tao in the sealed world's secret domain thicker and thicker. Whether it was the half-saint of demon race or the human race's false emperor, everyone showed a thoughtful look at this moment. Their understanding of the Great Tao deepened imperceptibly. Chapter 3781. With a loud crash, the giant cauldron shattered and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He stopped abruptly and stared blankly ahead. What's going on? The Heaven Void Cauldron was the key to the battle of the Great Tao. After waiting for so many days, it finally appeared, but it suddenly shattered. If this was the case, wouldn't it mean that everyone would return empty-handed this time? But soon, Yang Kai calmed down because although the giant cauldron had shattered, the aura of the Great Tao in the world had not disappeared. Instead, it had become even denser. Moreover, the giant cauldron was only an illusion, as if it was a projection of the real Heaven Void Cauldron. The collapse of the illusion did not mean that something had happened to the Heaven Void Cauldron itself. Therefore, he only paused for a moment before continuing to fly forward. As time passed, Yang Kai's expression gradually became strange. The aura of the Great Tao in the world was so dense that he had an impulse to stop and take a good look at it. But if he really did so, it would be a foolish thing to lose a watermelon for a sesame seed, so even though he longed for it, he suppressed it. However, the wanton aura of the Great Tao could indeed provide great benefits to all false emperors and half-saints. Although they were limited by the world and could not advance to the level of great emperors or demon saint, with the nourishment of the aura of the Great Tao, as long as they could leave the profound heaven temple alive, their strength would definitely improve greatly. What a pity. Yang Kai suddenly thought of Li Wui. With Li Wui's ability, if he had come here, the benefits he could have obtained would have been unimaginable, and there was a high chance that he could have obtained the only opportunity. However, for the sake of the star boundary and for the sake of the common people, Li Wui took the initiative to give up this opportunity. Such a sacrifice could be said to be cutting off his own path, which was both admirable and distressing. Fortunately, Yang Kai had collected a lot of worldly source liquid this time. He could give some to Li Wui later and it should be able to make up for his loss. The aura of the worldly source liquid contained in it was not inferior to the aura of the great Tao in the profound heaven temple. Do you smell anything? Frozen Cloud suddenly asked. As she spoke, the wings of her nose twitched slightly. A fragrance, Yang Yun immediately replied. She had obviously also sensed it. After the two of them finished speaking, Gan Li's surroundings were indeed filled with a faintly discernible fragrance. It was a fragrance that he had never smelled before. It was indescribable, but it made him feel happy. Even the fatigue from the previous battle was swept away, making him feel refreshed. Although Yang Kai was hurrying along, he was still able to smell this fragrance. At first, this fragrance was not very obvious, but as he moved forward, it became more and more distinct. Of it. With his divine sense, Yang Kai could sense that many powerful auras had broken into his monitoring range. These auras included false emperors from the star boundary and half-saints from the demon race, but now, everyone was attracted by the heaven void cauldron and was rushing over from all directions, so no one was in the mood to fight with others. At this moment, everyone in the profound heaven temple was doing one thing, rushing to the location of the heaven void cauldron. The heaven void cauldron was located in a bronze hall. The bronze hall was majestic and ancient, and no one knew when it had existed. Just by looking at it, one would feel an ancient and desolate aura, as if it wanted to pull one into an extremely ancient era. Yang Kai had the space divine technique, so although he was relatively far away, he had arrived early. At a glance, he saw the bronze hall towering above the ground. The surface of the hall was modeled with the flowing time Great Emperor, and the hall exuded an aura that made people want to worship it. That aura was like the will of the world. In an instant, Yang Kai felt something stirring in his body, resonating with the bronze hall. He understood that this was a trace of the will of the world in his body, and before the heaven void cauldron appeared, he had relied on the guidance of this will to faintly detect the key location of the ascendant great emperors. However, before he had time to investigate carefully, he encountered Song Imo, Jia Long, and the others. After a fierce battle, the heaven void cauldron appeared, causing him to lose the advantage he had just gained. This should be the profound heaven temple. Although everyone had called this world-sealed world the profound heaven temple since ancient times, the profound heaven temple should be referring to the bronze hall in front of him. The profound heaven temple contained the heaven void cauldron, and the heaven void cauldron contained the secrets of the ascendant great emperors. Step by step, the greatest mystery was right in front of him, waiting for him to unveil it. It would be a lie to say that Yang Kai was not excited, but excitement was excitement. It was not the time for him to be hot-blooded. Just as Jia Long had said, the appearance of the heaven void cauldron was only the beginning, and the final result would depend on each person's ability. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai said, Master Gan, once we enter the profound heaven temple, it's up to you whether you want to stay or leave, but before that, please lend me a hand. Gan Li nodded in response, rest assured, Lord Yang. Until the very last moment, this old master's enemy will always be the demon race. At the same time, the last trace of worry in his heart disappeared. He had already considered parting ways with Yang Kai and the others after entering the profound heaven temple. Now that his lifelong pursuit was right in front of him, even if it meant risking his life, he would strive for it. When the time came, he would naturally not be able to stay with Yang Kai and the others. That's good. Yang Kai laughed as his space principles surged, wrapping around the three of them as they rushed forward. There was a large door in front of the temple, a bronze door that was several thousand feet tall. It was majestic and gave off an oppressive aura. Both sides were wide open, as if welcoming guests from afar. In this pitch-black temple, who could predict what kind of opportunities and dangers were hidden inside? Yang Kai flashed in. In an instant, violent attacks came from all directions. After a short series of explosions, someone cried out in alarm, Stop, stop, we're on the same side. As the figures crossed each other, they scattered to the sides. Bing Yun, Yang Inflammation, and Gan Li gathered closely around Yang Kai, vigilantly looking around. When they saw who was attacking them, they couldn't help but laugh. When he saw the 2 bronze doors open, Yang Kai had a premonition that someone must have arrived at the profound heaven temple before him. If he took the initiative, it was very likely that he would be lying in ambush near the entrance, and then take the opportunity to kill the enemy who came in. Therefore, before he came in, Yang Kai was already prepared to be attacked. If not for this, the previous round of fierce attacks would have left him dejected. So it's Lord Yang and the others. The elderly leader revealed an awkward smile, bowed, and said apologetically, "It happened in a hurry, so I didn't see clearly. Please don't blame me." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Master Luo is seriously injured, but we are not injured." As he spoke, he sized up the formation of the other side. There were not many people, only 3. However, none of them were seriously injured and were in good spirits. The elderly man in the lead was a fake emperor from the western regions. He was also one of the current commanders of the army, Luo Meng. This was good news for Yang Kai. The more false emperors survived in the star boundary, the more advantage they would have in the upcoming Great Dao battle. "When did Master Luo get here?" Yang Kai asked. Luo Meng observed the situation and was secretly surprised. Among Yang Kai's group of 4, he had the lowest cultivation, but they seemed to follow Yang Kai's lead. This made him think a lot, and in the very short confrontation just now, he did feel a powerful force from Yang Kai. It was very difficult to understand how strong a high-ranked demon king could be without actually fighting with Yang Kai. Everyone only knew that he had once joined forces with Lan Sun and the others to kill a half-saint of demon race, but that was only hearsay after all. There was no direct experience until just now. Monster. Luo Meng secretly evaluated Yang Kai. A high-rank demon king was equivalent to a 3rd-layer emperor realm master. When he was at the 3rd-layer emperor realm, he was not even worthy of carrying Yang Kai's shoes. While sweating inwardly, he replied, "I just arrived not long ago. I thought I could ambush a few demon cubs here, but I didn't expect to almost accidentally injure you, master." Yang Kai said, "Master Luo's idea is good, but Master Luo, are you sure this is the only entrance to Profound Heaven Temple?" Luo Meng was stunned. "Are there many other entrances?" Yang Kai shook his head, "I don't know. I just chose the nearest direction and saw an entrance. Maybe there are other entrances in other directions." Luo Meng's face twitched when he heard this. If that was the case, then what was the point of lying in ambush here? Not only was it a waste of time, but it would also be difficult to achieve anything. After all, even if a half-saint of demon race really rushed in here, who could guarantee that they would be able to kill them? Moreover, Jiaolong and the others should be coming soon. Yang Kai's group was in the same direction as Jiaolong's group, so by relying on the space divine technique, he had arrived first. It wouldn't be long before Jiaolong led the 3 half-saint of demon race here. With Luo Meng's group's strength, even if they were to ambush Jiaolong here, they would only end up worse off. Sure enough, at the mention of Jiaolong, Luo Meng and the others' expressions changed. "Lord Yang encountered Jiaolong? I just fought with them." Yang Kai nodded, thinking of the person killed by Tsang Imo. His eyes couldn't help turning cold. This time, he absolutely could not let Tsang Imo leave Profound Heaven Temple alive. "How many of them are there?" 4. Luo Meng immediately felt a chill run down his spine, secretly feeling lucky that it was Yang Kai and the others who came. If they had encountered Jiaolong's group, they wouldn't have had a good time. Jiaolong was so difficult to deal with that even Li Wuyi couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, they were able to escape unscathed from Jiaolong in a 4-against-4 situation. Luo Meng found that he seemed to have underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Then in Lord Yang's opinion, what should we do? Luo Meng asked. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Now that the Heaven Void Cauldron has appeared, we can be sure that it is in this Profound Heaven Temple. It is more important to find the Heaven Void Cauldron first. No matter what, we will eventually meet. At that time, it won't be too late to fight for the opportunity." Chapter 3782. Luo Meng pondered for a moment before nodding. Lord Yang is right. In that case, let's move forward together so we can look after each other. Very good. Yang Kai nodded and turned his head to look into the depths of the hall. Just now, he had been fighting with Luo Meng and the others as soon as he entered, so he had no time to investigate anything. At this moment, all he could see was darkness in front of him, and even when he tried to probe with his divine sense, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no response at all. The entire hall seemed to be shrouded in a layer of thick fog, and the peculiar fragrance was close at hand, and the aura of the great Tao flowed around him. Master Luo, have you checked the situation ahead? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. Luo Meng shook her head and said, we have only just arrived and haven't had time to investigate, but this profound heaven temple is very strange, so I'm afraid the road ahead will be a little bumpy. Yang Kai smiled and said, our path of cultivation has never been a smooth one. We have encountered many thorns and tribulations, so we can only move forward bravely and cut through them. Luo Meng nodded. Lord Yang is right. I see. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around at everyone. I will lead the way, Yang Yen Master Luo will bring up the rear, and the others will coordinate in the middle. If there is any change, please act promptly. Yang Yen frowned. I'll lead the way. In any case, the person walking at the front was the most dangerous. No one knew if there were any barriers or restrictions in this profound heaven temple. Although Yang Kai's cultivation realm was lower, he carried the world will and was a strong candidate for this battle of the great Tao, so how could Yang Yen let anything happen to him? She and Bing Yun came here this time to protect Yang Kai's safety. She had already mentioned this to Li Wu Yi and obtained his approval. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him. We don't have much time. Let's not dwell on this. I still have the ability to protect myself. Seeing that he was so insistent, Yang Inflammation couldn't say anything more. Then you be careful. As he spoke, he gave Bing Yun a look. Bing Yun understood and gently nodded. After a simple discussion, the two groups of people converged and moved forward. Yang Kai took the lead to explore the path, while Bing Yun followed closely behind, secretly circulating his Emperor Qi, ready to act at any time. The others spread out to the left and right, with Luo Meng and Yang Inflammation bringing up the rear, only a few steps away from each other. Stepping into the darkness, they couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Even their divine senses were suppressed to the limit. Fortunately, their voices were not cut off. They could hear each other's breathing and light footsteps. At the very least, they didn't feel lonely. The speed at which they moved forward was neither fast nor slow. Unexpectedly, when they entered the main hall, their path was unimpeded. There were no dangers or restrictions as they had imagined, but no one let down their guard. Yang Kai was constantly observing the situation around him, and also paying attention to the movements of the people behind him. At a certain moment, when he was checking the situation of the people behind him, his expression suddenly changed. There was no one behind him. Just a moment ago, he could still hear a slight heartbeat and footsteps behind him, but the next moment, the people who had been following him had disappeared without a trace. He turned around abruptly and looked back, but he couldn't see anyone else. Bing Yun, who had been following him closely and was only 3 steps away, had also disappeared. A trace of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. Yang Kai suddenly urged his divine senses to be vigilant of the movements around him. He didn't notice at all how the people behind him disappeared. With his current divine soul cultivation, even the demon saint and the great emperors couldn't do it without anyone noticing. The only explanation was that they had triggered some kind of restriction in the Xian Tian Palace, causing him to be separated from the others. If he was like this, what about the others? What kind of dangers would there be in this restriction? Yang Kai didn't know anything. All he could do now was to be secretly vigilant and continue moving forward. At the same time, Bing Yun, who was walking in the main hall, exclaimed in a low voice. What's wrong? Yang Inflammation asked immediately. Yang Kai is gone, Bing Yun said in surprise. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt their hair stand on end, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. They were all fake emperor-level powerhouses, and they weren't far from each other. Even though the situation here was strange and their divine senses were greatly suppressed, as long as they wanted to, they could still monitor anyone's movements. But in fact, until Bingyun spoke, no one noticed how Yang Kai disappeared. Even Yang Inflammation, who had been closely watching Yang Kai's movements, didn't notice. With a whoosh, Yang Inflammation rushed over from behind. He looked over and saw that there was indeed no one in front of him. He said seriously, "When did he disappear?" "Just now." She clearly heard Yang Kai's heartbeat and breathing. "Just now. How did he disappear?" "I'm not sure." Bingyun frowned. She wasn't distracted by anything else. Because she was the closest to Yang Kai, she was constantly paying attention to Yang Kai. But even she didn't notice how Yang Kai disappeared. She only reacted after Yang Kai disappeared. This was somewhat inconceivable. The purpose of her and Yang Inflammation's trip was to protect Yang Kai and participate in the final battle of the Great Tao. Now, even Yang Kai had disappeared. Even if Bingyun had a strong mind, she couldn't help but feel a little confused at this moment. If that was the case, then what was the meaning of Li Wui's sacrifice? "Everyone, be careful. Lord Yang might have triggered some restriction," Luo Meng said in a low voice. Yang Inflammation frowned and said, "If there was a restriction, why did he disappear alone? We should also be implicated." Although it couldn't be ruled out that the restriction was only triggered by one person, this was a little too strange. And at this moment, in the dark hall, a light suddenly bloomed. This light seemed to come from a distant location, hazy and hazy. As the light spread out, the darkness that had shrouded the hall retreated a great deal, revealing a 10-foot wide passage that emitted a faint light that led directly to the place where the light came from. Kai Yang had suddenly disappeared, and now such a glimmering path had appeared. Everyone was confused. Standing on this path, there wasn't any danger. Instead, there was a faint calling coming from the front, as if the target they were searching for was right in front of them. After a moment of silence, Luo Meng said, "Master Yang Inflammation, although Lord Yang is missing, with his ability, I don't think anything will happen to him easily. If he escapes, he will definitely go to that final place. Why don't we go first and wait for him to come?" Yang Inflammation was silent for a while before gently nodding. She also knew that Luo Meng was right. She didn't know how Yang Kai disappeared or where he was now. Even if she tried to find him, she wouldn't be able to find any clues. Instead of that, it was better to wait at the end where they might see Yang Kai. Since they had made up their minds, everyone didn't waste any more time and immediately set off. However, after learning a lesson from the previous incident, everyone was even more careful. But to everyone's surprise, no one appeared until they reached the end of the faint light passage. At the end of the path, there was a spacious hall. It was over 1,000 feet tall and had a huge space. At the center of the hall, there was an ancient cauldron that was slowly rotating. The patterns around the cauldron flickered with a faint light, and a dense aura of the great path emanated from the cauldron. "The Heaven Void Cauldron!" Luo Meng exclaimed as she stared at the giant cauldron engraved with complex patterns. This giant cauldron was the giant cauldron that had been projected into the world. Although it had shrunk countless times, it was still several meters tall. It wasn't just Luo Meng whose eyes were burning, the eyes of the 6 pseudo-emperors present also burned with desire at this moment. Long before entering the profound Heaven Palace, everyone knew that they had to find the Heaven Void Cauldron in this sealed world, but no one knew where the Heaven Void Cauldron was. At this moment, the key to becoming great emperors had finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. And if they could unravel the secrets of the Heaven Void Cauldron, they could become great emperors. With a whoosh, a figure flashed past Luo Meng and pounced straight towards the Heaven Void Cauldron. It turned out that one of his companions had already made the first move. For the pseudo-emperors of the Star Boundary, the half-saint of demon race was a mortal enemy, but at the last moment, their original companions had become competitors. Luo Meng was startled, but she quickly reacted and chased after him. Whoosh, 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 Gonli and the other pseudo-emperor were not willing to be left behind. In an instant, only Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun were left. The two women looked at each other. They didn't expect to reach the deepest part of the profound heaven palace so easily and find the heaven void cauldron so easily. As a result, the battle for the Great Tao had reached the most critical moment. Even if they didn't want to, who could remain unscathed in this vortex? Understanding each other's meaning, Yang Inflammation shouted, "Let's go." Activating his Emperor Qi, he and Bing Yun rushed forward together. Now that Yang Kai was not here, their previous mission was meaningless. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was alive or dead, who could turn a blind eye to the Great Tao opportunity that was right in front of them? However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, violent energy erupted within the palace as a series of figures emerged from all directions. One ability after another was hurled toward the person closest to the heaven void cauldron. This person was none other than the pseudo-emperor who came here with Yang Inflammation and the others and was the first to rush out. Seeing this, Luo Meng's expression changed drastically and she shouted, "Brother Zhou, watch out." The man surnamed Zhou was also taken aback. He thought that he and the others had arrived first and could enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position, but who knew that this was not the case? At this moment, he turned his head and saw passages appearing all around the hall. From these passages, figures flew out one after another. Among these people, there were pseudo-emperors from the star boundary and half-saint of demon race. Obviously, they had just arrived here and arrived almost at the same time as them. It was just that they had not come through the same glimmering passage. Those who attacked him were all from the half-saint of demon race. Although the pseudo-emperors of the human race were fighting for the initiative, it was not yet time for them to kill each other. Even so, the man surnamed Zhou felt his scalp go numb. There were at least a dozen divine technique attacks aimed at him. Although things had happened in a hurry, how could he block so many attacks? With a pale face, he raised his hand and summoned many artifacts, turning them into layers of protection around him. Chapter 3783. With a series of rumbling sounds, as the energy wreaked havoc, the layers of seemingly decent defenses crumbled like paper, layer by layer, unable to withstand a single blow. With a muffled groan, a figure was sent flying back, covered in blood and with a weak aura. Luo Meng reached out and caught this figure before his heart sank. At this moment, this man surnamed Zhou's Emperor Qi was fluctuating, his face was as pale as paper, and his body was covered in wounds. He was obviously seriously injured. This was not surprising. With so many half-saint of demon race attacking together, even Li Wu Yi would not be able to resist, let alone this man surnamed Zhou, who was completely focused on the heaven void cauldron. Everything had happened in a hurry, so it was already his limit to arrange layers of protection, but those layers of protection were not completely useless. At the very least, they had saved his life. Being seriously injured at this time was tantamount to losing the qualification to compete for the Great Tao. Brother Luo. The man surnamed Zhou opened his mouth and coughed up another mouthful of blood. His face looked even more dispirited and his eyes were filled with regret. He had cultivated for a lifetime and reached this point, but he had failed at the last moment. How could he be willing to accept this? He regretted being the one to stand out, but who would have thought that so many people would be here? Brother Luo, go ahead. This Zhou will heal first, the man surnamed Zhou said with difficulty before turning his head to look at the heaven void cauldron. What he saw was another false emperor from the star boundary rushing towards the heaven void cauldron with a fiery look on his face. His figure flickered as he rushed towards the heaven void cauldron. However, before he could get close to the heaven void cauldron, he was stopped by an invisible force, as if there was an invisible barrier around the heaven void cauldron. If this barrier was not broken, no one could approach it. During this delay, many more attacks came. The man's face changed drastically and he hurriedly dodged, but he was still hit several times, causing blood to spurt out from his wounds. More people rushed to the heaven void cauldron, but without exception, they were all stopped by the invisible force. At this moment, the half-saint of the demon race attacked fiercely, completely disregarding the great opportunities contained in the heaven void cauldron and taking advantage of the opportunity to kill the star boundary's false emperors. One side was scattered like sand, while the other side came prepared. The result could be imagined. In the blink of an eye, the astral realm suffered a great loss. In just a dozen breaths of time, a false emperor from the astral realm died tragically on the spot. After suffering a few losses, the many fake emperors of the star boundary no longer rashly approached the heaven void cauldron. Everyone could see that although the heaven void cauldron had appeared, it was not yet the critical moment. It was meaningless to fight for it at this time. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity to kill a powerful enemy. A chaotic battle broke out. Lights flickered everywhere in the huge hall. The might of emperor treasures and demonic treasures blossomed, causing endless rumbling sounds to ring out. Miserable cries could be heard from time to time. In this battlefield that only belonged to fake emperors and half-saints, any carelessness could become a fatal flaw. As the battle continued, both sides suffered casualties. Corpses fell from the sky one after another. Before they could land on the ground, their vitality disappeared without a trace, turning them into dried corpses. The heaven void cauldron that stood in the middle of the hall seemed to be rotating at a slightly faster speed. The pure grand mist yuan qi inside the cauldron slowly grew, expanding and contracting rhythmically, as if something was about to break out of the cauldron. Inside the hall, while the fake emperors and half-saints were fighting, Yang Kai was in an empty space. Without him noticing, he was separated from Yang Yen and the others and directly came to this strange space. There was not much fear, nor did he sense any dangerous aura. Instead, he felt a sense of peace, as if he had returned home. This feeling was fascinating, making one want to stay here forever and sink into oblivion. As soon as this thought appeared in Yang Kai's mind, a cool sensation instantly woke him up. This was the effect of the soul-warming lotus. Only when his soul was affected would the supreme treasure of heaven and earth, the soul-warming lotus, have such a reaction. Yang Kai was startled. He had clearly been vigilant enough, but he had still almost been bewitched. Furthermore, there was nothing in this strange space, yet he had such thoughts just by being here. What the hell is this place? Just as he was feeling puzzled, a bell-like voice suddenly sounded in his mind. What is heaven and earth? Who is it? Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. He looked around, but found nothing. This strange space was empty, and there was no one else besides him. He couldn't help but frown. Now that he thought about it, the voice just now didn't seem to have come from outside, but rather from inside his body. What is heaven and earth? The voice sounded again. Yang Kai became alert and quickly asked, who is it that is sneaking around? There was no reply. After waiting for a while, the voice sounded again, asking the same question again, what is heaven and earth? This attitude of not wanting to give up until it got an answer gave Yang Kai a headache. If it was a physical enemy, he could make a scene and see if he could escape, but now that he couldn't even figure out the source of this voice, Yang Kai was at his wit's end. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said in a clear voice, heaven and earth give birth to all things in the world depend on heaven and earth, all things are heaven and earth. After saying this, Yang Kai became vigilant of his surroundings. After waiting for a long time, the voice didn't sound again. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly, wondering if he had passed. Just as he finished thinking this, the voice sounded again, still as loud as a bell, shaking his eardrums and shaking his mind. What is Tao? With his previous experience, Yang Kai didn't compete with it this time, instead replying, Tao is the law, eternity, the origin of all things in the world. What is Tao? This time, the voice didn't stop at all and sounded again. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Did he answer incorrectly? Sorrow and joy are Tao, birth, old age, sickness and death are Tao, ripe melons fall is Tao, successful retreat is Tao, man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, Tao follows nature. What is Tao? Heart is Tao. What is Tao? Tao is the road under one's feet. All things in the world, even a tree or a grain of sand, have their own Tao. This Tao is their destiny, their existence, their Tao. What is Tao? At first, Yang Kai needed to think for a while to answer, but as the voice asked, Yang Kai answered faster and faster, as if he was no longer asking questions, but asking questions from his own heart. As the words came out, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel as if the dark clouds had been lifted and the moon was revealed. Many thoughts in his mind suddenly became clear, and he felt refreshed. What is Tao? Yang Kai lowered his head and grinned. What is Tao? After a slight pause, his lazy gaze became firm. Don't ask. If you keep chattering like this, I am Tao. Asterisk Kong, asterisk as if something had exploded inside his body, the surrounding space suddenly shattered, like a broken mirror, peeling off piece by piece. The fog in front of him was swept away, and he suddenly appeared in a large hall. Before Yang Kai had time to investigate his surroundings, he felt many gazes focus on him from all directions. Turning his head, Yang Kai grinned. There are quite a lot of people. Inside the hall, two groups of people were clearly separated. One side was the false emperor of the star boundary, and the other side was the half-saint from the demon territory. In each camp, there were more than 10 people, and the demon race had slightly more half-saint than the star boundary side. But at this moment, almost all of the false emperors and half-saint present were injured. Yang Kai saw Jia Long in the demon race's camp. Even this guy had a huge and ferocious wound on his chest, showing what kind of cruel struggle he had experienced. In addition to these two groups of people, there were also dried corpses scattered around the hall. Judging from the clothes of these dried corpses, there were false emperors from the star boundary and half-saint of demon race, and there were more than 20 to 30 corpses. This time, no more than 70 people had entered the mysterious Tian temple. Among these 70 people, there were 30 false emperors from the star boundary and 40 half-saint of demon race. If the masters who had died outside the mysterious Tian temple before were included, then those who were still alive and still had the strength to fight were gathered here. The battle of the Great Tao finally revealed its ferocious fangs here. It had only been a little more than a month since the mysterious Tian temple opened, and in this short period of time, the number of masters who had died in the star boundary and demon territory was as high as 40 to 50. This kind of thing was unimaginable in the past, but in the mysterious Tian temple, death had become a common occurrence. Yang Kai, are you okay? Yang Inflammation's voice came. When she saw Yang Kai appear here, she was pleasantly surprised. Although she felt that Yang Kai was in good condition, she was still a little worried that he might have encountered some accident. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm fine. Not only was he fine, after the strange experience just now, he felt surprisingly good, as if something in his body had loosened. Looking over, he saw the concerned eyes of Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun. Not only that, he also saw Xing Yuzhu in the crowd. When their eyes met, Xing Yuzhu smiled slightly while Yang Kai nodded. His eyes swept across the crowd, and when he saw one of them, his face immediately turned cold and murderous intent surged. Old dog Tsang Imo, you still have the face to show up. Tsang Imo looked at Yang Kai with a face full of resentment, but he did not say a word in the face of his curses. This was because he knew what he had done. At this time, arguing with Yang Kai would only expose what he had done. When the time came, there would be no place for him in the star boundary. Many false emperors frowned when they heard this. Although they knew that Yang Kai and Tsang Imo had a grudge, it was just a personal grudge. No one knew why Yang Kai suddenly attacked this time. Yang Inflammation sent a voice transmission. Let's talk about Tsang Imo when we return. Right now, it is more important to deal with the current situation. Yang Kai gently nodded when he heard this, and his figure flashed as he rushed towards the star boundary people. Although he wanted to take this opportunity to stab Tsang Imo to death, if he really did, it would only make a fool of himself in front of the demon race. It was very likely that he would break the strange piece in front of him. Chapter 3784. As such, even though Yang Kai's killing intent surged like a tide, he could only secretly restrain himself. Arriving in front of Yang Yan, Yang Kai whispered, "What happened before?" The tragic situation in front of him undoubtedly showed that before he arrived, the human and demon sides had experienced an unprecedented war, and the cause of this war was definitely related to the Great Tao opportunity. The Heaven Void Cauldron is here. Yang Yan pointed behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked back and narrowed his eyes. Behind him, in the center of the hall, there stood a simple giant cauldron. It seemed to have emerged from the ancient river of history, flowing with a desolate aura. The giant cauldron was engraved with countless strange patterns. At first glance, these patterns didn't seem special, but upon closer inspection, they all seemed to contain the truth of the Great Tao. Even though he had seen the giant projection of the Heaven Void Cauldron from afar, when Yang Kai saw the real thing for the first time, he couldn't help but be stunned. His mind was drawn to the Heaven Void Cauldron, giving him the impulse to desperately study the mysteries contained in this giant cauldron. Moreover, at this moment, the Heaven Void Cauldron wasn't empty. There was a small tree inside the giant cauldron. It wasn't very tall, only about 10 meters tall. The branches and leaves were emerald green, and on one of the branches hung a fruit. The fruit was the size of a fist, sparkling and translucent, and flowed with an inexplicable variety of colors. A peculiar fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose and rushed straight into his mind. This fragrance was somewhat familiar. It was the same one he had smelled before. Yang Kai suddenly realized that the source of the fragrance was here. What is this? Yang Kai frowned. The information he obtained from Xing Yuzhu only mentioned the existence of the Heaven Void Cauldron, but at this moment, there was actually a small tree inside the Heaven Void Cauldron with a fruit hanging from it. He turned his head to look at Xing Yuzhu, but the latter slowly shook her head, indicating that she also didn't know. He didn't know if she really didn't know, but at this moment, Yang Kai faintly felt that the key to becoming great emperors wasn't the Heaven Void Cauldron, but the fruit on the small tree inside the Heaven Void Cauldron. Yang Yan explained to the side. It turned out that after they had parted ways with Yang Kai, they had rushed all the way here. However, when they arrived, they found that everyone had gathered here. When they saw each other, they naturally had nothing to say and a great battle broke out. People continued to die, and as the number of deaths increased, a small tree gradually grew out of the Heaven Void Cauldron. A fruit gradually grew on the tree, and the scene before their eyes became what it was now. Too many people had died on both sides, and the remaining people were all injured. Death and pain made both sides gradually calm down. Before Yang Kai arrived, both sides were confronting each other. This is a heavenly source fruit. Jiao Long's voice sounded from the opposite side. Yang Kai raised his head and saw Jiao Long staring at the only fruit on the little tree with an infatuated expression. He couldn't help licking his lips as he spoke. Whoever obtains the source heavenly fruit and consumes it will be able to seize the Great Tao opportunity. He cast a sideways glance at Yang Kai and said provocatively, "Do you want it? Heavenly source fruit?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Can he tell you? It had to be said that the star boundary was at an absolute disadvantage when it came to obtaining information in this battle of the Great Tao. Many great emperors were trapped in an unknown space and couldn't leave. On the other hand, the half-saint of demon race had Qin Yi who could point out the maze in advance and let the half-saint of demon race know what the goal of this trip was. For generations, those who entered this mystery realm were all false emperors. Which one of them didn't seize the fortune of heaven and earth and obtain the favor of heaven and earth? Jiao Long didn't answer Yang Kai's question. Instead, he said, "Not to mention the false emperors of your star boundary, which one of us half-saint in the demon territory aren't in the same situation?" Even though they were enemies, Yang Kai couldn't refute Jiao Long's words. Elites who could cultivate to the level of false emperors and half-saint were all people with great fortune and had lived a wonderful life. Take himself for example. On his path of cultivation, he had encountered countless opportunities. If it weren't for those opportunities that made ordinary people jealous, how could he have reached this step? In this world, there would always be some people who were especially lucky and didn't die after falling off a cliff. Instead, they would obtain the treasures left behind in the cave abodes of the ancients and cultivate divine arts. They could escape in one move and soar 90,000 miles into the sky. The false emperors and half-sages standing here all had their own fortuitous encounters and opportunities. The heavenly source fruit in this mystery realm is formed from these fortunes and fortunes as nutrients. If it weren't for these fortunes and fortunes, this fruit wouldn't have appeared. Jiao Long looked indifferently at Yang Kai, a playful smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before he furrowed his brows and said, "You mean to say that this sealed world snatched away the luck and fortune of those who died and produced this source heavenly fruit?" "More or less." Jiao Long's expression turned solemn. "So in every battle of the Great Tao, more than half of the participants die. If they don't die, how can this fruit appear? Only when most of the participants are dead and the heavenly source fruit is returned to the world will the heavenly source fruit be born. The total amount of heavenly source luck is limited. The reason why only one heavenly source fruit was born this time was because only one great emperor was allowed to be born. If the bottle of heaven and earth still had the capacity, there would be more than one heavenly source fruit on the little tree. If that's the case, if I consume this heavenly source fruit, it is equivalent to stealing the fortunes and fortunes of those who died." His heart trembled. With so many false emperors and half-saint fortunes added to one person, it was no wonder the heavenly source fruit had such a miraculous effect. "Of course," Jiao Long said in a deep voice, "moreover, this battle of the Great Tao is different from the past. This time, we demon race will participate." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. "This is a lot of fortunes from two different universes." Jiao Long's arms shook as a crazed look appeared on his face. "This heavenly source fruit is more powerful than all the heavenly source fruits in the past. Whoever obtains it may stand above all the great emperors and demon saint in the future." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "So that's how it is." Soon after, he grinned. "It seems that not enough people have died this time." Jiao Long also smiled. "Of course, the fruit hasn't ripened yet." Although the heavenly source fruit on the little tree exuded an alluring fragrance and light flowed within it, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the heavenly source fruit had not fully ripened. There was also an invisible restriction around the heaven void cauldron that prevented anyone from approaching to steal it. However, since the fruit had already grown to such an extent, even if it wasn't fully ripened, it would be soon. Jiao Long suddenly raised 3 fingers and said in a deep voice, 3. At most, we only need 3 more people to die for the heavenly source fruit to ripen. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and nodded. In other words, we only need to kill 3 more people to complete the mission. Jiao Long grinned. "Where do you get such confidence from?" "We have the advantage in numbers." Yang Kai looked at him expectantly. "If we really have such a huge advantage, why are you wasting time with me? All of you are injured while I am at my peak. If we really fight, it's not certain who will suffer." Jiao Long said, "So, I have a suggestion." "Speak." 3 individual battles to determine victory and defeat, as well as life and death. No one is allowed to interfere. Life and death are up to fate. After the 3 battles, the heavenly source fruit will ripen and everyone will rely on their own abilities. Yang Kai frowned and swept his gaze across the half-saint of demon race behind Jiao Long. He faintly felt that these half-saints' injuries seemed to be more serious than he had imagined. If not, why would Jiao Long make such a suggestion when they had the advantage in numbers? However, when he turned his head to look at the astral boundary camp, the situation wasn't any better. Jiao Long said, "If we continue to fight, no one can guarantee that they will stop. This time, whether it is your astral boundary or my demon territory, the losses are big enough. Therefore, I am willing to use the smallest price to exchange for the greatest benefits. What do you think?" Jiao Long was the leader of the demon territory camp. The other half-saint wouldn't object to his decision. However, there was no leader on the astral boundary territory side. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't rashly agree on behalf of others. He pondered for a moment and said, We need to discuss. Jiaolong gestured with his hand, turned his head, and continued to stare at the source heavenly fruit, unable to conceal the greed in his eyes. There was no way he wouldn't be greedy. As long as he could obtain this source heavenly fruit and consume it, he would instantly rise to the ranks of the demon saint. What kind of supreme glory would that be? Moreover, as he had said before, this source heavenly fruit was different from the previous ones. It had gathered the fortunes of two different worlds. If he really consumed it, no one knew what kind of miraculous effects it would have. Yang Kai turned around and looked at the many fake emperors of the astral boundary. At this time, there were only 12 people left on the astral boundary's side, including himself. It should be known that when he entered the mysterious Heaven Palace's world's secret domain, there were a total of 30 people. In just a short month, 18 fake emperors had fallen here and turned into nutrients for the source heavenly fruit's birth and ripening. Ganli, who had been following him before, was also gone. His fate was most likely tragic. Yang Kai's eyes involuntarily revealed a pained look. He took a deep breath and said, "Master, you must have heard that guy's words. What do you think?" Yang Yanyan frowned. "Do you believe him?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment. "I believe the part about the source heavenly fruit. At this point, it's useless even if he lied. Moreover, I feel that the fruit is indeed the key to becoming great emperors. As for the rest..." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Bing Yun said, "The information about the source heavenly fruit doesn't seem to be false. When we came here, the fruit tree didn't exist in the heaven void cauldron, but as more and more people died, the fruit tree and fruit slowly appeared." Someone else said, "If that's the case, then there's no harm in agreeing to his proposal. In any case, there's no harm to us. On the contrary, it's their side that will suffer a loss. There are only 3 battles. We still have to carefully consider who will go on stage." Chapter 3785. There were only 3 battles left, so the remaining people could rest up. Although they didn't know how long they could rest, at the very least, they would be able to avoid the risk of dying here. Regardless of whether they won or lost, they most likely wouldn't have a good ending. It was very likely that they would miss out on this battle of the Great Tao. This was a lifelong pursuit, so no one would be hot-blooded enough to take on such a task. After all, this wasn't a battle to determine victory or defeat, but a battle to determine life and death. If the source heavenly fruit wanted to fully ripen, people must die here. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Yang Kai opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Yang Yan interrupted him. "Since that's the case, we'll agree to their proposal first. As for who will go on stage, we'll see what they choose first." Everyone nodded. Yang Inflammation fiercely glared at Yang Kai, warning him not to speak carelessly. Yang Kai helplessly sniffed. Turning around, Yang Kai looked at Jiaolong and said, "We've discussed it. What do you think?" Jiaolong put his hands behind his back and smiled indifferently, as if he already knew that the star boundary side wouldn't refuse his proposal. "We can accept your proposal." Jiaolong chuckled, "That's good. But these 3 battles..." Just as Yang Kai was about to carefully discuss the candidates, a sudden change occurred. A rumbling sound suddenly came from the ground, causing him to pause abruptly. He vigilantly looked forward and saw that Jiaolong's expression had also turned solemn. 4 pairs of eyes met, and both saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They knew that the other side shouldn't have done anything. In the next moment, ripples appeared on the ground. In the originally spacious hall, a huge piece of foundation suddenly floated upwards, rising more than 300 feet in an instant before stopping. Then, 2 translucent light curtains descended from the sky, covering the star boundary side and the demon territory side respectively. It happened so suddenly that no one could react in time. By the time they saw the light curtains descending, it was already too late to escape. Roars rang out one after another as Emperor Qi and Demon Qi surged. Both sides tried their best, but without exception, they all failed. 2 semicircular light screens descended, separating the human race false emperor from the half-saint of demon race. Yang Kai furrowed his brows and his body swayed. At that moment, he seemed to have become illusory, but he soon solidified again. This was undoubtedly a sign that he couldn't use teleportation. The sudden appearance of the semicircular light screen actually had the effect of sealing the heaven and earth. No matter which side it was, all of them were in a state of chaos at this moment. Divine technique was constantly being launched at the screen of light, but the screen of light's toughness was far beyond their imagination. Those who launched the attacks were all fake emperors and half-saint realm experts, yet they were unable to do anything to the screen of light that sealed the world. Another series of rumbling sounds rang out as the ground within the range of the two light curtains rose until it was more than 100 feet above the high platform in the middle before stopping. At this moment, both sides were standing on a high platform. The high platform was surrounded by a light screen. In the center, there was another high platform, but this one was much larger. When all the changes stopped, the more than 20 fake emperors and half-saint realm experts all looked at each other in confusion, none of them knowing what had happened. Kai Yang furrowed his brow and looked towards the center of the high platform, but before he could get a clear look, he suddenly heard a soft rustling sound beside him. Then, a figure appeared on the side of the high platform near him. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he exclaimed in surprise, "Master Lin." The figure who suddenly appeared on the high platform in the center was surprisingly the Dingshan Army's corps commander, Lin Rusong. This man was a good person. When Sang Mo attacked Yang Kai when they entered the mysterious Heaven Temple, he even took the initiative to offer a spot to enter the mysterious Heaven Temple to calm the storm. His broad-mindedness was admirable. Yang Kai was extremely surprised, and the other fake emperors around him also exclaimed in surprise. Because Lin Rusong was standing with them just a moment ago, no one saw how he appeared on the high platform in the center. Lin Rusong himself was obviously very surprised as he suddenly appeared on the high platform with a blank expression on his face. At this moment, on the opposite side of the high platform, a half-saint of demon race suddenly appeared. Like Lin Rusong, the half-saint of demon race did not understand the situation when he appeared and looked around blankly. On a lonely high platform, a fake emperor and a half-saint of demon race appeared strangely, less than 1,000 meters apart from each other, while the others were trapped in the light screens on the other two high platforms, unable to escape. Wasn't this situation the best interpretation of a one-on-one battle? Heaven and Earth Spirit. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, looking up at the sky, but there was only darkness in the hall. He had just agreed to Jia Long's suggestion when such an unforeseen event occurred. It was as if there was a will in the unseen world that was paying attention to this side. Once both sides agreed, it would immediately create a one-on-one battlefield. Now, no one had to worry about the other side secretly interfering. Jia Long also understood this and couldn't help but grin. It seems that this heaven and earth spirit can't wait. Interesting, interesting. Previously, the human and demon race had stopped fighting, and the source heavenly fruit was not ripe yet. Now that there was an opportunity, the will of heaven and earth immediately accelerated the process of the battle of the Great Tao. They didn't even give the two sides a chance to choose a candidate to participate in the battle and directly chose one from each camp. "Master Lin, do it!" Yang Kai shouted. Lin Rusong quivered. But, he quickly reacted. It didn't matter why he had appeared on this high platform. But, there was a semi-sage devil on the opposite side. So, he had to kill his opponent first if he wanted to survive. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, he raised his hand and summoned out a ruler. This ruler was only the length of his palm, and as he poured his emperor chi into it, it turned into a boundless number of ruler's shadows that shot towards the enemy. Strange laughter rang out as the half-saint of demon race on the opposite side turned into a streak of blood-red light and rushed over, shuttling through the endless ruler shadows without taking any damage. Lin Rusong didn't panic. Although he was old and had been living in seclusion in the mountains and forests before the demon race invaded the star boundary, he still had his foundation as a fake emperor, and this ruler artifact had been refined by him for countless years, so he had long since become one with it. Seeing his opponent rush over, Lin Rusong immediately clenched his hand, and the boundless ruler's shadows twisted and turned into a giant ruler that swept horizontally. Even if they didn't face this attack directly, all the fake emperors and half-saint spectators could feel the power of this attack. Even if there was a mountain in front of this ruler, it would most likely be flattened in the next moment. And the blood demon half-saint was a little overwhelmed and was directly swept away by the ruler. Cheers immediately rang out from the Star Boundaries camp. However, at that moment, a loud boom rang out. The blood demon that was swept away instantly collapsed and turned into a sea of blood. It went around the ruler from both sides and enveloped Lin Rusong. Lin Rusong's expression changed, and he formed a seal with one hand, summoning the giant ruler to defend himself, once again turning into a boundless ruler's shadow and bombarding the sea of blood. A large amount of blood was swept away, but the sea of blood seemed to be endless and didn't slow down at all. Lin Rusong retreated again and again, but there was no way out. There seemed to be an invisible barrier on the high platform, so he couldn't leave the range of the high platform at all. In a hurry, Lin Rusong bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The ruler shone brightly and instantly broke through the obstruction of the sea of blood and returned to him, quickly rotating around him and turning into a solid layer of protection. This artifact was a top-grade offensive and defensive artifact. Strange laughter continued to ring out, and the sea of blood enveloped Lin Rusong like a tsunami and disappeared without a trace. The two had only fought for a few breaths of time, so it was still unknown who had the upper hand. But after Lin Rusong's figure disappeared from their field of vision, many fake emperors from the Star Boundary couldn't help but show worried expressions. Rumbling sounds came from the high platform, but due to the obstruction of the sea of blood, no one could clearly see what was happening inside. However, judging from the movements, it was clear that Lin Rusong and the blood demon were engaged in a life-and-death battle. How is Master Lin's injury? Yang Kai looked over with a grave expression and asked in a deep voice. Bing Yun shook his head sadly. It's not light. He had some internal injuries before, so he can only display 70% of his peak strength at most. Yang Kai's expression darkened when he heard this. He knew that Lin Rusong was most likely going to die this time. Although his opponent was also injured, judging from the attacks just now, it shouldn't be as serious as Lin Rusong's. Moreover, Lin Rusong's strength largely relied on the ruler-shaped artifact, but the sea of blood of the blood demon had a strong corrosive power. If Lin Rusong couldn't end the battle in a short time, once his artifact was corroded by the sea of blood, he would lose his greatest reliance. At that time, the situation would only become worse. This feeling of knowing that his companion's life was in danger but not being able to rescue him was terrible. Yang Kai repeatedly tried to teleport to the high platform he was on, but he was powerless. The light curtain that shrouded the high platform had completely locked this space. Looking at the central high platform with a gloomy face, Yang Kai clenched his fists. Although he and Lin Rusong didn't have much interaction, the fact that the other party was willing to give up the quota to enter mysterious Tian Temple was still fresh in Yang Kai's mind. Such a selfless person shouldn't die here. On the contrary, the old dog Tsang Mo, who had plotted against his companion, was still standing on the high platform. Yang Kai looked back at him coldly, vaguely understanding what it meant to be ruthless. I hope that Master Lin will be blessed by heaven. Yang Yun sighed, but he also knew that this was nothing more than self-consolation. Fighting alone in such a closed environment, the only thing he could rely on was his own strength. Opposite him, Jia Long looked over with a smile, and after meeting Yang Kai's eyes, he reached out and wiped his neck. The fierce battle continued. Surrounded by the sea of blood, the situation inside was completely unknown. Only rumbling sounds constantly came from the sea of blood. On the high platform, demonic Qi and Emperor Qi were also fiercely colliding. Yang Kai's heart kept sinking. Too much time had passed. Chapter 3786. After a full half an hour, the commotion on the high platform slowly subsided. Under everyone's gaze, the sea of blood retreated with a loud crash, and the scene inside was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Although they were mentally prepared, when they saw the scene on the high platform, the expressions of many fake emperors on the star boundary's side couldn't help but dim. At this moment, Lin Rusong was lying in a corner of the high platform. His old body was emaciated, and his shriveled body was covered with wounds of different sizes. He was also dripping with blood from head to toe. It was a tragic sight. His ruler-shaped artifact had also fallen to the side. The ruler, which was originally overflowing with brilliance, was now dim, just like Lin Rusong's turbid eyes. There were many traces of corrosion on its surface. The shriveled body and the artifact that had lost most of its spirituality clearly showed the intensity of the previous battle. As for his opponent, the blood demon half-saint, he was half-kneeling not far away, gasping for breath. His scarlet eyes were full of murderous intent as he coldly stared at Lin Rusong, who was less than 300 meters away from him. Judging from the blood demon's condition, although he had won this battle, it was definitely not easy. Under normal circumstances, a fight between a fake emperor and a half-saint would result in both sides suffering, unless one side had an obvious advantage in strength. Staggering, the blood demon stood up, let out a strange laugh, and walked towards Lin Rusong step by step. "Elder Lin!" someone shouted. Although Lin Rusong's appearance at this moment was extremely miserable, his chest was still rising and falling slightly. Obviously, he was still alive. Now, both sides were arrows at the end of their flight. Even though the blood demon seemed to be in a better condition, as long as Lin Rusong still had a fatal blow, he might be able to turn the tables. But even when the blood demon arrived in front of Lin Rusong, he still didn't react. The blood demon raised his hand, and a dark red blood mist appeared on the surface of his body. He pointed at Lin Rusong, and the thick blood mist turned into blood snakes that drilled into Lin Rusong's 7 apertures. Lin Rusong suddenly opened his eyes, revealing an extremely painful expression. He looked towards the fake emperors of the star boundary and reached out to grab at them, as if he was trying to grasp at a life-saving straw. When they met that pair of turbid yet still yearning eyes, a deep sense of powerlessness welled up in the numerous fake emperors of the star world. They felt as if there was a volcano brewing in their chests that could erupt at any moment. Watching a veteran fake emperor walk step by step towards his demise, no matter who it was, they couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. Apart from the heartache, they were also secretly worried that the next one to go up the high platform to participate in the battle of life and death would be themselves. Would they follow in Lin Rusong's footsteps? What made the fake emperors even more furious was that the blood demon half-saint actually turned his head at this moment and grinned maliciously at them with a complacent expression on his face. Yang Kai stared at him, the coldness in his eyes like ice that would never melt. Meeting Yang Kai's eyes, Blood Devil grinned fiendishly. His mouth moved a few times. From the shape of his mouth, he seemed to be saying, "If you have the ability, come and kill me." In the end, Lin Rusong was unable to turn the tables. The injuries he had suffered before were not light to begin with. Under the control of the blood demon's secret technique, he had no power to resist at all. After 10 breaths, the last bit of vitality he had left dissipated. His shriveled corpse turned into a dried corpse at a visible rate. The source heavenly fruit in the heaven void cauldron was indeed fuller, and its alluring fragrance was even richer. Seeing this scene, everyone knew that Jiao Long was right. Indeed, only 3 more people needed to die here for the source heavenly fruit to fully mature. At that time, the final battle of the Great Tao would begin. With a swoosh, the victorious blood demon disappeared from the high platform and instantly returned to the demon race's camp. He didn't return on his own accord, but just like before, he had suddenly entered the battle of life and death and involuntarily returned. Jiao Long glanced back at him and nodded slightly, "Well done." Blood demon smiled proudly and sat down cross-legged to meditate. He closed his eyes and began to heal his injuries. In the battle with Lin Rusong, he had also suffered serious injuries. If he didn't quickly recover, he definitely wouldn't be able to participate in the battle of life and death. At this moment, whether it was the fake emperors in the star boundary or the half-saint in the demon territory, an uneasy thought emerged in everyone's mind: who will be the next to enter the battle of life and death? If it's me, who will my opponent be? Before they could finish their thoughts, there was a slight movement beside them. With their previous experience, no one panicked this time and immediately looked towards the battle of life and death. What they saw made the Star Boundary people cry out in surprise. Yang Yen Yun and Bing Yun's beautiful faces sank. Because the Star Boundary side's candidate for the second battle of life and death was Yang Kai. When they looked to their side, Yang Kai, who was standing at the side previously, was indeed nowhere to be seen. Yang Yen Yun suddenly revealed an anxious expression. He couldn't understand why the will of heaven and earth would choose Yang Kai to enter the battle. Didn't Yang Kai carry a part of the will of heaven and earth? Logically speaking, heaven and earth should be biased towards him. At this time, he shouldn't be allowed to enter the battle no matter what. Regardless of winning or losing this battle, Yang Kai wouldn't benefit. If he won, he would only consume his own strength. If he lost, he would end up in a miserable state. At this moment, Yang Yen even had the urge to curse out loud. This damned heavens really don't have eyes. On the opposite side, Jiao Long's eyes suddenly burst with light. He stared at Yang Kai with a restless expression. He was the strongest person under the demon saint in the demon territory. He was the most powerful half-saint. If Yang Kai didn't have the space divine technique, he was confident that he could kill Yang Kai. However, whether it was outside or inside the secret realm of heaven and earth, even if he could win against Yang Kai, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Once the situation went south, Yang Kai would immediately escape. No one under the demon saint could stop his instant movement technique. However, the life and death arena was different. It had a diameter of 300 meters and was surrounded by invisible restrictions. Yang Kai's space divine technique couldn't be used at all. As long as heaven and earth chose him to enter the battle, he would definitely be able to make Yang Kai bleed here. Jiao Long's eyes filled with expectation quickly turned into disappointment. When he heard a sound beside him, a half-saint of demon race appeared in the corner of the life and death arena. When he looked over, Jiao Long's face immediately became gloomy. Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun's originally worried expressions also became a bit strange. Bing Yun smiled and said, as expected of someone blessed by heaven and earth. Even at this time, he can still take advantage of the situation. Yang Inflammation also let out a sigh of relief, then I'm relieved. On the high platform, Yang Kai was at a loss for a moment, but he quickly reacted. He was on the life and death arena. Just as Yang Inflammation thought, he was slightly surprised. He didn't know why the will of heaven and earth would choose him to enter the battle. However, he didn't think too much about it. Since he was chosen, then the only thing he could do was to kill his opponent with the smallest price. As for whether he had this ability, Yang Kai was full of confidence. When he arrived here, the fake emperors and half-saint had already experienced a chaotic battle. They were all injured and couldn't use their full strength. On the other hand, he entered a strange space and asked about his Tao heart. Not only was he unharmed, but his thoughts were also clear. There was no way he would lose when he was at his peak state against an injured opponent. In the first battle, Astral Realm was defeated and Lin Rusong died. He had to win the second battle no matter what. Before he finished thinking, a figure appeared in the opposite corner. Yang Kai immediately looked over. When he saw who his opponent was, he couldn't help but grin. 1,000 feet away, Blood Demon, who was covered in blood and had a pale face, looked around in panic. He couldn't understand how he came back up in the blink of an eye after leaving the life and death arena. There were 14 to 15 half-saint of the demon race, and it was him both times. This probability was simply unimaginable. Jiao Long's face was gloomy. The will of heaven and earth. If the opponent wasn't Yang Kai, he might believe that this was a matter of probability, but since it was Yang Kai, it wasn't so simple. Previously, everyone was guessing what kind of help the will of heaven and earth could provide to Yang Kai in this battle, but no one could say for sure. After all, there was no such record in the past. It had always been those who seized the opportunity of the great path and became great emperors who received the will of heaven and earth. However, it was the opposite for Yang Kai. Such a situation was unprecedented and there was no precedent. And now, whether it was on the side of the star boundary or on the side of the demon territory, they all deeply felt the benefits of the invisible and inexplicable will of heaven and earth. Blood Demon fought with Lin Rusong for half an hour before. Although he won in the end, he was an arrow at the end of its flight. At this time, not to mention Yang Kai, a half-saint high-ranked demon king, even an ordinary high-ranked demon king would be able to take his life. In this battle, the star boundary would undoubtedly win. There was no need to doubt anything. It was precisely because of this that Yang Yun and Bing Yun, who saw Yang Kai enter the life and death arena, completely relaxed. In the crowd, Tsang Mo's face was gloomy, and the expectation in his eyes turned into disappointment. On the life and death arena, 1,000 feet away, Yang Kai looked at Blood Demon indifferently, but he didn't choose to make a move immediately. This silent oppression made Blood Demon panic. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Jia Long for help. It was just like how Lin Rusong looked before he died. At this moment, he seemed to have experienced the despair of his previous opponent. The light in front of him was completely shrouded in darkness. Asterisk ta ta ta, asterisk Yang Kai stepped forward. Blood Demon couldn't help but retreat, but where could he retreat to? He was originally in the corner. The invisible barrier on the life and death arena sealed the world, so he couldn't continue to retreat. Looking over in horror, he saw Yang Kai lowering his head. The hair in front of his forehead covered half of his face, but he could vaguely see a ferocious light through the gaps of his hair. There was also a dried corpse on the life and death arena. It was Lin Rusong. Yang Kai came to the dried corpse, squatted down, and waved his hand, putting it into the small sealed world. When he got up again, he looked up at Blood Demon, who was hiding at the edge of the life and death arena and looking at him vigilantly. He slowly raised his hand and suddenly shouted, "Die!" The wind blew. Yang Kai's figure was still in the same place, but there was another him at the edge of the arena. At this moment, Yang Kai was holding a spear with one hand, and there was a figure on the tip of the spear. Chapter 3787. The blue dragon spear pierced through the Blood Demon half-saint's chest, causing blood to flow down the spear. The Blood Demon's eyes widened as he gripped the spear with both hands, a look of shock on his face. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The crowd was in an uproar, even though they knew that Yang Kai would definitely not lose after seeing who was on the other side. But seeing him lift the Blood Demon half-saint up so easily still gave them a strong visual impact. In front of the furious Yang Kai, the heavily wounded Blood Demon simply had no strength to resist. The Blood Demon struggled and squirmed as he made a gurgling sound. His blood chi surged as he held back for a long time before he angrily shouted, "I refuse to accept this." If he was given a fair opportunity to fight Yang Kai alone, he would definitely not be so miserable. However, he had fought with Lin Rusong before, so at this moment, he only had less than 20% of his combat power left. Facing Yang Kai's thunderous attack, he didn't even have the chance to dodge. He was well aware of how terrifying and difficult it was to deal with a martial Dao true intent. Under this spear attack, a strange force was destroying his body and mind. His grief and indignation finally turned into a roar. Many of the Star Boundary's fake emperors who watched this scene were full of joy. They recalled how this guy had made a silent provocation to Yang Kai when he was tormenting Lin Rusong. They didn't expect him to hit the nail on the head in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, karma came quickly. This king won't let you off easily even if he dies. The Blood Demon half-saint roared again, and the power of his vitality suddenly exuded a dangerous aura. His hands quickly formed seals, and his body suddenly expanded. "Yang Kai, be careful!" Bing Yun exclaimed. Looking at this situation, the Blood Demon seemed to be about to self-destruct. Even though he was now an arrow at the end of its flight, the power of a half-saint's self-destruction was not small. If he wasn't careful, he might suffer a big loss. Just a dying struggle. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The black dragon's spear trembled, and a violent power was transmitted from the spear. With a boom, the blood demon on the tip of the spear was directly shattered, turning into pieces of bones that scattered in all directions. Before the skeletons even landed on the ground, they had already lost all of their energy and turned into dried corpses. It had only been 10 breaths of time since Yang Kai had entered the arena to the end of the battle. The Blood Devil half-saint hadn't even used a single move. Perhaps, such a situation wouldn't have happened even if he had faced a real demon saint. This was definitely the fastest death of a half-saint in history. Sheathing his spear, Yang Kai coldly stared at the demon race's camp. He pointed his spear forward and shouted, "Who's next? Die." As soon as he said this, Yang Yen frowned and said with a worried expression, "He can't be thinking of using his own will of heaven and earth to influence the next selection, right?" Bing Yun's expression changed slightly, but he nodded and said, "It's possible." There was no pattern to the two selections, so the fake emperors and half-saints present could only passively endure. However, if it was Yang Kai, it wasn't impossible for him to do as Yang Yen said and use his own will of heaven and earth to influence the next selection. After all, the karmic luck of the heavens and earth had given him a huge advantage in the second round. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to win so easily if it was any other half-saint who had entered the arena. However, in the next instant, Yang Kai's figure suddenly disappeared from the life and death platform. By the time everyone reacted, he had already returned to the Star Boundary Camp's high platform. Yang Kai frowned and sighed inwardly. Just as Yang Yen said, he really did want to use his will of heaven and earth to exert some influence and see if he could continue to stay on the life and death platform for the third battle. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. His gaze swept across the crowd. Since he had returned, who would go on the next battle? Under his gaze, the fake emperors all had solemn expressions. From the corner of his eyes, he suddenly saw a figure disappear. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly turned his head to look at the life and death platform. His eyes immediately shrank. Yang Yen beside him also reached out to cover her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. On the life and death platform, in the corner near the Star Boundary Camp, a white figure stood alone. There were specks of blood on her dress, and she exuded a cold aura. Bing Yun turned her head and looked around, then smiled lightly. "Is this me?" She raised her eyes and looked forward. In the opposite corner, there was also a burly figure. After seeing who it was, Bing Yun's eyes revealed a trace of bitterness. "Jia Long." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. He couldn't help but want to curse. It was fine if the Star Boundary side's third selection was Bing Yun, but the Demon Race side selection was actually Jia Long. This time, Bing Yun was in danger. Jia Long was the strongest person in the half-saint of Demon Race. Yang Kai knew that even if he encountered him, he wouldn't be able to win. His endless army of refined corpses was simply annoying, and his strength was also very tyrannical. If it was just a battle of victory or defeat, it would be fine. If he couldn't win, he would still have a chance. However, on the life and death platform, one side was bound to fall. According to Yang Kai's estimation, Bing Yun's chances of winning were less than 30%. There was a great possibility that she would die on the life and death platform. Both of them came from Hangluo Star Field. Ever since they came out of the solitary void-sealed world, Bing Yun had been taking care of him. Later, she even accepted Su Yan as her last disciple and taught her carefully. If something happened to Bing Yun here, Yang Kai didn't know how to explain it to Su Yan and Ji Yao. Should he tell them that he watched Bing Yun get killed by Jia Long without being able to intervene? Thinking about the possible outcome of Bing Yun's death, Yang Kai felt his scalp go numb. What should we do? Yang Yun was also a little panicked. She never thought of this situation. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and suddenly shot his spear forward. A violent energy swept out, but the barrier on the platform was undamaged. Instead, it scared the others. At this moment, the battle on the life and death platform began. Just like how Yang Kai wouldn't give the blood demon half-saint any time to breathe, Jialong obviously didn't plan to give Bingyun much time to recover. After he appeared, he immediately urged the boundless corpse chi to fill the entire life and death platform. Bingyun swung her long sword, and sword halos swept around. A cold aura filled the air, blocking the spread of the corpse chi. Jialong sneered and raised his hand. From the corpse chi, figures appeared one after another, each exuding a powerful aura. Seeing this, Bingyun's expression became serious. She reached out and wiped the long sword with her fingers. Blood flowed out, and the sword hummed. The sword swept out like a waterfall. The refined corpses were cut in half, but under the nourishment of the corpse chi, they quickly healed and stood up again. They continued to attack Bingyun. Jialong hid in the corpse chi, and his figure was erratic. Powerful secret techniques covered Bingyun from time to time. Ice law filled the air, and snowflakes fell from the sky. When the snowflakes fell on the refined corpses, they immediately turned into hexagonal ice crystals. They quickly spread and froze the refined corpses into ice sculptures. However, there were still 2 refined corpses that were not affected. These 2 refined corpses were refined from half-saint corpses. They were the most powerful refined corpses under Jialong. Each of them seemed to have retained a little of their strength from when they were alive. They attacked from left and right, assisting Jialong in harassing Bingyun. In comparison, Bingyun had only been promoted to false emperor for a few years, while Jialong was a veteran half-saint in the demon territory. He was also the strongest under demon saint. There was a gap in their strength. Now that Jialong had the help of refined corpses, how could Bingyun be his opponent? After a few dozen breaths of time, Bingyun's breathing became a little chaotic. She was careless and was hit by Jialong's palm. A cracking sound came from her shoulder, and she was sent flying. On the life and death arena, Bingyun and Jialong were fighting to the death. On the astral boundaries grandstand, Yang Kai used all his means to bombard the light screen. At first, he was the only one, but Yang Yun soon joined in. Then, Xing Yuzhu also joined in. However, even with the combined strength of the 3, they could not shake the light screen at all. A person next to him sighed and said, "Please stop. This restriction is not something we can break. We have already tried before. If we don't fight to the death over there, I'm afraid we can't get out." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear. Anger burned in his heart, and his attacks became more and more fierce. The wanton energy made many false emperors' expressions change. On the life and death arena, Bingyun's exclamation came again. She was hit by Jialong's divine technique again. A dark green light appeared on her originally pale face. It was obvious that the corpse poison had invaded her body. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Bingyun desperately trying to escape. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. According to the situation, Bingyun would most likely die in less than half a cup of tea's time. At that time, all he could do was collect Bingyun's corpse. His heart was burning with anxiety. What could he do to help Bingyun resolve this calamity? Not to mention that the restriction on the grandstand was so tough that they couldn't break it. Even if they broke it, what could they do? There was another layer of restriction on the life and death arena. If they couldn't solve this problem in half a cup of tea's time, they wouldn't be able to save Bingyun. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to think of something and turned his head to look at the Heaven Void Cauldron. In the Heaven Void Cauldron, the source heavenly fruit on the small tree was slightly swaying like a living creature. Light flowed inside as if it was about to ripen. When Lin Rusong died, the source heavenly fruit had already undergone some changes. When the blood demon half-saint died, the source heavenly fruit had undergone some changes again. As long as one more person died here, the source heavenly fruit should be completely ripe. As long as one more person died. The person who died might not necessarily be Bingyun. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly became enlightened. He secretly transmitted a message to Yang Yan and fiercely circulated his demonic qi. Yang Yan, who was casting spells to attack the restriction, was startled for a moment before her beautiful eyes lit up. She nodded imperceptibly and abruptly turned around. The 3 rings on her wrist turned into 3 flames and shot towards one person. She shouted in a low voice, "Zhang Yimou killed Feng Wuyang while escaping. He's heartless, despicable, and shameless. The heavenly Tao will not tolerate him." At the same time, Yang Kai also abruptly turned around. His spirit power swept out like a tsunami. The golden vertical pupil in his left eye appeared and met Zhang Mo's eyes. The black dragon spear in his hand fiercely stabbed out. On the tip of the spear, a fist-sized black dot exuded an aura that could devour all things. Chapter 3788. Everything happened so quickly that no one was able to react. Even Zhang Yimou himself was still waiting to watch a good show, coldly watching Yang Kai, Yang Yan, and the others bombarding the barrier, but who would have thought that in the next moment, they would all turn their spears against him. Caught off guard, he was affected by Yang Kai's divine soul power and his mind was in a trance. Fortunately, he had a good foundation and quickly reacted. With a roar, he punched out with both fists, which turned into a sky full of fist shadows. With a series of booming sounds, Yang Yan's 3 blazing flame rings were blown away. The 3 blazing flame rings flashed wildly and Yang Kai's figure also leaned back, taking a few steps back. On the black dragon spear, the black dot flashed and disappeared, collapsing a large area of the void. Zhang Yimou took advantage of the situation to fall back, his face pale. Yang Kai showed a surprised look, secretly thinking that this old dog's strength was really good, but in a hurry to withstand his and Yang Yan's 2 divine technique, he estimated that his current situation was not much better. However, before he could attack again, he heard a low voice coming from beside him, "Yan Ru Shan Hua." A green figure flashed, and when it reappeared it was behind Zhang Yimou, blood dripping from the 2 curved blades in Xing Yuzhu's hands. Zhang Yimou looked like he was struck by lightning, lowering his head to look at his chest and waist, each with a huge wound. Turning his head, he cursed, "Bitch." He had no enmity with Xing Yuzhu, and had never even met her before. He really couldn't understand why this woman would attack him, and at such a critical moment, leaving him no chance to dodge or resist. "Thanks." Yang Kai shouted, and when he exhaled, the long spear leisurely retracted, and once again stretched out like a dragon coming out of the sea. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk with 3 whooshing sounds, Yang Yan's expression became solemn, his hands forming a series of seals, and the 3 blazing flame rings returned, turning into 3 shackles that covered Zhang Yimou. Unable to dodge, Zhang Yimou was directly tied up. Zhang Mo's face really changed this time. The scorching power of the 3 blazing flame rings had imprisoned his freedom and Emperor Qi. Seeing Yang Kai mercilessly thrusting his spear at him, Zhang Yimou roared, "Yang Kai, how dare you? I am from the star boundary, facing a great enemy. If you dare kill me, you will be committing a crime against the world." Yang Kai was unmoved, his voice cold. "When Master Feng was trapped by you, why didn't you think you were from the star boundary? Now you mention it, don't you think it's ridiculous?" As soon as his words fell, the black dragon spear, Zhang Yimou, Zhang, his chest. Zhang Mo's body shook, and he glared angrily at Yang Kai. 10 meters away, Yang Kai looked back at him without any hesitation, his eyes cold and callous. In the stands, there was silence. All the star boundary fake emperors looked at this sudden scene in horror, their minds unable to recover. From the time Yang Kai launched his attack until now, only 3 breaths had passed. It was so fast that no one could react. Before this, they were still watching the battle on the life and death stage, secretly worried about Bing Yun's safety. Who would have thought that Bing Yun was still alive, and Zhang Yimou, who was beside her, would be killed? It was not that Zhang Yimou was weak. He was able to cultivate to the fake emperor realm because of his own good fortune. But in the stands, 3 people had attacked him, and all of them were sneak attacks. How could he block them? Not to mention his freedom was restricted by Yang Kai's 3 blazing flame rings. Not only were the stands on the star boundary side silent, but even the stands on the demon territory side were also silent. Many half-saint of demon race members stared at this side with wide eyes, all of them wearing inexplicable surprise. Drip, drip. Blood dripped to the ground, splashing everywhere. Blood overflowed from the corners of Tsang Mo's mouth. He reached out and grabbed the black dragon spear, as if he wanted to hold on to his last bit of life. His eyes were full of resentment and regret as he said bitterly, "If I had known this would happen, if I had known this would happen, this king would have killed you in the lower star territory." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. "This king can refine pills for regret, do you want to buy one?" Pooh. Tsang Mo vomited blood. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "There is not much time left. For the sake of the star boundary, for the sake of the common people, please, die." With a shake of his hand, demonic chi surged wildly, shattering Tsang Mo's meridians and annihilating his vitality. Tsang Mo's eyes were full of unwillingness, but the light quickly dissipated. Yang Kai pulled out his spear and swept his eyes around. Nearly 10 star boundaries false emperors frowned and looked at him with slight vigilance. Although they had heard some clues from Yang Kai and Yang Yan's words just now, no one knew whether what they said was true or false. However, since Tsang Mo was dead now, no one would turn on Yang Kai and Yang Yan for a dead person. The necessary vigilance would not be lacking. Yang Kai also knew that his actions were very likely to alienate the false emperors who were still alive in the star boundary, but this matter concerned Bing Yun's life and death, so he couldn't care less. At worst, he could explain it when he returned to the star boundary. He believed that with Yang Yan as a witness, the truth should be figured out soon. He glanced at Xing Yuzhu again and nodded slightly to her. This time, Xing Yuzhu didn't ask anything, didn't say anything. When she saw Yang Kai take action, she immediately came to help. It was probably because she had been saved by Yang Kai before. And if it weren't for her, he and Yang Yan wouldn't have finished the battle so quickly. Under those circumstances, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him and Yang Yan. Sensing his gaze, Xing Yuzhu smiled slightly, then pointed to the side and said, "Get ready." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn, and he secretly urged his demonic chi. In the stands, Tsang Mo fell to the ground, and his body quickly turned into a dried corpse. The patterns on the surface of the heaven void cauldron, which had been slowly rotating, suddenly bloomed with dazzling light, and the aura of the great Tao flowed out. The source heavenly fruit on the small tree in the cauldron also changed inexplicably at this moment. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple, constantly circulating. At a certain moment, it suddenly turned into a rainbow-colored light, illuminating the entire hall in a dazzling and colorful light. With a crash, something seemed to break. The light curtain that had been shrouding both sides of the stands suddenly collapsed and disappeared. At this moment, whether it was the star boundary's false emperors or the half-saint of demon race, their eyes became extremely fiery. Swish, swish, swish. Figures flew into the air and rushed straight towards the heaven void cauldron. Their target was the ripened source heavenly fruit. When the light curtain shattered, Yang Kai's anxious heart finally relaxed. He knew that Jia Long was right. They only needed 3 more people to die for the source heavenly fruit to completely ripen, and his plan to rescue Bing Yun would succeed. His figure flickered, and just as he was about to compete for the source heavenly fruit, he involuntarily glanced at the life and death stage. Yang Kai frowned. On the life and death stage, Bing Yun was not Jia Long's opponent, and she had been dodging Jia Long's divine technique attacks. However, when all the restrictions were broken and the source heavenly fruit ripened, she actually took the initiative to attack. A dazzling light swayed from her sword, turning into sword rings that enveloped Jia Long. Looking at her posture, it seemed that she wanted to delay Jia Long for a while. Jia Long was furious. The greatest opportunity in the world was right in front of him, so how could he have the mood to fight with Bing Yun? He naturally wanted to snatch the source heavenly fruit as soon as possible, but Bing Yun was a fake emperor. If she really wanted to stop him, it would not be easy to get rid of her. In his rage, he opened his mouth and inhaled, causing his chest and abdomen to swell. He then spat out a mouthful of turbid corpse chi towards Bing Yun like a dragon emerging from the sea. He roared, "Scram!" Icy cold energy lingered around her body, but it couldn't stop the corpse chi from invading her body. Frozen Cloud was directly sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. Jiao Long ignored her and pounced towards the source heavenly fruit as fast as lightning. Just as Bing Yun was about to fall to the ground, a figure suddenly appeared behind her and supported her with one hand. He asked worriedly, "Senior, are you okay?" Bing Yun looked up and met Yang Kai's eyes. She couldn't help but feel anxious. "Don't worry about me, go." She took a blow from Jiao Long to stop him for a moment in order to create an opportunity for the people in the star boundary. Who knew that Yang Kai would come for her? What was the point of her previous efforts? After saying this, Bing Yun's face turned even paler, almost draining of blood. Yang Kai also knew that time was of the essence. Seeing that Bing Yun's life was not in danger, he immediately put her into the sealed world bead with his divine sense and handed her over to the two wood spirits. Not daring to stop, his figure flickered again and disappeared in an instant. "Get out here!" Jiao Long's roar rang out. Yang Kai, who was shuttling through the void, only felt a huge force coming towards him. He was involuntarily shaken out of his body and was still some distance away from the heaven void cauldron. At this moment, next to the heaven void cauldron, figures rushed forward one after another like cats that had smelled fish. They were all scrambling to fight for the greatest opportunity in the world. At this time, whether it was the false emperor or the half-saint, even though the intent to form the spirit array was still there, it was more for themselves. Everyone around them was their competitor. Next to the heaven void cauldron, a chaotic battle broke out again. Divine technique after divine technique was used, one after another, dazzling like a flower. However, at this final juncture of the battle for the Great Tao, everyone became extremely careful. No one wanted to be easily injured at this time, so no one used their full strength, leaving a large part of their mind to protect themselves. The scene looked extremely fierce, but the cruelty of the battle was far from what it was at the beginning. Everyone was holding back, only preparing to snatch the source heavenly fruit. Unfortunately, under the obstruction of each other, no one could get within 10 meters of the heaven void cauldron. Anyone who had the opportunity would be blocked by the enemy. In terms of the number of people who entered the profound heaven temple, the demon territory had an absolute advantage. Although this advantage was not as great as it was at the beginning, the demon territory still had 4 or 5 half-saint realm cultivators more than the false emperors from the star boundary. And these 4 or 5 half-saint realm cultivators were the key to determining the outcome. As time passed, the half-saint of demon race gradually gained the upper hand. They formed a triangle and slowly approached the heaven void cauldron, while the false emperors from the star boundary were blocked outside. For a moment, everyone was anxious. Chapter 3789. Yang Kai's repeated attempts to use the law of space to approach the heaven void cauldron were all repelled by Jiao Long, causing his expression to turn ugly. Although Jiao Long was not proficient in the Tao of space, the heaven void cauldron was right there. If Yang Kai wanted to seize the heavenly source fruit, he would have to get close to the heaven void cauldron, so he only needed to exert pressure from the surroundings. The astral boundary's fake emperors could not break through the half-saint's defensive circle, so they could forget about getting close to the heavenly source fruit. At this critical moment, the extra people from the demon race became the key to victory. Time passed, and the battle continued. The fake emperors could only watch helplessly as the half-saint slowly approached the heaven void cauldron. Finally, when the heaven void cauldron was within reach, Jiao Long shouted, "Stop them." Then, he turned around and rushed towards the heaven void cauldron. He opened his hand and grabbed the heavenly source fruit, his eyes blazing. As long as he could seize the heavenly source fruit, he would win the final victory. Not only would he make the astral boundary lose everything, but he would also give the demon race another demon saint. At that time, the astral boundary would no longer be able to resist. At this moment, a person's low voice suddenly sounded, "Heaven. Crushing strike." A terrifying divine sense spread out, and the invisible spirit attack turned into a short spear that was visible to the naked eye and shot straight towards Jiaolong's head. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he turned his head to look at the person who spoke. He saw a middle-aged man smiling at him with a sly look in his eyes. Yang Kai knew this middle-aged man, but he was not familiar with him. He was one of the demon heavenly path's 4 great dark lords, Fire Lord. When he entered the profound heaven palace, Yang Kai had paid special attention to this person. After all, he was the only human in the demon race's camp. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens, so it was difficult not to pay attention to him. In profound heavenly temple's world-sealed world, Yang Kai had not met the other party, nor had he had any dealings with them. In the chaotic battle just now, they had fought a few times, but since everyone had been holding back, Yang Kai had not been able to determine the other party's depths. Who would have thought that he would suddenly launch an attack, and the target of his attack was Jiaolong? This move was too surprising. Just like how Yang Kai suddenly attacked Song Mo, the demon race probably didn't expect that Fire Lord of the demonic path would actually have the guts to plot against the first half-saint of the demon race. Only Yang Kai's eyes lit up in surprise. If the Fire Lord hadn't said a word, he might not have understood what was going on. He would have guessed that the Fire Lord had ulterior motives and wanted to snatch the source heavenly fruit. However, when he heard the words heaven-breaking strike, how could he not know what was going on? He also knew this soul's secret technique, and the person who taught him this secret technique was Tian Yen, whom he had met in the Divine Ascension Mirror in Azure Sun Temple. Tian Yen was born from the Divine Ascension Mirror, and because he didn't have a physical body, his attainments in soul cultivation were extremely terrifying. The Divine Ascension Mirror was also a world, and Tian Yan's attainments in soul cultivation had definitely reached the level of the great emperors. Later on, Yang Kai coincidentally obtained the flesh incarnation fruit and refined the flesh incarnation pill, which helped Tian Yan form a physical body and break free from the shackles of the Divine Ascension Mirror, allowing him to appear in this world. However, when Tian Yan's physical body had just been formed, his strength was low. Later on, he stayed in Azure Sun Temple for a while, and after he matured a little, he went out to wander the world. After that, there was no news of him. Yang Kai had also thought of inquiring about him, but the demon race had invaded and the star boundary was in chaos, so he didn't have the energy to do so. He never expected that the senior who had been missing for so many years would actually appear right in front of him. Moreover, he had even become one of the 4 great demon envoys of the demon heavenly way and infiltrated profound heaven temple, turning against him at the last moment. Yang Kai didn't know what Tian Yan had experienced all these years to allow him to cultivate all the way to the false emperor realm from scratch. However, this wasn't strange. He originally had the foundation of the great emperors, but he didn't have a physical body. With Yang Kai's help, he was able to form a physical body, and all his comprehension of the martial Tao was there. As long as he cultivated step by step, his cultivation would naturally increase rapidly. He wasn't like other cultivators who were restricted by various bottlenecks. As for why his appearance had changed, it was probably because he had used some kind of secret technique. Tian Yan's spirit cultivation was originally at the level of the great emperors. Even if there were many restrictions and he couldn't display his full strength, this attack couldn't be underestimated. The spirit spear visible to the naked eye blasted into Jiaolong's mind from behind while he was unprepared. Jiaolong's burly body suddenly froze in place, unable to move. His hand that was reaching for the source heavenly fruit was only a foot away from the 7-color divine fruit. But it wasn't over yet. After Tian Yan launched his attack, he didn't even look at Jiaolong. He clapped his hands together and suddenly pushed them to the sides. With him as the center, a huge ring of fire suddenly spread out. The ring of fire contained a scorching power. Caught off guard, many semi-sages of the demon race were thrown off their feet. The originally tight formation also exposed a huge flaw at this moment. "What are you waiting for?" Tian Yan chuckled as he looked at the pleasantly surprised Yang Kai. "Many thanks, senior," Yang Kai hurriedly said. His figure flickered as he rushed out through the gap Tian Yen had torn open, arriving in front of the heaven-void cauldron in the blink of an eye. Bastard! It was only now that Jia Long returned to his senses. He endured the heart-wrenching pain in his head as he clenched his hand into a fist and punched towards Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to Jia Long's attack. The only thing in his eyes was the source heavenly fruit. The moment Jia Long's fist was about to reach his body, he executed the Nihility secret technique and banished himself into the void. The punch filled with destructive power passed through Yang Kai's body. Although it didn't use its full power, the power that shook the void still made Yang Kai groan. Jia Long's expression changed, but it was too late to stop him. When he turned his head, he saw that Yang Kai had already reached the small tree and grabbed the source heavenly fruit. He gently plucked it and put the 7-colored divine fruit into his pouch. Jia Long went crazy and pounced towards Yang Kai with a furious roar. Yang Kai waited with rapt attention. He knew that it was time to decide life and death. Previously, everyone had held back because they wanted to snatch the source heavenly fruit. But now that the source heavenly fruit had been taken away by him, how could the many half-saint in the demon territory be willing to accept this? From the standpoint of the demon race, they couldn't let Yang Kai take the source heavenly fruit away even if they had to risk their lives. A storm of attacks rained down on Yang Kai from all directions. The joint attack of more than a dozen half-saint made Yang Kai's expression turn incomparably solemn. However, at that moment, with a rumbling sound, a transparent light curtain appeared around the heaven-void cauldron, blocking all the attacks before they could reach Yang Kai. Yang Kai was stunned, Jia Long was stunned, and all the half-saint and fake emperors were stunned. The hall was silent as everyone stared at Yang Kai, who was hiding on the small tree in the heaven-void cauldron, with different expressions. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. His tense mind completely relaxed. He didn't expect that the mysterious heaven palace would have such a protective restriction after snatching the source heavenly fruit. Although he was happy, he also felt a trace of fear. Fortunately, Senior Tian Yen had acted in time. Otherwise, if Jia Long had snatched the source heavenly fruit, he would be the one standing outside worrying. Laughter echoed in the spacious hall. The faces of the many half-saint in the demon territory were extremely ugly. Although the many fake emperors were unwilling, the result was still acceptable. Originally, everyone's bottom line was that they couldn't let the demon race obtain the opportunity. Although they weren't the ones who had the last laugh, Yang Kai was still a member of the star boundary. Yang Yen let out a long sigh. He recalled Li Wui's instructions before they set off and felt a sense of relief. Li Wui's sacrifice and the death of nearly 20 fake emperors hadn't been in vain. In the end, Yang Kai, who was only a high-grade demon king, had achieved the lifelong dream of an entire generation. Yang Yen was gratified. He turned his head to look at Xing Yuzhu and found that after hesitating for a while, she seemed to have let go of something and smiled. After a while, Yang Kai stopped laughing and coldly stared at Jia Long, who was standing a few feet away from him. He tossed the source heavenly fruit in his hand and said in a cold voice, "When this king refines this fruit, I'll kill you all one by one." Jia Long's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Looking at Yang Kai, who seemed to be within reach, he truly understood what it meant to be so close yet so far. With the existence of that restriction, he couldn't do anything to Yang Kai no matter what, and Yang Kai's words made him feel a sense of crisis. This little bastard's strength couldn't be underestimated. If he really refined the source heavenly fruit, how strong would he become? At that time, would a half-saint be his match? After Yang Kai finished speaking, he really opened his mouth and stuffed the source heavenly fruit into it and began chewing. His eyes were still glaring at Jia Long, as if he was about to teach him a lesson. Jia Long's expression changed. At this moment, no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. Yang Kai had already eaten the source heavenly fruit. How could he make him spit it out? Moreover, if he continued to delay here, he wouldn't be able to leave after refining the source heavenly fruit. Thinking of this, Jiao thought of retreating and shouted, "Let's go." Then, he led the dozen or so half-saint of demon race to slowly retreat. A trace of hesitation flashed across the faces of the fake emperors, but in the end, they didn't stop him. Now that the dust had settled and the number of people on both sides was about the same, it wouldn't be good for anyone to continue arguing. It was better to wait until Yang Kai refined the source heavenly fruit and his strength soared. It wouldn't be too late to deal with them then. On Yang Kai's side, the source heavenly fruit melted into a sweet liquid the moment it entered his mouth and flowed down his throat into his stomach. A warm feeling instantly spread throughout his body, causing his tense nerves to relax involuntarily and even make him feel drowsy. At the same time, various mysterious principles flashed across Yang Kai's knowledge sea, allowing him to gain insight into many mysteries. The mysterious Tian Hall is about to close. Forcing himself to maintain his consciousness, Yang Kai looked at the people in front of him. He didn't know why he knew all of this, but somehow, he was able to see the situation inside profound heavenly temple down to the smallest detail. Everyone was startled by this news, but they soon calmed down. Now that the source heavenly fruit had been swallowed by Yang Kai, there was no need for the mysterious Tian Hall to exist. It was only natural for it to close. Chapter 3790. There's no need to panic. When this world-sealed world closes, everyone will withdraw safely. As for me, I may have to stay here for a while, so I'll leave everything in the outside world to you. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Everyone returned the gesture, and Yang Yen said, "Focus on refining the source heavenly fruit. You don't have to worry about the outside world." Yang Kai nodded. It was useless for him to worry about the outside world. Since the world had given him a chance to survive and he had firmly grasped it, what he needed to do was to do his best to refine the source heavenly fruit so that he wouldn't disappoint the world. This senior Tian Yen is one of us. Azure Sun Temple's temple master one knows his origins. Yang Kai pointed to Tian Yen again. Yang Yen turned his head and smiled at Tian Yen. Although Tian Yen had previously played the role of Fire Lord of the Demon Sky Path, his betrayal at the last moment was enough to prove his position. In that situation, he could have rushed into the Heaven Void Cauldron and fought for the source heavenly fruit, but he didn't do so. Instead, after attacking Jiao, he dealt with the other half-saint of demon race, creating an opening for Yang Kai and creating a final opportunity. Therefore, at this moment, the many false emperors in the star boundary didn't have much hostility towards him. In fact, they didn't even have much vigilance against him. "Senior, I will never forget this kindness. I will thank you again after I come out of seclusion." Yang Kai cupped his fists towards Tian Yen. Tian Yen chuckled, "There's no need for that. Although the divine fruit is amazing, it isn't of much use to me. Since it has become your opportunity, this old master's many years of concealment have not been in vain." Yang Kai was taken aback and immediately understood that he had the foundation of the great emperors. Although others coveted the source heavenly fruit, it really wasn't of much use to him. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly frowned and said, "Time's up. Everyone, let's part ways here. I hope that the days ahead will be peaceful and we will have a good time drinking and chatting." As soon as he finished speaking, a buzzing sound suddenly resounded throughout the hall. Then, everyone felt a repulsive force pressing down on them from all directions. That repulsive force was so strong that no one could resist it. In just a short span of 3 breaths, it suddenly disappeared. Looking at the empty hall, Yang Kai's dizziness grew stronger. He sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and immersed his mind completely. In the star boundary, high up in the sky, a majestic and unadorned hall was suspended in midair. Among the billions of creatures in the star boundary, anyone could clearly see the outline of the hall as long as they raised their heads. It had been over a month since the Battle of the Grand Tao had begun, and the situation in the star dimension had become more and more precarious during this period. The demon race had set up a shocking spirit array, and the demon land, with the 108 demon dens of various sizes as its center, was constantly expanding. Every moment, large tracts of land in the 4 territories of the star boundary were being eroded by demon intent. As time passed, this speed became faster and faster. The space for the human race to move in the star boundary was constantly being compressed, and the various armies retreated again and again until there was no place to retreat. The entire Western territory was now completely eroded, and the situation in the Eastern, Southern, and Northern territories was not much better. Now, the human race's territory was less than 1/10 of its original size. It was likely that in less than half a month, the star boundary would completely fall. At that time, the star boundary would cease to exist, and when the nest was overturned, no eggs would remain intact. At that time, all the human race would likely become demons. The 2 great elders of the dragon race had repeatedly attacked, but the effect was minimal. Even though Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi's strength had greatly increased, and the husband and wife could suppress the 3 demon saints' joint forces, they could not stop the erosion and expansion of the demon land. Li Wuyi's hair had turned white. As the chief commander of the various armies in the star boundary, the pressure he was under was greater than anyone else. Before the Battle of the Grand Tao, he had asked all the fake emperors who participated to leave behind their life lamps. If they were alive, their life lamps would remain. If they were dead, their life lamps would extinguish. Over the past few days, he had watched as the 30 life lamps in his hand went out one by one, and his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. At this point, he only had 11 life lanterns that were still lit. In other words, of the people who entered the profound heaven temple, only 11 had survived. He had heard that the Battle of the Grand Tao was incomparably cruel, and that only 1/3 of the people who entered could return alive. Now, it seemed that this was not a lie. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that Yang Kai's life lamp was still shining, as well as Yang Inflammation's and Bing Yun's. As long as the 3 of them were fine, there was always a glimmer of hope. Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Territory, which was originally the Martial Beast's territory, had now been occupied by the various armies of the star boundary, and the island was full of human race soldiers. In the main hall, the commanders of the various armies were gathered together, with Li Wuyi at the head of the table. He glanced around and saw that everyone's expression was extremely solemn and gloomy. Today, they were gathered here to discuss the matter of retreat. The Western Territory had completely fallen, and the next 3 territories would be the Eastern, Southern, and Northern territories. The difference was only a matter of time. Even so, the star boundary still had to make a final effort. After pondering for a while, Li Wuyi said, "We can no longer stay in the Eastern Territory. From the intelligence gathered from all over the world, I'm afraid that in less than 10 days, the Eastern Territory will follow in the footsteps of the Western Territory. At that time, even Spirit Beast Island will not be spared. How is the situation in the Southern Territory?" While speaking, Li Wuyi turned his head and looked at Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan stood up and cupped his fists, a solemn expression on his face. Compared to the Eastern Territory, it's even worse. We can only hold on for a shorter time, 5 days at most. Hearing this, Li Wuyi frowned and looked at someone else. What about the Northern Territory? Zhehai Army Commander Pan Gingnian stood up and said, "The situation in the Northern Territory is better, but it shouldn't be able to hold on for long." But what? Li Wuyi raised his eyebrows. "The other territories in the Northern Territory are fine, but the situation in the High Heaven Palace is not bad." When the demon land expanded to 1,000 miles away from the High Heaven Palace, its speed dropped sharply and became extremely slow. In this old man's opinion, the High Heaven Palace can hold on for at least a month. The High Heaven Palace. Li Wuyi pondered, the protection of the world force. There was no reason for the High Heaven Palace to be different from other places, so the only explanation was Yang Kai. The High Heaven Palace was single-handedly built by Yang Kai, and this great sect carried his tremendous efforts. Before that, Yang Kai still had a trace of the world will on him, so it made sense to say that this was the last protection of the world force. "So, we can only evacuate to the High Heaven Palace?" Ma Qing stroked his goatee. "That's just drinking poison to quench thirst. What can we do in a month? Are we going to wait for death in the High Heaven Palace?" The person who spoke looked up at Li Wuyi and said, "Chief Army Master, what's the situation in Dragon Island?" If we evacuate to Dragon Island was a small isolated world, and its territory was vast, so it could accommodate a lot of people. With the current situation of the various legions in the astral boundary, even if all of them were to evacuate to Dragon Island, there should be more than enough space to spare. As for the humans who were not in the various legions, they could only pray for their own good. Li Wuyi slowly shook his head. The expansion of the demon land is due to the erosion of the demon will in the demon territory. Although Dragon Island is a small isolated world, it is also attached to the astral boundary. If the astral boundary is eroded, the small isolated world will naturally not be able to survive. Hiding in Dragon Island is not a good idea. It will only give the demon race an opportunity to catch a turtle in a jar. When that time comes, our situation will only be more passive. After pondering for a moment, a trace of determination flashed in Li Wuyi's eyes. Notify the entire army that within 3 days, we will evacuate to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Order all legions. At this point, the world suddenly trembled, interrupting him. Immediately after, a mysterious aura suddenly surged and swept through every corner of the star boundary. All the powerhouses who sensed this aura revealed thoughtful expressions at this moment, as if they had gained something from it. Li Wuyi was slightly startled, but then, as if thinking of something, his figure flickered and he quickly rushed out of the hall. Seeing him like this, the others naturally hurriedly followed. When they arrived outside the hall, they saw Li Wuyi looking up, and when they followed his gaze, their eyes instantly widened. In the sky, the profound heaven palace, which had been silent all this time, suddenly twisted and changed, quickly changing into the appearance of a simple giant cauldron. The giant cauldron flickered with light, and many strange patterns were engraved around it. The patterns floated and sank, and one name after another flashed. From these names, everyone saw many familiar and unfamiliar words. Xian Yuan, True Martial, Golden Cicada, Rakshasa, Flowing Time Great Emperor, Heaven Devouring Great Emperor, Rushing Sky, Iron Blood, Red Dust, Blue Sea, Blue Lotus, Ice Feather, Wondrous Pill, Heaven's Revelations, Beast Warrior, Leave your name on the Great Tao. Li Wuyi shouted in a low voice, his eyes burning with passion. The names of the great emperors were not self-imposed, nor were they passed down by the world, but were bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Every name of the great emperors coincided with their own great Tao, a great Tao recognized by the world. Only by leaving their name on the great Tao of heaven and earth could they become great emperors revered by the world. The familiar and unfamiliar words were undoubtedly the titles of the many great emperors of the star boundary. The titles of the 10 great emperors of the most recent generation were among them, not missing a single one. Even Qin Ye's name, Yi Ying, could be clearly seen. The colors of the characters flashing on the giant cauldron also seemed to be different. Although they were all golden in color, the older they were, the darker they became. Comparatively speaking, the words of the 10 great emperors of the most recent generation were the brightest in color. Is this the end? Li Wuyi's lips suddenly became dry as he stared at the giant cauldron, trying to find a new title from it. The profound heaven palace had not changed since its appearance, but now that it had suddenly turned into a giant cauldron, and the titles of the great emperors of the past were constantly appearing, there was no doubt that there had been new developments in the great Tao struggle, and it was very likely that it had already ended. What was the situation in the star boundary? Who would obtain the great Tao opportunity in the end? This was what Li Wuyi was most concerned about right now. If the star boundary obtained the great Tao opportunity, then the crisis in the star boundary would most likely change, but if the demon race succeeded, then the star boundary would really be in danger. No prize quiz. What title will Yang Kai leave on the heaven void cauldron? Chapter 3791. His eyes swept across the giant cauldron, but to Li Wuyi's disappointment, he couldn't find a new title. Did I fail? Even someone as calm as Li Wuyi, who could remain calm in the face of a demon saint, couldn't help but stagger at this moment, his face turning pale. The many corps commanders around him were also discussing spiritedly, their emotions flowing through the crowd. Wang, with a soft sound, a jade slip appeared in front of Li Wuyi out of thin air. Li Wuyi's expression brightened as he grabbed it and immersed his consciousness into it. After a moment of daze, a smile appeared on his face. At first, the smile was not obvious, but it soon widened and his laughter shook the world. Everyone turned their heads and stared at Li Wuyi and the jade slip in his hand. From the jade slip, they could feel the aura of yang inflammation. In other words, this jade slip was sent by yang inflammation, and yang inflammation was one of the candidates to participate in the Great Tao struggle. The fact that he sent this message at this time undoubtedly meant that the Great Tao struggle was indeed over. Judging from the happy look on Li Wuyi's face and his carefree laughter, everyone's spirits were lifted and the anxiety in their hearts was replaced by great surprise. Although they had some guesses, they didn't dare to be too sure until Li Wuyi confirmed it, lest the truth be false. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. General Master, could it be that the Great Tao opportunity has finally fallen into the hands of Star Boundary? An old man's beard trembled as he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart, an abnormal red flush appearing on his withered old face. General Master, what's the situation? Why don't you tell us first before you laugh? Li Wuyi, however, couldn't stop laughing. He laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes, leaving everyone quite speechless. Since they knew him, no one had ever seen him lose his composure like this. The pressure he had been under recently was simply too great. As the general commander of Star Boundary, he didn't dare to say that he was responsible for the survival of Star Boundary, but any decision he made was related to the future of hundreds of millions of lives and the continuation of an entire race. All he could do was stall for time as much as possible and preserve the strength of Star Boundary for any changes in the future. For this reason, he did not hesitate to give up the opportunity to enter the profound Heaven Palace and participate in the battle of the Great Tao. He gave up his life's pursuit. But now, this glimmer of hope had finally appeared. His tense state of mind relaxed a lot at this moment. After a long while, Li Wuyi finally restrained his smile. His gaze swept across the faces of the fake emperors one by one, and then he said in a deep voice, "The opportunity of the Great Tao has been obtained by our Star Boundary." As soon as he said this, everyone's breathing quickened. Although they had guessed this before, they didn't dare to believe it until Li Wuyi personally admitted it. "Who is it?" the elderly man asked in a trembling voice. After all, this was the key to becoming great emperors. The person who had seized the opportunity of the Great Path was very likely to be the future great emperors of the astral boundary. How could he not ask clearly? "Yang Kai." Li Wuyi replied with a smile. A burst of exclamations rang out, and everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Although Yang Kai's performance when he returned from the demon territory this time was amazing, no one had thought that this candidate would actually be him. After all, his cultivation was there for all to see. Previously, when Li Wuyi gave up his spot to Yang Kai, to be honest, many people felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Although the path of martial Tao wasn't necessarily based on seniority, Yang Kai's cultivation was low, and his qualifications were shallow. Even if Li Wuyi really wanted to give up his spot, it wouldn't be his turn to enter the profound Heaven Palace. Before this, everyone felt that it was a waste for Yang Kai to enter the profound Heaven Palace. If his cultivation wasn't at the false emperor realm, what could he do there? Just come out and do nothing? So when Li Wuyi said the words Yang Kai, no one expected that the final result of the battle of the Great Tao would actually be such a situation. A guy who wasn't even a false emperor realm cultivator would actually come out on top. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. When they thought of Li Wuyi's decision at that time, they actually felt that he had great foresight. Li Wuyi's face was also filled with pride. He had stood his ground against all opposition and allowed Yang Kai to occupy a precious spot to enter the profound Heaven Palace. This had put him under a lot of pressure, and if it weren't for his position as the general commander, he would have been questioned long ago. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't disappoint in the end. "Is it really Yang Kai?" someone asked in disbelief. "What's the specific situation?" How are the casualties in the star boundary? Questions were asked one after another, and everyone looked eagerly at Li Wuyi. Before Li Wuyi could answer, a series of swishing sounds rang out, and a number of figures suddenly appeared beside Li Wuyi. Everyone looked over and couldn't help but narrow their eyes because these figures were all candidates to enter the profound heaven palace this time. However, at this moment, almost all of them were injured, and almost none of them were unharmed. Those who were seriously injured even had weak auras and were covered in blood. And there were only about 10 people who appeared here. Yang Yan was the leader, and when she appeared, she only felt pairs of fiery eyes staring at her. She quickly figured out what was going on and smiled, cupping her fists at Li Wuyi. I didn't let you down. As soon as she came out of the profound heaven palace, she immediately sent a message to Li Wuyi to inform him of the results of the Battle of the Great Daos, and then she activated the space spirit bead to come here. Li Wuyi nodded. Thank you for your hard work. He then looked at the people behind her, and a trace of sadness flashed across his face. He cupped his fists and said, Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Everyone returned the gesture. Li Wuyi looked at Yang Yan and asked, Is that all? Although he controlled everyone's life lamps and knew how many people had died in the profound heaven palace from the flickering of their life lamps, how could he be reconciled if he didn't get to the bottom of this? Yang Yan nodded sadly. Bing Yun is also in Yang Kai's small sealed world. She will come out with Yang Kai. Li Wuyi sighed. In the Battle of the Great Daos, only 3 out of 10 will survive. The heavenly way is heartless. The group of fake emperors who stayed in the star boundary were also pale at this moment. After the Battle of the Great Daos ended, only about 10 of them returned. Even if Yang Kai and Bing Yun were included, there were only a dozen or so. However, more than 30 of them entered. In just over a month, the star boundary's casualties were so heavy. Over the years, the battle of the two realms had never caused such heavy casualties to the star boundary's fake emperors. Moreover, among the 10 who returned, there was one who was very noteworthy. Li Wuyi stared at Tian Yen for a while and was slightly surprised. Fire Lord? From the looks of it, this Fire Lord of the demonic heavenly path was not captured, but he had strangely appeared with the fake emperors of the star boundary. Furthermore, they were coexisting peacefully. It seemed that something had happened in the profound heaven palace. Yang Yan said, This is Master Tian Yen. At the last moment of the Battle of the Great Daos, it was thanks to him that the demon race's plan was foiled, allowing Yang Kai to seize the initiative. He is one of us. Li Wuyi's expression changed slightly, but he did not ask in detail. Instead, he asked, How are the losses on the demon race's side? Yang Yan smiled bitterly, Not any less than us. There are no more than 15 of them who are still alive. There was a burst of gasps. There were 40 people from the half-saint of demon race, and less than 15 of them survived in the end. The casualty rate was basically the same as the star boundary's side. Looking at it this way, the star boundary's losses were not unacceptable. Next, under the questioning of everyone, Yang Yan and the others briefly recounted their encounters in the profound heaven palace. Everyone yearned for the mysteries of that secret realm of heaven and earth, but the dangers that were brewing everywhere and the desperate battle at the last moment were also very frightening. They could not help but wonder, if they had entered the profound heaven palace, would they have been part of the survivors? After learning that Tian Yen had plotted against Jia Long at the last moment and caused Jia Long's efforts to fail, everyone's expression softened. Wen Zishan also testified to Tian Yan's origins at this time, which made everyone admire him even more. One had to know that the demonic heavenly path was a faction that Qin Yi had founded back then. Tian Yen had been able to successfully infiltrate it and become one of the 4 great lords without being seen through. He had even concealed himself until the time of the Great Dao battle before delivering a fatal blow to the devil race. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort. If it were someone else, even Li Wuyi would not have been able to do this. Yang Kai swallowed the source Empyrean fruit and said that he may have to stay in the profound heaven palace for a while. Yang Yan added. Li Wuyi nodded and said, it gathers the fortune of dozens of fake emperors and half-saint realm demon territory. It will not be easy to refine such a divine fruit. After pondering for a while, he said, all of you go and rest. There may be a tough battle before Yang Kai comes out of seclusion. Yang Yen and the others quickly left. Although they had gained a lot from participating in the Battle of the Great Daos, they really needed a good rest. Li Wuyi's loud voice rang out, pass down my order, all legions gather their men and bring their supplies. Evacuate Spirit Beast Island and head to the Northern Territory. High Heaven Palace. That would be the last pure land of the Star Boundary. If the High Heaven Palace fell, the Star Boundary would not be far from destruction. Many Legion commanders received the order and left. Orders were passed down layer by layer, and the soldiers gathered on Spirit Beast Island were soon ready to go. The space array continued to operate, and rays of light flashed incessantly. After 3 days, when Li Wuyi evacuated from Spirit Beast Island, the entire island was empty. Mo Shaoqi's eyes were red and swollen as she looked at the home she had lived in since childhood with reluctance and said with a choked voice, Uncle Li, will we come back? Li Wuyi patted her head, we will definitely come back. With a flash of light, Li Wuyi and Mo Shaoqi's figures also disappeared from the space array. A moment later, the space array cracked and turned into a pile of dust. 2 days later, the Southern Territory fell. The entire Southern Territory was invaded by the Demon Land. In the Demon Land's territory, the flowers and trees withered, and it was dead silent, as if even the vitality of the world had been taken away. Another 4 days later, the Eastern Territory fell. On the day the Eastern Territory fell, Yang Xiao was ordered to quietly return to Dragon Island to observe the changes in the small world where Dragon Island was located. He soon reported that the small world where Dragon Island was located was not spared. Demon intent invaded Dragon Island through the Void Gate, and the originally beautiful scenery turned into a dead silence in an instant. Chapter 3792. In the vast astral realm, only the area within a radius of 1,000 miles around the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory had not been eroded. All the armies in the astral realm had gathered here, and the 2 great elders of the dragon race were personally overseeing it. This place would be the final battlefield of the final battle between the humans and demons. If they won, they would have a chance to catch their breath. If they lost, they would be doomed eternally. Since the start of the battle between the 2 realms, the billions of lives in the astral realm had been lost. In the Eastern, Southern, Western and Western Territory, humans could be seen everywhere. They had been eroded by the demon will, lost their minds, and only knew how to kill. Although the High Heaven Palace was large, it could not accommodate so many people. Now that all the armies in the astral realm had gathered, it was almost overcrowded. Because of this, many soldiers had no choice but to stay in the One Realm bead all day. The One Realm bead that Yang Kai had refined was also stuffed to the brim. Perhaps it was the final protection of the will of heaven and earth. After the demon will had eroded the Eastern, Southern, Western Territory and most of the Northern Territory, it finally met with resistance in the area within a radius of 1,000 miles around the High Heaven Palace. The speed of the erosion was extremely slow, and in the end, it could not advance even an inch. Somehow, there seemed to be some power around the High Heaven Palace that blocked the erosion of the demon will, leaving the last place for the humans in the astral realm to stand. Now that the entire astral realm had been taken in, whether it was the demon saint or the half-saint below, they could not tolerate the special existence of the High Heaven Palace. Only by eroding the High Heaven Palace could the great plan of the demon race be completed. Perhaps there was also a sense of crisis from losing the battle. Therefore, 10 days after the battle ended, and 3 days after the Eastern Territory had fallen, the demon race army attacked. The demon race from the various demon dens came out in full force. They rushed over from all directions and surrounded the High Heaven Palace. Without any pleasantries, they directly launched an all-out attack. The first to attack the High Heaven Palace was not the demon race's army, but the humans who had been eroded by the demonic will and turned into demons. The number of these demons was 10 times or even 100 times larger than the demon race's main army. They could be found almost everywhere in the 4 territories of the astral boundary. The demon race's army only needed to capture and drive them away to form a huge camp. Under the influence of the demon race, the confused demon race, who only knew how to kill, fearlessly rushed towards the high heaven palace. The strength of these demons was generally not high. Any soldier of the Star Boundary's army could kill a large number of them, but there were too many of them. Outside the high heaven palace, a fierce battle began. Facing his former compatriots, Li Wui could only harden his heart and give the order to annihilate them. In just 3 days, tens of millions of demon dwellers had died outside Lingxiao Palace. Blood flowed like a river within 1,000 li, and corpses piled up layer after layer. With the deaths of these demons, the demonic qi in their bodies leaked out and finally infected the land that was originally protected by the heavens and earth. Outside the high heaven palace, the demon land once again pushed forward. Although the speed was not fast, if this continued, the high heaven palace would not be able to survive one day. Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu were furious. They brazenly rushed out of the high heaven palace and headed straight for the demon race's army. Although they displayed their might, they were stopped by Shueli, Fu Yu, and Huabu in time. The demon race suffered many casualties in this battle, but it did not affect the overall situation. More white hair grew on Li Wui's head. Every day, he would raise his head countless times to look at the heaven void cauldron in the sky. He looked at the constantly flashing words around the giant cauldron and secretly prayed that Yang Kai would return as soon as possible. 10 days after the start of the final battle, the demon land advanced 500 kilometers outside the high heaven palace. 5 days later, they advanced another 300 kilometers, outside the high heaven palace. Only 200 kilometers had not been invaded by the demon land. As time passed, the demon race's attacks grew fiercer and fiercer, and the star boundary was somewhat exhausted. Despair spread among the various armies, and under the heavy pressure, many people's willpower was on the verge of collapse. All kinds of chaos played out in the high heaven palace. With external troubles and internal troubles, many experts were badly battered. While the battle was in full swing, inside the heaven void cauldron in the profound heaven palace, under the divine tree, Yang Kai seemed to be sleeping. After swallowing the source heavenly fruit, he felt drowsy and couldn't resist the drowsiness at all. He barely managed to say a few words to Yang Yan and the others before he directly fell asleep. His mind was empty and his body felt numb. It was as if he had returned to his mother's belly. A feeling of peace enveloped him as a new life was being born. At a certain moment, his consciousness became clear for a moment, and he couldn't help but think about his own Tao. If he hadn't experienced the Tao heart before, Yang Kai might not have known what he wanted, but after that strange experience, Yang Kai was very clear on what he should do. He should search for his own Tao, the Tao that was recognized by the heavens and earth. And his Tao was the Tao of space. Bits and pieces of the past lingered in his mind, and bit by bit, his understanding of the Tao of space emerged. He thought back to when he first saw the Tao of space, then to when he reached the minor accomplishment stage, then to when he finally reached the next level. Layer by layer, Yang Kai's understanding of his Tao became increasingly clear. The void trembled as tiny cracks appeared in the surrounding space, slithering about like spirit snakes. His demonic qi and spiritual energy were rapidly shrinking towards a certain point in his body, faintly showing signs of turning into a mysterious mark. A Tao seal. Although no one had ever told him this before, Yang Kai quickly understood his own situation when he experienced this process himself. Gather one's essence, qi and spirit, one's lifetime of comprehension, and condense a Tao seal that belonged to oneself. Only in this way could one walk their own Tao and possess their own Tao. This was an extremely dangerous process, but also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. He slowly poured his own understanding and comprehension into the embryonic form of the Tao seal, perfecting it little by little. He didn't know the passage of time, nor did he know whether the outside world was good or bad. His entire mind was immersed in the Tao seal. Slowly, the The vague outline of the Tao seal began to take shape, and as Yang Kai worked hard, the outline became clearer and clearer. However, Yang Kai wasn't satisfied because this process was a little slow. At this time, he had completely forgotten about the crisis in the star boundary, but subconsciously, he knew very well that he had to condense his own Tao seal as soon as possible, otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Almost instinctively, Yang Kai took out the heaven and earth source liquid from the small sealed world bead and took a big gulp. The feeling of splitting the heavens and earth came this time, shaking his spirit. When the heavens and earth were created, the world principles were extremely rich. This mouthful of heaven and earth source liquid seemed to have pulled Yang Kai back to the ancient era when the heavens and earth were created. Immersed in the chaos, an invisible force wrapped around him from all directions, turning into the capital and strength to condense his Tao seal. Yang Kai devoured this force hungrily, and the speed at which the Tao seal was condensing in his body suddenly accelerated. The bright Tao seal flickered with dazzling brilliance as it imprinted itself on his dragon bone, causing Yang Kai's whole body to emit a faint golden light. Outside the High Heaven Palace, the sect defending array flashed wildly as countless demon dwellers pounced over. Attacks were launched from the High Heaven Palace, harvesting the lives of these demon dwellers like cutting straw. Corpses piled up into mountains, and blood flowed freely. This was a turbulent era, an era of slaughter and baptism of blood. The life and death of the weak was out of control, and the strong were in danger of dying at any time. The heavenly way was ruthless and impermanent. Li Wuyi's black hair had turned into Yin Si in just 10 days. Standing on the summit of High Heaven Peak, he looked outside the array with a solemn expression. The expressions of everyone behind him were also extremely solemn. Although they had been on tenterhooks all this time, fearing that they would lose the High Heaven Palace, the last barrier and fortress of the star boundary, at this moment, no matter who it was, they were all filled with fighting spirit. If they could perish together with the world of heaven and earth, they would not let this life down. A figure rushed in from the front. It was Ying Fei. Wiping the blood off his face, he cupped his hands and said, reporting, "The Northwest Great Array is in imminent danger. It will be broken in as short as an incense stick and as long as an hour. Sir Fu Renjie is requesting reinforcements." Li Wui turned his head around to take a look. There were no more reinforcements. Due to the urgent military situation, all the troops had been sent out. Right now, Towering Palace was under attack from all directions. The people behind him were just his personal guards who were in charge of relaying orders. They no longer had any soldiers they could use. Turning back, Li Wui coldly said, "Pass down the order. If the Northwest Array cannot be defended, tell Fu Renjie to drag a few more half-saint of demon race to the grave with him." Ying Fei's mouth squirmed a few times before he cupped his fists. Yes. He turned around and flew out. Li Wuyi narrowed his eyes slightly, looked up at the heaven void cauldron, and let out a long sigh. In the end, was there still no way to reverse the situation? Soon, he withdrew his gaze, and the principles of space fluctuated around his body. His expression was solemn as he asked, "Are you afraid?" The personal guards behind him who had been following him all this time shouted, "No." Li Wuyi grinned, "There is a great terror between life and death. Even this king is afraid, so why are you not?" The personal guards showed embarrassed expressions, and one of them said, "To be able to follow Master, even if we die on the battlefield, we will have no regrets." The others also cupped their fists and said in unison, "We are willing to live and die together with Master." Li Wuyi was in high spirits and shouted, "Good, that's the right way to think." His arms shook as he said in a deep voice, "All of you will follow this king into battle and kill the enemy." Murderous intent swept out fiercely. Master." A personal guard suddenly shouted in a trembling voice. Li Wuyi sneered, "Are you afraid?" "It's normal to be afraid." "No, Master, look over there." The personal guard pointed to the sky. Li Wuyi looked over and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The patterns on the surface of the heaven void cauldron, which had been floating in the sky all this time, were flashing even faster. The originally clear and changeable titles were now changing at a dazzling speed, and soon, the words were blurred. For so many days, the Heaven Void Cauldron had been in this state and had never experienced such a change. No one had expected it to change at this time. This is... Li Wuyi's eyes suddenly widened as he stared fixedly at the Heaven Void Cauldron. The flickering patterns on the surface of the Heaven Void Cauldron were faintly condensing into two large characters, but the light was flickering too fast for anyone to see clearly. After a moment of silence, the two blurry characters finally became clear. At a certain moment, they stopped with a bang and a dazzling light filled the entire star boundary. At that moment, the demonic chi of the star boundary seemed to be torn apart and the long-awaited light once again descended. Li Wuyi's eyes narrowed as he stared blankly at the two golden characters, his heart filled with joy. The Void. Chapter 3793. The Void. These two words attracted the gazes of every living being in the star boundary. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes involuntarily looked up. Whether it was the human demon or the demon race, their eyes flashed with an indescribable light. This was especially true for the natives of the star boundary. When those two words completely froze on the Heaven Void Cauldron, a thought almost instinctively appeared in their hearts: a new great emperor had been born in the star boundary. This thought came out of nowhere, and no one knew where it came from, but everyone believed it without a doubt. Because this was the will of the heavenly Tao, to be able to witness the birth of a new great emperors in their own era. What kind of honor was this? What kind of exhilarating matter was this? The originally dispirited morale suddenly skyrocketed at this moment. Xueli, who was hiding somewhere in the demon race's army, felt his eyelids twitch. He gritted his teeth and said, he actually succeeded. Although he learned from Jia Long that the Genesis Empyrean fruit was obtained by Yang Kai in the end, Xueli still harbored a trace of hope. Yang Kai's strength wasn't enough. Even if he obtained the Genesis Empyrean fruit, he probably wouldn't be able to become one of the great emperors so quickly. At most, it would increase his strength, but he still wouldn't be a match for the demon saint. But now, it seemed that the Genesis Empyrean fruit was indeed boundless. It actually allowed that high-rank demon king to directly become one of the great emperors. Xueli clenched his teeth and shouted the moment this thought appeared in his mind, "Pass down my order. Regardless of casualties, take down the High Heaven Palace in the shortest time possible." Yang Kai had become one of the great emperors and obtained the title of Void. No one knew what kind of strength he would have when he reappeared, let alone when he would appear. What they needed to do now was to take down the High Heaven Palace as quickly as possible and soak the last pure land in the star boundary. Only then would all of their plans be considered complete. Even if Yang Kai really did have the strength of the great emperors, it would be useless. With this order, the already frenzied attacks increased by 30%. The High Heaven Palace's grand protective array wildly flashed with light, as if it could collapse at any moment. Noticing this, Li Wuyi hurriedly passed down the order. The surviving soldiers of the star boundary desperately resisted. Of the High Heaven Palace's various forces. While the two sides were fighting desperately, no one noticed that after the word "void" appeared in the sky, the Heaven Void Cauldron suddenly collapsed and soon disappeared. In the southeast corner of the High Heaven Palace, where the GZ army and the other 5 forces had set up a defense, Hyoji was sitting in the middle of the army. His expression was solemn as he gave out orders one after another. He had been fighting for many days, so he had not had a single moment of rest. His mind was operating at an extremely fast speed as he thought of a plan to defeat the enemy. Unfortunately, under the frenzied attacks of the demon race, all he could do was passively defend with the few troops he had. "Army Master, the Grand Formation won't be able to hold on for much longer." A Yao general from Soaring Eagle Town rushed over. His excessive consumption of energy made it impossible for him to stand steadily. As he spoke, he even fell down in front of Hyoji. As soon as his voice fell, a sound of the formation being overwhelmed came from the other side, and then the sound of cracking could be heard incessantly. Hyoji raised his head and looked over, his expression changing drastically. He saw cracks appear on the light curtain of the grand formation in the southeast corner, quickly spreading out in all directions. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Hua Qingxi floating in mid-air, holding the sect master's seal in her hand and urging the power of the High Heaven Palace's spirit vein to replenish and stabilize the grand formation, but at this moment, her face was as pale as a sheet of paper and her figure was on the verge of collapse. Although the High Heaven Palace's grand formation was powerful, it could not withstand the frenzied attacks of the demon race for such a long time. The only reason it had been able to hold on until now was thanks to the desperate efforts of the various forces in the star boundary. But at this moment, the grand formation finally could not hold on any longer. Voila, with a crisp sound, the grand formation in the southeast corner collapsed. The demon race's army poured in through the gap like a tidal wave, letting out earth-shattering roars that shook the heavens and earth. Hyoji stirred his emperor's chi and roared, "Those who invade the star boundary will be killed without mercy. Kill!" The soaring battle cries shook the world. Facing the demon race, none of the star boundary soldiers retreated, because everyone knew that the High Heaven Palace was the last place for the human race. Losing the High Heaven Palace was equivalent to losing the entire star boundary, and there was no place to retreat. Instead of being eroded by the demonic chi and becoming demonic creatures without intelligence, it was better to die on the battlefield and bite off a piece of flesh from the demon race before dying. The solemn wizard's curse sounded everywhere in the army, and the light of wizard techniques flashed, enveloping large swathes of the star boundary cultivator. Like two torrents of steel, they rushed towards each other and soon collided. Blood and severed limbs flew everywhere, and in that instant of confrontation, tens of thousands of creatures were annihilated. The huge southeast corner battlefield seemed to have turned into a huge meat grinder at this moment, grinding the human race and demon race into nothingness. However, this was just the beginning. Less than 10 breaths after the southeast corner's grand formation was broken, the entire High Heaven Palace's grand formation emitted a creaking sound, and with a series of cracking sounds, the grand formation collapsed inch by inch. The all-out decisive battle began. The demon race's army poured into the High Heaven Palace from all directions, stepping into the last pure land of the human race, bringing in the demonic chi and demon will. Close combat was a bloody and cruel scene. The High Heaven Palace's headquarters, which used to be beautiful, was instantly shattered. Many fake emperors attacked one after another, meeting the half-saints of the demon race, and fought fiercely in the sky. Even the two elders of the dragon clan couldn't sit still any longer. They turned into two huge dragons and rushed out from the Lingshao Peak. The blood-spicy Hibiscus and Huabu hastily went up to meet them. They were locked in a fierce battle even higher up in the sky. The rumbling sound spread throughout the 4 regions of the star boundary. On the ground, it was the battlefield of the fake emperors and half-saints. The demon king and the emperor realm were either in groups of 3 or 5, or fighting alone. It was either you die or I die. Somewhere on the battlefield, a huge palace was rampaging. Yang Shao and Yang Shui controlled the Flowing Time Temple, stood on the steps of the main hall, and jointly urged the power of the endless hourglass. The 10,008 grains of flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand turned into dust that filled the sky. Wherever they passed, the laws of time shrouded, depriving the demon race of their senses and vitality. On the other side, Lan Sun held the yin-yang pagoda in her hand, and her emperor's chi surged. Every time the yin-yang pagoda flew out, it could collect a large number of demon race and trap them inside. Not only that, but with her as the center, a huge cage made of vines enveloped all the demon race within a radius of 1,000 feet. In the cage, vines danced, turned into sharp blades, and stabbed into the demon race's bodies, devouring their essence, chi, and soul. Soon, many of the demon race turned into withered bones. In the mountain forest, the 9 stone mongoose rampaged under the leadership of their elders. Relying on their physical advantage, they crushed countless demon races' bodies. The Wood Spirit clan followed closely behind, not leaving a single step behind. Each of them had a solemn expression on their faces. On the mountain peak, Su Yan, Xia Ningchang, Shuiyu, and Shan Qing Luo formed a strange battle array. Like a sharp knife, they shuttled back and forth through the bloody and corpse-filled battlefield. Wherever they passed, the demon race fell like straws. The four women's cultivations had all reached the Emperor realm, and with the four of them working together, no one under the half-saint realm could stop them. Even a high-ranked demon king could not last more than 10 breaths of time in front of them. Their performance quickly attracted the attention of others. An illusory figure shuttled through the battlefield. His cold eyes stared at the four of them, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. He quietly approached them. Within 100 feet of this figure, the human race cultivator fell to the ground one after another before they could figure out what was going on. A moment later, this figure arrived not far from the four women. Without stopping, his figure flashed and a hidden attack slashed towards Xia Ningchang's neck. Su Yan, who was in the lead, frowned, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Among the four women, she was the strongest and had the keenest perception. The moment she sensed that something was wrong, she shook the long sword in her hand and turned towards Xia Ningchang, shouting, "Ningchang, be careful." The battle array formed by the four women was completely controlled by her, so as soon as she acted, Shuiyu and the others could not help but follow suit. With a series of clanging sounds, there seemed to be a figure flashing in the void. As sparks flew, a series of delicate cries rang out one after another. In an instant, the formation was broken, and the four women were sent flying in all directions. Even with the combined strength of the four of them and the assistance of the spirit array, they were still unable to withstand even a single blow from the other party. In midair, Su Yan's heart sank. Her beautiful eyes stared in the direction of Xia Ningchang and finally saw the blurry figure of the person who had launched the sneak attack. Shadow Demon Half-Saint. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Ningchang, quickly dodge." At this moment, Xia Ningchang finally saw the appearance of the person who had ambushed her. It was a sinister-looking middle-aged man with a hooked nose. His entire body was shrouded in demonic qi, but before he appeared, she had not sensed it at all. After hearing Su Yan's shout, how could she not understand what kind of situation she was in? Fighting was not her strong point. She had spent most of her life cultivating in the alchemy room, and because she had the sacred spirit medicine body, alchemy was part of her cultivation. Therefore, although her emperor qi was extremely pure, she did not have much real combat experience. This was the first time in her life that she had encountered such danger, but Xia Ningchang found that her mind was surprisingly calm. Seeing the shadow demon half-saint opposite her grin at her, she raised her hand and threw out the One Realm bead. This was the One Realm bead that Yang Kai had refined when he was experimenting in the lower star territory. It did not have the ability to hold people, but after all, it was a result of painstaking refinement. There was no need to circulate one's emperor qi, just throw it out and it would display great power. The shadow demon half-saint opposite her coldly snorted and lightly blocked with a dagger in his hand. To his surprise, a huge force came from the dagger and almost sent him flying. Chapter 3794. This was not surprising, as the One Realm bead had been refined by Yang Kai using huge meteorites or dead stars. Although Xia Ningchang and the others could control them without worry, the weight of the beads was still there. Under such a situation, the shadow demon half-saint naturally suffered a small loss. However, that was all. After pausing for a moment, the shadow demon half-saint chopped down with his dagger towards Xia Ningchang's head as he sneered, "Die. Don't." Su Yan screamed with all her might. Xia Ningchang's vision seemed to freeze at this moment, and everything around her seemed to slow down. She clearly saw Su Yan rushing towards her with all her might, and the figure of a divine rainbow phoenix appeared behind her. She saw the terrified and helpless gazes of Shuiyu and Shan Qing Luo as they fell to the ground, and saw the cold light flickering on the dagger. The aura of death rushed towards her, and the sharp aura pierced through her neck, causing her entire life to flash through her mind. Then, she saw a stalwart figure suddenly appear in front of her, just like when they had first gone to a nameless valley to obtain the 9 yuan condensing dew in the central capital. That night, that kiss had caused her to be in a state of chaos, making it difficult for her to part with him. That stalwart figure was like a mountain standing in front of her, blocking all the storms for her. Xia Ningchang smiled. Surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses, surrounded by a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, she couldn't help but feel a sense of peace and warmth in her heart. Dang! A light sound rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. The shadow demon half-saint's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly pulled back. Yang Kai held the black dragon spear in his hand and had no intention of chasing after him. He just stared at him quietly, and the coldness in his eyes made his opponent's heart turn cold. Their eyes met, and the shadow demon half-saint frowned. He couldn't see through Yang Kai's strength. The person standing in front of him didn't have any energy fluctuations, as if he was just an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. This phenomenon made him a little confused. Naturally, it was impossible for the other party to be an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. Just now, the huge cauldron in the sky had revealed the word void. This was an existence that had a high chance of becoming the great emperor's. Little senior sister, are you all right? Yang Kai glanced back at Xia Ningchang and saw her smile from the bottom of her heart. She slowly shook her head and her eyes were filled with tenderness. However, there was a clear bloodstain on her fair neck and dark red blood was seeping out from it. Staring at the bloodstain, Yang Kai felt a burst of fear and felt his scalp go numb. He had rushed over as soon as he came out of the mysterious Tian temple and didn't stop at all. Fortunately, he had come in time. If he had come a little later, he wouldn't have been able to see such a sweet smile right now. His heart palpitated, and he became furious. When he turned his head again, he looked at the shadow demon half-saint with a gaze that pierced through his heart and filled with killing intent. The shadow demon half-saint coldly snorted and didn't bother with Yang Kai. His figure quickly faded and disappeared as if he had never appeared. Naive. Yang Kai coldly said. Without any movement, his figure suddenly appeared in front of Shuiyu and he thrust his spear forward. With a whoosh, the sound of something being pierced rang out. Immediately after, blood spurted out of the void and a blurry figure quickly solidified. It was the shadow demon half-saint who had just disappeared. However, at this moment, he was looking at Yang Kai with a horrified expression. He grabbed the black dragon spear that was stabbed into his chest and said in disbelief, "You." It was as if he had seen something inconceivable. He was a shadow demon half-saint and was naturally proficient in concealment and assassination. He had never expected that he would be so easily found by his opponent and heavily injured. It was only because he couldn't estimate Yang Kai's strength that he wanted to attack Shuiyu. As long as he could capture Shuiyu, he could use her to restrain Yang Kai whether he killed her or captured her. However, that lightning-fast spear strike had shattered all of his hopes. He didn't even see how the spear struck him before he was hit. A mysterious force rushed into his body and wreaked havoc on his meridians and flesh. The shadow demon half-saint's heart sank. How could he not know that this was the strange true meaning of martial Tao? Gritting his teeth, he exerted force in his hand and his body retreated. He directly pulled himself out of the black dragon spear, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. He didn't dare to stay in place and his figure flickered as he tried to escape. That mysterious spear strike had completely disintegrated his fighting spirit and fighting spirit. However, before he could do anything, he saw a sky full of spear shadows coming towards him. The shadow demon was shocked and hurriedly waved the daggers in his hands to block. Ding ding dang dang dang. A series of crisp sounds rang out as the two figures crossed back and forth within a radius of less than 10 meters. After 3 breaths, the fierce battle came to a stop. Looking around, Su Yan and the others' eyes shone with surprise and joy. The black dragon spear pierced through the shadow demon's head from the forehead to the back of his head. The shadow demon half-saint's eyes widened and the horrified expression on his face was clearly visible. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, neither happy nor sad. With a shake of his spear, the shadow demon's entire body was shaken into powder. "Protect yourself," Yang Kai hurriedly instructed the 4 girls. His figure leaped and flew straight into the sky. He flew until he reached a height of 10,000 meters before he suddenly stopped. Placing the black dragon spear beside him, Yang Kai's gaze swept down. He spread out one hand and whispered, "My name is Void." His voice wasn't loud, but it resounded throughout the entire world. When that voice rang out, no matter which corner of the star boundary it was filled with this low and solemn chant. The spread out one hand slowly covered down and the low chant sounded again, reaching straight to the heart. "My Tao is the Tao of space." The hand under the cover suddenly pressed down. Annihilation. The void trembled and heaven and earth hummed. Countless tiny void cracks appeared out of thin air in a large area. The void cracks were like spirit snakes, cutting through the bodies of the demon race one after another. In the next moment, the human race soldiers who were fighting against the demon race were surprised to find that their opponents revealed extremely shocked expressions. Then, with a series of crashing sounds, they were torn apart. Blood spurted out from the pieces of corpses, drenching the heads and faces of countless people. With a single palm strike, millions of soldiers of the demon race were wiped out. The huge battlefield was cleared. What was shocking was that the human race soldiers on this battlefield were unscathed. The battlefield that was filled with endless fighting and clamoring fell into a strange silence at this moment. Everyone stared blankly at the scattered corpses in front of them. It was as if they were in a dream. The enemies who were fighting desperately just a moment ago had died without a complete corpse in the blink of an eye. In the sky, after Yang Kai's palm strike, he didn't stop. He aimed another palm strike at another location. With each strike, millions of soldiers of the demon race died under his palms. Since the beginning of the war between the 2 worlds, the human race and demon race had finally witnessed for the first time what kind of destructive power the great emperors could unleash on this kind of battlefield. There had never been a great emperors or demon saint who had done such a thing. Due to various constraints and unavoidable reasons, their opponents would always be each other. Even if they fought until the sky turned dark, it would never affect their respective armies. Until today, whether it was the human race or the demon race, it was the first time that they had personally witnessed the terror of the great emperors recognized by the heavenly Tao. High in the sky, Xue Li's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Even though he was entangled with the 2 great elders of the dragon race, he could still clearly sense the movements on the battlefield below. When Yang Kai had appeared, he had sensed him. When Yang Kai had killed a shadow demon half-saint within 3 breaths, the last trace of hope in his heart had disappeared without a trace. In the past, he had looked down on him. In the past, he could only hide in front of him. Now, he really had the power of a great emperor. Now, he could fly into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Only the great emperors could kill a shadow demon half-saint in such a short amount of time. And Yang Kai's following actions made Xue Li even more furious. In just 10 breaths, the army of millions of soldiers of the demon race had been annihilated. He almost couldn't accept such a great loss. The plan that should have been the final step had been changed because of this mouse's appearance. A bad feeling lingered in his heart, causing Xue Li to go completely berserk. "You want to save your demon bastard? You'll have to get through this old man first." Zhu Yan roared angrily as the 1,000-foot-long dragon's tail swept over. Even Xue Li didn't dare to face it head-on and had no choice but to dodge. Zhu Yan, who was already in despair, had the urge to laugh out loud at this moment. After all, anyone who saw a trace of light in a hopeless situation would be greatly comforted. The 3 demon saints of the demon race were being held back by him and Fu Tin. As long as they didn't attack, Yang Kai was an invincible existence based on his performance just now. He would probably be able to wipe out the entire demon race army below in less than 2 hours. When that time came, who would cry and who would laugh? Xue Li clenched his teeth. Do you think that he can do whatever he wants just because he became one of the great emperors? Old man, have you become muddle-headed? Xue Li's words had a hidden meaning. Zhu Yan was shocked when he heard this, but before he could react, he suddenly felt the presence of another great emperors appear out of nowhere. Zhu Yan paled in shock and hurriedly turned his head in the direction of Yang Kai and roared, "Watch out! I've been waiting for a long time." Yang Kai wasn't surprised at all. Instead, it was as if he had expected this. He flicked the black dragon spear and swept it horizontally. A wild power swept out, and the might of this spear seemed to even activate the will of the world. A figure was forced out and looked at him with a serious expression. Yang Kai held the spear with one arm and pointed it forward. He looked deeply at the person who had come, and an indescribable disgust and hatred flashed through his eyes as he said darkly, "Can ye?" The figure in front of him was completely wrapped in black energy. Even with Yang Kai's divine sense, he couldn't see his true appearance. He also exuded the unique presence of great emperors. Who else could it be other than Night Shadow, the great emperor Kenyi? Chapter 3795. Previously, when the Dark Heaven Palace had opened, many half-saint from the demon race had obtained a lot of information about the battle of the Great Tao from Kenyi. This undoubtedly meant that Kenyi was in the Star Realm, but he was hiding somewhere to recuperate. Since he knew this information, how could Yang Kai not be on guard against him? Kenyi had been injured because he had used himself as a bridge to connect the two realms, forcefully opening a passage between the two realms. Afterwards, he had been created by the Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhang Wuhen. Since then, there had been no news of him. He was obviously in seclusion to recuperate. And now, the battle of the two realms had reached the most crucial moment. Whether he was willing or not, he could no longer stay out of it. As expected, when Yang Kai returned from the Dark Heaven Palace with the might of the great emperors, Night Shadow, who had been hiding in the darkness all this time, finally appeared. Black fog covered his face, and Kenyi's true appearance was hidden, but Yang Kai could clearly sense that a pair of eyes was examining him deeply from within the black fog. "You are still not one of the great emperors?" A sonorous voice came from the other side, like metal rubbing against metal. It was extremely uncomfortable when it entered his ears. "The heavens acknowledge me, so I am one of the great emperors." Yang Kai replied indifferently. Kenyi slowly shook his head. "This world is struggling at death's door. Don't rely on it. You have not reached the level of the great emperors." Yang Kai grinned. "So what? I have always liked to challenge those of a higher cultivation level, and under normal circumstances, it is always my enemies who end up in tragedy. What's more, how much strength can you display?" Though it was only a short exchange, Yang Kai still keenly grasped Kenyi's current state. His injuries had not healed. His injuries were caused by Zhang Wuhen, and at their cultivation level, once they were injured, how could they completely recover in 3 to 5 years? Though Kenyi had been in seclusion these few years, concentrating on recuperating, the time was too short, and not enough for his injuries to completely recover. If Yang Kai did not appear, he should not have rushed out of seclusion. It was because of Yang Kai's appearance that he had no choice but to act and stop him. A meaningless struggle before death. Kenyi lowered his head to look at the battlefield below. The two great elders of the dragon race are unable to free themselves. Even if you are acknowledged by the heavenly Tao, if I were to stop you, you would definitely be too distracted to do so. And without you, the High Heaven Palace would definitely fall within 2 hours. By then, no matter how vast this world is, I'm afraid there would be no place for you all to stay. Yang Kai lowered his head slightly. "It seems like I'll have to kill you within 2 hours. You can try." When the last word fell, Kenyi suddenly raised his hand, and a 3-meter-long curved saber appeared in his hand, slashing forward. In front of him, Yang Kai appeared strangely, and the black dragon spear came straight at him. On the tip of the spear, there was a huge black ball that exuded an aura that could collapse the world. The curved blade struck the black orb, and the black orb disappeared without a trace. Kenyi's entire body shook, and he involuntarily flew backwards. This attack even caused the black fog that had been shrouding his face to dissipate, revealing a pair of astonished eyes. In the second exchange, he was actually at a slight disadvantage. Even though he had yet to recover from his heavy injuries, and was unable to display his full strength, Yang Kai's strength still shocked him. In his perception, Yang Kai had indeed not reached their level, but because of the final struggle of the heavens and earth, he had obtained the title of Great Emperors, and possessed some of the abilities of the Great Emperors. Who knew that he could actually display the power that Great Emperors should have? The dissipated black fog condensed again, blocking his strange expression, and his figure rapidly faded. Yang Kai reached out and covered him, roaring, "In the name of the void, form the lock of the heavens and earth, seal." Walalala. A strange sound came from the void, and streaks of invisible void power gathered to the point that they were visible to the naked eye. With Yang Kai as the center, they suddenly spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, those streaks of transparent chains completely sealed off the heavens and earth within a radius of 10,000 miles, turning into a gigantic cage. Kenye's figure slowly appeared in a corner of the cage, and like a ghost, he quietly floated in midair, not saying a single word. Yang Kai pointed his spear forward, and roared, "Kenyi! Today, either you die, or I die." As his words fell, multiple spatial cracks appeared in this gigantic cage. Inside the cage, the heavens and earth collapsed, and only Kenye's side was unaffected. Kenyi was moved, and said darkly, "You're crazy." From Yang Kai's tone, he could hear the determination. In other words, Yang Kai was not trying to scare him, but really wanted to fight him to the death here. This was simply unreasonable. At their level, it was extremely difficult to determine life and death in a one-on-one battle, especially when he himself was one of the great emperors recognized by the heavens and earth. Furthermore, even if this world was completely corroded, with Yang Kai's current strength, nothing would happen to him, so he could not understand why Yang Kai was acting like this. "If you're not mad demon, you won't live." Yang Kai looked coldly at Kenyi. "Less nonsense, die." He clenched his hand towards Kenyi, and the countless spatial cracks in the cage instantly shot towards Kenyi like a group of snakes coming out of their holes. Kenyi slashed down with his curved blade, and the strike full of the power of the heavens and earth looked ordinary, but was extremely mysterious. His body was like a reef in the sea, towering and unmoving. Those spatial cracks involuntarily slid past him, and he was actually unharmed. At the same time, Yang Kai had already arrived with his spear, and before he arrived, he spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the black dragon spear. Two resounding dragon roars rang out almost at the same time. The dazzling golden divine dragon's essence flashed, and the black dragon spear also transformed into a gigantic black dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards Kenyi. That ancient presence seemed to pull people into an extremely distant era, shocking their minds. Kenye's expression changed slightly, and as his figure swayed, he actually turned into countless figures. Every figure was exactly the same as him, and even the presence they exuded was flawless. Countless Kenyi waved the curved blades in their hands, and a low chant rang out, "Shadow dance kill." Blade light flashed, and a huge dragon roared. The black dragon's image crumbled and turned back into the black dragon spear, colliding with the blade light. Ding ding dang dang sounds rang out incessantly, and the void collapsed as heaven and earth turned upside down. If it weren't for the cage that Yang Kai had set up beforehand, the clash between the two great emperors would have been enough to shatter the heaven and earth within a radius of several million miles. Only Yang Kai could set up such a sealing cage. His Tao was the Tao of space, so he had a unique advantage in this kind of matter. If it had been any other great emperors, they wouldn't have been able to do this. The aftermath of the clash wantonly spread out in the cage, and the heaven and earth within the cage completely collapsed, turning into chaos. The two armies below even stopped fighting because of this, and raised their heads to look up. Many half-saint false emperors even distanced themselves from each other, quietly watching. Everyone knew that the battle between Yang Kai and Kenyi would definitely affect the survival of the Star Realm. Although the battle between the two great elders of the dragon race and Shueli and the others was also related to the overall situation, the five of them had already fought countless times. Every time, they were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. This time would probably be the same. Only Yang Kai's side had a chance of survival. However, although they were paying close attention, no one could clearly see the situation on the battlefield. Inside the cage of heaven and earth, there was only violent power sweeping out, and the aura of chaos pervaded the air. Occasionally, two figures would flash by, and even their appearances couldn't be seen clearly, so how could they tell who was better and who was worse? "General Master, what's the situation?" A Legion commander quietly snuck up beside Li Wui, and asked seriously. If there was anyone in the Star Realm who could see the situation of the battle, it would be Li Wui. No one else had the qualifications to do so. Unexpectedly, Li Wui also shook his head with a bitter smile, and said, "I can't see clearly." The Legion commander was speechless. If even Li Wui couldn't see clearly, didn't that mean that Yang Kai had really reached the level of great emperors? How could the false emperors predict the battle between great emperors? With this thought, the Legion commander's spirits were lifted. A loud boom came from the huge cage, and in the chaotic heaven and earth, the two entangled figures finally separated. A series of exclamations came from all over the world. Under the attention of many false emperors, Yang Kai's face was pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he had been injured. Even so, Yang Kai was still smiling, and his indifferent voice sounded, "Night Shadow great emperors are just so." As soon as he said this, everyone in the Star Realm was shocked. They turned to look in Kenye's direction, and couldn't help but gape. Because at this very moment, the black fog that had been shrouding Kenye's face had actually disappeared, revealing an extremely ordinary face. That face didn't have the slightest bit of peculiarity, and if thrown into a crowd, probably no one would give it a second look. That face looked to be about 40 years old, and was a male's face. This was the true appearance of the great emperors of Night Shadow. No one had ever seen what the great emperors of Night Shadow looked like. Even other great emperors had never seen him before, and they didn't even know whether he was a man or a woman. Until now, under the gaze of the great army of the Star Realm, Kenye's appearance was known to the whole world. Chi! A sound was heard. Kenye lowered his head to look, and his eyes narrowed slightly. There was a foot-long wound on his waist, and blood was spurting out. A strange power was growing at the wound, and it was like a maggot in his bones, causing him to feel uneasy. The short and hurried exchange just now was actually a situation where both sides were injured. With a cold humph, Kenye activated his own power, and suppressed and sealed the true intent of martial arts that had invaded his body. This true intent of martial arts was extremely difficult to deal with. Even if he was one of the great emperors, it wasn't easy to dissolve it. Now that Yang Kai was eyeing him covetously, how could he give him the time to dissolve it calmly? Naturally, he could only suppress it first. Just as he finished doing this, Yang Kai said with a solemn expression, "The test ends here. Kenye, next year on this day, it will be the anniversary of your death." Arrogant Jr. A hint of anger appeared on Kenye's face. Obviously, he was greatly angered by Yang Kai's shameless boasting. "Arrogant or not, eat my spear first," Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. His feet moved, and his spear shot out like a dragon, ignoring the obstruction of space. Chapter 3796. Seeing that Yang Kai was injured, the hearts of the many elites of the Star Realm and the countless soldiers below couldn't help but jump to their throats, but the next scene made their eyes light up. When that spear shot out, Kenye's expression changed again. He felt as if the will of the whole world was pressing down on him. Even though he was as strong as the great emperors, he actually felt some difficulty in breathing. He hastily parried, but a huge force came at him head-on, and he couldn't help but fly backwards. Yang Kai followed him like a shadow, and his spear was heavier than the last. His expression was calm, but his attacks were ruthless and merciless. Hong hong hong, one fierce attack after another actually caused Kenye to be somewhat exhausted from parrying. His figure continuously moved about within that gigantic cage, yet he was unable to break free from it in the end. Under everyone's gaze, the great emperors were instantly suppressed and completely at a disadvantage. Everyone was in an uproar. No one had expected such a scene. Even though they knew that Yang Kai already had the power of the great emperors, Qin Yi had been famous for a long time. Even if Yang Kai had the power to fight him, it was hard to say who would win in the end. However, looking at the current situation, Yang Kai had the upper hand. Qin Yi's injuries are probably not light. A thoughtful look flashed through Li Wuyi's eyes. The army commander who came to his side earlier said, "In that case, it's not that Qin Yi is inferior to Yang Void Master, but because his injuries haven't healed yet?" Li Wuyi nodded. That should be the case. Or maybe it's because of the momentum. Yang Kai wanted to save the Star Realm, so he could only end the battle within 2 hours, so he naturally didn't hold back. But Qin Yi was different. He only needed to stall for time, and there was no need to fight to the death with Yang Kai. Once the High Heaven Palace was completely eroded, then no matter how strong Yang Kai was, he wouldn't be able to reverse the situation. One was using all his strength, while the other was holding back. In addition, Qin Yi was injured, so it wasn't strange for such a situation to occur. Arrogant Junior. Within the cage, Qin Yi's suppressed growl was heard, as if enraged. Don't go too far. Yang Kai didn't answer. His boundless fighting spirit burned fiercely, and there was also the dense killing intent that was locked onto Qin Yi. Alright, since that's the case, we'll do as you wish. As Qin Yi shouted angrily, his other empty hand suddenly clenched in the air, and another curved saber leisurely appeared. With both sabers in his hands, the aura on Qin Yi's body suddenly changed. Invisibly, the will of heaven and earth gathered on his body, crossing and blocking in front of him. Boom, a loud sound rang out. Qin Yi, who had been constantly retreating and falling into a disadvantageous position, actually stood firmly in place at this moment. Yang Kai pressed down with his spear, and the black dragon spear rubbed against the two curved blades, producing an ear-piercing sound as dazzling sparks flowed out. There was only a distance of 3 zhang between them. When their eyes met, one flew into a rage while the other's aura was as deep as the abyss. Around the two of them, their 4 extremities were shattered. This lord is also one of the great emperors recognized by the Star Realm. The mighty power of heaven and earth isn't something you can mobilize. Qin Yi roared. The reason why great emperors were called great emperors was because they were recognized by heaven and earth. They carried the will of heaven and earth, and could mobilize the mighty power of heaven and earth. This was the biggest difference between great emperors and ordinary venerable sovereigns. Yang Kai grinned maliciously. So what? As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force in his hand. On the dragon bone in his spine, the newly condensed Tao seal glowed brightly, and boundless mighty power gathered on his body. The deadlock was instantly broken, and Qin Yi retreated step by step. The sudden change caused Qin Yi's expression to change greatly, and he cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible?" In that instant, he actually felt that the connection between him and heaven and earth had weakened by a sliver. On the other hand, the mighty power of heaven and earth on Yang Kai's side had suddenly increased by a bit. If that wasn't the case, the balance wouldn't have been broken. Yang Kai looked at him with pity. Nothing is impossible. You've abandoned this heaven and earth, and you think this heaven and earth will still allow you to do whatever you want? The force in his hand increased again, and a ring of vibration suddenly spread out. Qin Yi was suddenly blasted away like a shooting star, and he spat out blood in midair. Yang Kai stood in the air, his voice indifferent. The heaven and earth have a spirit, Qin Yi, do you still not understand? If the heaven and earth didn't have a spirit, the Dark Heaven Palace wouldn't have been opened at the last moment of the Star Realm's survival. If the heaven and earth didn't have a spirit, Yang Kai wouldn't have been protected by the mystery realm of heaven and earth after fighting for the origin heavenly fruit. The heaven and earth were constantly paying attention to these billions of living beings, and the invisible heavenly Tao could always guide the clearest path at the most crucial moment. Qin Yi stopped, wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, if the heaven and earth had a spirit, how could it allow this lord to become one of the great emperors? Don't say such nonsense. Yang Kai sneered. Don't you know in your heart whether it's nonsense or not? Since you've turned your back on the great Tao of heaven and earth, then please return everything you've obtained from this heaven and earth. The moment he finished speaking, a huge crack suddenly split open in the air behind Yang Kai. The crack's shape was strange, and it looked like an eye, indifferently watching Qin Yi. Qin Yi couldn't help but widen his eyes, staring at the huge eye in the sky in horror. When they looked at each other, the connection between him and the heaven and earth actually quickly weakened. Yang Kai opened his arms, a strange expression appearing on his face. The invisible power of the heaven and earth gathered in his body, and the black dragon spear in his hand emitted waves of dragon roars. Qin Yi. All of a sudden, Yang Kai roared, his face ferocious. Although you have the bloodline of the demon race, you were born in the star realm and grew up in the star realm. It's this heaven and earth that gave you the honor you have today. It's this heaven and earth that allowed you to become a human sovereign. It's fine if you don't think of repaying it, but now you've abandoned the heaven and earth, abandoned all living beings, and led foreign enemies to invade. Death is truly not to be regretted. Today, this Lord will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. The black dragon spear stabbed into the air, and he formed a seal with one hand. An incomparably mysterious mark suddenly appeared behind him. Dao seal. Qin Ye's eyes widened, and he looked at Yang Kai with extreme shock. What are you doing? He was also one of the great emperors, so he naturally understood what a Dao seal was. This was the crystallization of a great emperor's lifetime of power, which was almost equivalent to the monster beast's inner core. The monster beast would spit out its own inner core to attack a strong enemy in a desperate situation. That was the struggle of a trapped beast. If one was lucky, they might be able to turn defeat into victory, but if one was unlucky, then the result would be the scattering of their soul. It could be said that the monster beast's method was a double-edged sword. A single mistake and they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Qin Yi had been one of the great emperors for so many years, but he had never seen anyone release a Dao seal from their body. But then again, the great emperors of the star realm hadn't fought with each other in all these years. At most, they had sparred with each other a few times, and it was unknown to the public. During sparring, no one would easily release a Dao seal. So, this was also the first time he had seen someone use such an attack. That Dao seal had a flowing halo that flickered in and out of existence, just like the law of space that Yang Kai controlled. It was unfathomable and strange, and from that Dao seal, an incomparably terrifying aura fluctuated. Everyone who saw this Dao seal couldn't help but feel a chill. They had no doubt that if this thing was struck in the star realm, it was very possible that it could destroy a territory. The power of heaven and earth gathered madly in that Dao seal, causing that Dao seal to become brighter and brighter. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a small sun was hanging in the sky, and everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. There is not much time. This one strike will decide life and death. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, as if the Dao seal in front of him wasn't the most important thing to him, but a secret treasure that could be casually thrown out. But it was this indifference that made Qin Yi feel terrified. If it was possible, Yang Kai wouldn't be willing to take such a risk. He had just obtained a fated opportunity and had a chance of peering into the mysteries of the peak of martial arts, so he naturally cherished his own wings. But now, time waited for no one. If he continued to tangle with Qin Yi, though he was confident that he could win, it was definitely not something that could be resolved in a short time. Only this way, only this kind of risk could settle the matter in one fell swoop. With a decision in his heart, he didn't hesitate anymore. Even if it would damage the foundation of his great Tao, he wouldn't hesitate. Go. As he spoke, Yang Kai pointed, and that dazzling Dao seal slowly floated towards Qin Yi. It wasn't fast, and it looked like any ordinary person could dodge it. But in Qin Yi's vision, it was as if the whole star realm was pressing towards him. He couldn't dodge it. That was an attack that gathered a huge amount of the world's mighty power, and it was launched by a Dao seal. No one in the world could dodge such an attack. He could only block it with his life. With a furious roar, Kenyi gritted his teeth and pointed forward. In front of his fingertips, a seal also appeared. This seal looked a little similar to Yang Kai's Dao seal, both mysterious and unparalleled, but it was pitch black, and the whole Dao seal gave off a feeling of both sharpness and concealment. This was Kenyi's Dao, the Dao of assassination and concealment. Under the attention of countless pairs of eyes, the two Dao seals approached each other. They collided soundlessly, and black and white light filled the sky, turning into two huge semicircles of different colors that faced off against each other. Yang Kai and Kenyi both spat out blood, their bodies and minds shaking. Under everyone's nervous gazes, that white suddenly expanded and invaded the black territory. In the blink of an eye, the black quickly melted and was completely filled with white light. It was as if the two armies had decided victory and defeat, and the black army was defeated like a landslide, utterly defeated. In the world, Kenyi's unwilling roar rang out. The blazing white light enveloped the void and gradually dissipated, and everyone's vision recovered. Everyone looked over nervously. In the sky, two figures stood in the air. The cage that Yang Kai had set up was now gone. Although it was formed by borrowing the power of heaven and earth, it still couldn't withstand the impact of the two great emperors' Dao seals, and had long dissipated. In the void, a huge black hole appeared, and this world seemed to be missing a large piece. However, it was also thanks to the obstruction of that cage, or it would have been missing more than that. At this moment, the two figures in the sky were in a sorry state. Yang Kai was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his face was pale. Kenyi's hair was disheveled like a ghost, and his whole person was on the verge of collapse. Everyone was shocked. They thought it would be an unprecedented battle, a fierce battle, but who knew that after Yang Kai struck out with his Dao seal, the outcome was decided in less than 10 breaths' time. This speed was simply shocking. This was a battle between great emperors, so how could it end in such a short time? Chapter 3797. However, at first glance, it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. Panting sounds were heard as Yang Kai's chest heaved. He reached out and grasped the black dragon spear beside him. His face was full of reminiscence as he said in a low voice, "This spear is for this beautiful universe that gave birth to us and raised us." When he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Kenyi, firing a spear. Kenyi raised his sabers to parry, but it was as if he had lost all his strength. The two curved sabers hadn't even been completely raised when his body shook. The black dragon spear had already pierced through his lower abdomen and came out through his body. A violent power exploded from his back, blasting his clothes into shreds, and a huge bloody hole appeared on his back. Kenyi's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai, who was standing in front of him. Grinding his teeth, he said in a deep voice, "This king is Night Shadow Emperor." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him. He pulled out his spear, drawing a large amount of blood, and suddenly stabbed out again. His voice was indifferent. "This spear is for the billions of lives that died in the star world." With a whoosh, the black dragon spear pierced through his heart. Kenyi's body shook again. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his throat gurgled. "This lord has roamed the star world for tens of thousands of years." The spear rose again, and Yang Kai's indifferent voice suddenly became louder as he complained with blood and tears, "This spear is for Bright Moon Master." That sorrowful voice resonated with the entire star world. With a crack, lightning flashed, and heavy rain fell from the sky without warning. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as the spear struck towards Kenyi's head. With one strike, the head exploded, and red and white matter sputtered in all directions. Kachacha, the lightning danced more and more fiercely, and the rain fell more and more rapidly, washing away this filthy world. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a faint sigh, and the huge crack behind Yang Kai that was like a heavenly eye slowly closed at this moment. No one announced or informed, but in this instant, a trace of understanding appeared in the hearts of every living thing in the star world. The great emperors had fallen. Yang Kai withdrew his spear and stood there, taking a deep breath. An unprecedented joy in his heart made him unable to help but howl at the sky. His howl rolled like thunder, and combined with the sound of thunder, it shook people's eardrums. It wasn't that killing a great emperor's made him so happy, but that he had finally avenged Mingyu's blood feud. Mingyu's death in the Eternal Heaven continent was caused by the joint efforts of many demon saints, but the real fatal blow was given by Qin Yi. Yang Kai had watched that battle from a distance and saw it clearly. If Qin Yi hadn't suddenly appeared at the last moment and launched a sneak attack on Mingyu Great Emperor, Mingyu might have had a chance to survive. After all, he had been on guard against all the devil saints at that time, but he had not been on guard against Qin Yi appearing in the Eternal Heaven. It was also because of that battle that Yang Kai received Mingyu's favor and the world's favor that he was able to walk to the end of the battle of the Great Tao and obtain the origin heavenly fruit. It could be said that his achievements today were all thanks to Mingyu's great emperors. Since he had received their favor, he naturally had to avenge them. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough before. Even if he wanted to, he was powerless. Now that the heavens had given him such a good opportunity, how could Yang Kai miss it? Only at this moment did Yang Kai feel that the burden that had been weighing on his heart had finally been lifted. Amidst the rolling howls, the demon race army was like quails without a nest in winter, shivering. The expressions of many spectating half-saint changed, and fear overflowed on their faces. Inside the high heaven palace, on a mountain peak full of corpses, Lan Sun stared at the headless corpse in the sky. Tears flowed down her cheeks, and she knelt on the ground with a plop, crying loudly, "Father, Qin Yi is dead. Rest in peace." Not far behind her, Shao Chen, who was covered in blood and holding a long sword, stared blankly ahead. His heart was full of bitterness. Was the gap between them already so big? "I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up to him in this lifetime." Angry roars came from the clouds, mixed with the resounding roars of dragons. Looking at the sky, 5 figures were entangled with each other at an unknown height, gradually moving further and further away from each other. Qin Yi Wang, Shueli, and the others were both frightened and didn't dare to stay any longer. Naturally, they immediately fled. Otherwise, when Yang Kai came back to his senses, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. The 2 great elders of the dragon race were already evenly matched with them. If Yang Kai was added, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Moreover, they were also frightened by Yang Kai's reckless fighting style just now. The 3 of them had fought with the 2 great elders of the dragon race many times, but they never dared to release their seals to kill the enemy. Yang Kai, this guy, had just become one of the great emperors, and he was already so daring. He simply couldn't be judged with common sense. As soon as the 3 demon saints retreated, the morale of the demon race army on the battlefield immediately collapsed. The half-saint followed closely behind, and the demon race army on the ground naturally collapsed. After being bullied and forced by the demon race for many years and fleeing countless times, the army of the astral realm had long been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Moreover, just now, even the last pure land of the astral realm had almost been invaded. At this time, how could they easily let the demon race go? The remaining astral realm army immediately swarmed out of the high heaven palace and chased after the enemy in all directions, leaving millions of corpses in their wake. What made all the demon race slightly relieved was that Yang Kai had been standing in the same spot without moving after killing Qin Yi. Not only did he not go to help the 2 great elders of the dragon race, he didn't even pay attention to the retreating demon race army. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to them. If possible, he naturally wanted to make the demon race army completely stay here, and with his current power, it was possible for him to do so. Previously, Qin Yi had come out to obstruct him, and now that even Qin Yi was dead, who in this world could stop him? However, in the battle with Qin Yi, although he had killed a strong enemy, he had also paid a great price. The hidden danger caused by the collision of Dao seals was no small matter. The Dao seal that was originally imprinted in the dragon bones and emitted a bright light couldn't help but become somewhat dim at this moment. After all, Qin Yi was also one of the great emperors. Although he was abandoned by the world at the last moment and could no longer mobilize the mighty power of the world in this side of the world, his own power was still there. He had fought with his life on the line, causing a great shock to Yang Kai. And after that, Yang Kai had shot out 3 consecutive spears. Those 3 spears looked very ordinary, extremely ordinary, but how could the 3 spears that could kill the great emperors be so simple? Almost every spear shot had taken a great deal of Yang Kai's energy. At this moment, he couldn't move at all. If Shueli and the others were a little braver, and broke free from Zhu Yan and Fu Tian to come find him, he wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. Under inner sight, not only was the Dao seal in the dragon bones dim, but it also showed signs of crumbling. Yang Kai was truly scared out of his wits. If his Dao seal really crumbled like this, then he would be the shortest-lived great emperors in history. He had just stepped out of the Dark Heaven Palace, and his Dao foundation had crumbled in less than half a day. How could he dare hesitate? He hurriedly thought of a way to stabilize his Dao seal. And in front of him, Kenyes' headless corpse strangely didn't fall. Instead, it gradually melted like a snowflake under the sun. Not long after, Kenyes' corpse melted without a trace. The fortune of heaven and earth that he had once seized in the Dark Heaven Palace returned to the star realm. Those with low strength couldn't sense it, but those above false emperor level could sense that there was something else in the world. That thing was extremely mysterious, and if they could take the opportunity to comprehend it, they would definitely benefit immensely. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, half a day had already passed. Night had fallen, and the world was dark. Devil intent wreaked havoc in the universe, and even the sky was hazy. The stars, sun, and moon couldn't be seen. With a glance, he saw a large group of people standing in front of him, and the leaders were Zhu Yan and Fu Tian. "How is it?" Fu Tian asked nervously. Although she and Zhu Yan were tangled in a fight with the 3 demon saint, they were also clear of Yang Kai's movements. Naturally, they knew how Yang Kai killed Qin Yi at the last moment. They were all extremely worried, afraid that something would happen to Yang Kai's Dao seal. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled. "It's fine. Thank you for your concern, second elder." Although the Dao seal was still a little dim at this moment, at least there was no risk of it collapsing. As long as it slowly cultivated in the future, it would naturally recover. But if it was the same as before, Kai Yang didn't dare to use it again. Previously, he was forced by the situation, and he was also a little fearless. Now that he understood the dangers involved, Yang Kai had to be a little more cautious. "It's good that you're fine." Zhu Yan let out a long breath, and his worried heart finally relaxed. The young man in front of him was now not only the great emperors of the star boundary, but also the dragon god of the dragon race. This matter concerned the survival of the dragon race and the entire star boundary, so how could Zhu Yan not be nervous? Li Wuyi and his colleagues greet the Void Master. Behind Zhu Yan, Li Wuyi, whose white clothes were dyed red with blood, stepped forward and bowed. Behind him, a group of star boundary false emperors and half-saint of demon race who had defected to the star boundary said in unison, "We greet the Void Master." "Senior, you." Yang Kai was caught off guard and hurriedly helped Li Wuyi up. His position as one of the great emperors was partly due to the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent and partly due to Li Wuyi. If Li Wuyi had also participated in the struggle for the Great Tao, Yang Kai estimated that the position of great emperors would most likely have fallen into Li Wuyi's hands. At that time, the title of Void Master would no longer be his. How could Yang Kai accept such a great kindness from Li Wuyi? Li Wuyi smiled and said, "On the path of the Great Tao, the one who reaches the top first. Master is already one of the great emperors, so please do not mention the word senior again in the future. This Li cannot accept it." Yang Kai smiled bitterly and swept his gaze over the people behind him. All he saw were pairs of fiery eyes. No matter how old Yang Kai was, no matter if he was a junior or not, now that he had been recognized by the heavens and earth as one of the great emperors, he had the entire star boundary behind him, giving them confidence and hope to clear the haze. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." Everyone hurriedly said that they didn't dare. Yang Kai took a deep breath and looked behind the crowd again. Behind them, there were many familiar faces, all of which were looking at him with respect. Among those faces, Zhu Qing, Su Yan, Shuiyu, Shanqing Luo, Xia Ningchang, Ji Yao, and others were all glowing with pride. This was their man. This was also the future hope of the Star Boundary. Chapter 3798. At the back of the crowd, Lan Sun walked up with red eyes and bowed gracefully. Many thanks to Void Master for avenging my father's death. Star Soul Palace is deeply grateful. Yang Kai smiled bitterly again. Junior sister Lan is too serious. I have received Master Bright Moon's kindness and have achieved what I have today. How could I not do my best? Hearing him call her junior sister Lan as usual, Lan Sun almost burst into tears again. In the future, if brother has any errands, my Star Soul Palace will definitely not refuse. Xiao Chen, who was following closely behind her, couldn't help but feel a trace of sadness and helplessness. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, let's talk about future matters in the future. Right now, we have to get through this crisis first. While speaking, Yang Kai's thoughts flickered, and everyone present felt their vision blur. Before they could react, they suddenly appeared on top of a high mountain. Turning their heads, they saw that this mountain peak was the High Firmament Peak. They couldn't help but be moved. They were all on the battlefield a few hundred kilometers away from the High Heaven Palace. Being able to appear here in an instant was undoubtedly Yang Kai's doing. But thinking about how Yang Kai was now a great emperor, it was understandable. Only the great emperors could do such a thing. As far as the eye could see, the entire towering palace was in shambles. Under the attack of the demon race, the High Heaven Palace's sect protecting array was broken. The demon race poured in from all directions and fought a decisive battle with the Star Boundary's people on this last piece of land, resulting in countless casualties on both sides. At this moment, the entire High Heaven Palace was piled with countless human and demon corpses. This place, which used to be a beautiful place, was now like an azure purgatory. The demon land had already expanded to the High Heaven Palace, and the High Heaven Palace was now filled with demon intent. If left alone, this last piece of land would be destroyed in a short time. At that time, there would be no place for the human race in the astral boundary. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai slowly floated in the air with a solemn expression. Invisible Taoist connotation flowed out from him, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of worship. Pairs of eyes couldn't help but lose focus. Boom! Yang Kai felt a silent shock in the depths of his heart. His hands flew up and quickly formed a seal. Until now, no one had been able to understand what it was. As the seals changed, with Kai Yang as the center, waves of air visible to the naked eye began to ripple outwards. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and look around in amazement. They saw that wherever the ripples passed, the scattered demonic chi in the High Heaven Palace seemed to be pushed out and rolled out with the ripples. In the beginning, the frequency of the ripples spreading was not high, and the speed was not fast, but as time passed, the ripples continued to expand and soon spread throughout the entire High Heaven Palace, continuing to expand outwards. A deep and solemn voice resounded throughout the world, in the name of the void, return the light to this heaven and earth, disperse. Asterisk boom, asterisk waves of air exploded, and a halo of incomparably solid light emerged from beneath Yang Kai's feet and spread in all directions. Wherever the halo covered, the demon intent was eliminated, and the demon land melted away, returning the earth to its original appearance. Even the haze that had been shrouding the High Heaven Palace was unable to resist the baptism of this heaven and earth. A huge hole appeared in the sky, and dazzling sunlight shone down from the sky, giving people the illusion that they had come to another world. The hole in the sky rapidly expanded outwards, and the demon land on the ground was also constantly shrinking. Asterisk boom boom boom, asterisk ring after ring of halos continued to vibrate at a unique frequency. Li Wuyi's expression froze, and as if thinking of something, his figure flickered and disappeared in an instant. Not long after, he suddenly reappeared with a look of excitement on his face. "General Master, what did you find?" Bing Yun asked quietly. Li Wuyi was pleasantly surprised. "The Pure Land is expanding." "Really?" Zhu Yan asked in surprise. "I saw it with my own eyes." As soon as these words came out, everyone was excited. Although everyone had already guessed it from Yang Kai's actions and the changes in the High Heaven Palace, when Li Wuyi personally confirmed this news, they were certain. The expansion of the Pure Land meant that the Star Boundary Army's range of activities would increase in the future, and they would no longer have to defend a place like the High Heaven Palace, so they wouldn't be as passive as before. After years of oppression, was it finally time to retaliate? The demon race laid down a great array and used boundless demon intent to erode the Star Boundary. Many great emperors of the Star Boundary were trapped, and no one could resist. Although the two great elders of the dragon race had the power of great emperors, they were not great emperors. They could work together to fight against the three demon saint, but they couldn't do anything about the demon intent that was eroding the universe. Yang Kai was different. He carried the will of the heavens and was recognized by the heavens and earth. Now, in the entire Star Boundary, he was the only great emperor. In other words, his body was the spokesperson of the heavens and earth, so he could naturally borrow the power of the heavens and earth to protect the benefits of this world. This was something that only the great emperors could do. No matter how strong the two great elders of the dragon race were, they couldn't make bricks without straw. The halo of light continued to oscillate outward, and wherever it passed, the demon intent was eliminated, and the Pure Land was restored. Li Wuyi frowned again, but, after being eroded, the heavens and earth are somewhat different from before. Although Yang Kai was currently borrowing the power of the heavens and earth to disperse the demon intent and expand the Pure Land, Li Wuyi keenly noticed that the places that were once contaminated by the demon land were different. "What's different?" everyone asked. Li Wuyi shook his head. "I can't say." It wasn't as simple as losing vitality, it seemed to be more serious. The spiritual auspicious aura has been lost, so it's naturally different. Yang Kai's hands didn't stop moving as he sighed faintly. When Mo Sheng told him about the spiritual auspicious aura, he didn't quite understand what it was, but at this moment, how could he not understand? If the heavens and earth were alive, then the spiritual auspicious aura would be the essence of the heavens and earth. The expansion of the demon intent didn't just transform the land of the Star Boundary into the demon land, it also devoured the spiritual auspicious aura of the heavens and earth. Although Yang Kai could now borrow the power of the heavens and earth to expel the demon intent and reduce the size of the demon land, he couldn't get back what he had lost. 1,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers, 1,000,000 kilometers, in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, with the High Heaven Palace as the center, the demon intent within 1,000,000 kilometers was completely purged. While speaking, a humming sound suddenly came from the heavens and earth, followed by an ethereal aura rising from the east. Although this aura wasn't strong, it caused everyone's heart to skip a beat as a feeling of unease welled up in their hearts. "It's about time." Yang Kai took a deep breath as he looked towards the east and suddenly shouted, "Mo Sheng, get out of the Star Boundary, or this king will make you rest here forever." As soon as the name Mo Sheng came out, Li Wuyi and the two elders from the dragon race paled and hurriedly followed Yang Kai's gaze. They had heard of this name from Yang Kai before, so they knew what it meant. This was the great demon god of the demon territory. The reason why the demon territory became the demon territory was related to this person. The last time Yang Kai returned from the demon territory, he had told them about his encounter with Mo Sheng's doppelganger, so they had been on guard against him. However, the war of the two realms had been going on for so long, but they hadn't seen the so-called great demon god cause any trouble. Only the disappearance of the great emperors seemed to be related to him. No one had expected that at the critical moment and the dark clouds of the Star Boundary were about to be parted, this guy would actually show up. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. According to the information brought back by Yang Kai, Mo Sheng wanted to devour the Star Boundary's spirit aura to heal his wounds, but now he had failed at the last moment. Even the demon intent corroding the star boundary and the demon land were being purified and forced back by Yang Kai, so how could he hold himself back? Whether he was willing or not, he had to show up. However, this was the terrifying existence that had once killed the flowing time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. He was also a strange powerhouse that came from outside the universe. Even though he hadn't recovered yet, no one dared to underestimate him. Except for Li Wui and the two elders of the dragon race, the others didn't know what Yang Kai meant when he said Mo Sheng. However, they soon understood. The demonic chi of the entire star boundary was converging towards the east, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, an incomparably huge figure slowly appeared in the east. The figure's head reached the sky and its feet stepped on the ground. The demonic chi around its body was tumbling and squirming, and the strange demonic chi from before was transmitted from this figure. However, unlike the weak demonic chi at first, this demonic chi had become extremely terrifying. Moreover, as the demonic chi of the entire star boundary converged, a sensational pressure descended from the sky. Even though it was far away, the huge figure still gave everyone a feeling of invincibility. It could even be said that they couldn't even think of going against it. Everyone paled in horror. The two elders of the dragon race also looked extremely dignified. They were shocked to find that in terms of demonic chi alone, this huge shadow was stronger and more terrifying than any of the great emperors. The giant shadow roared and thunder rolled. Slowly, a huge face emerged from its head. Others might not recognize this face, but how could Yang Kai not recognize it? It was exactly the appearance of Mo Sheng he had encountered before. However, the one in front of him was the great demon god's main body. The one he had killed in the ancient battlefield of the small sealed world was just a clone. We meet again. The mouth on the squirming giant face opened and closed, and a deafening voice came out. When it spoke, a faint smile even appeared on the giant face. Get out of the star boundary. Yang Kai coldly stared back at the giant pair of eyes, a scorching heat radiating from them. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, his demon eye of annihilation and black purgatory eyes both came from this great demon god, so now that his true body had appeared, he was immediately affected. You are very strong, reaching this height in such a short time. Even this king has not seen many people with your aptitude. What do you think? Is the scenery here wonderful? Mo Sheng asked as if he didn't feel Yang Kai's hostility. I will enjoy the scenery myself, it has nothing to do with you. If you leave the star boundary now, this king will let bygones be bygones, but if you insist on being stubborn, don't blame this king for being ruthless. Ha 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 ha. Mo Sheng laughed, his giant face filled with joy, as if he had heard a very good joke. Amidst his laughter, the entire star boundary changed. Chapter 3799. When the laughter came to an end, the demonic chi that filled the sky also rapidly shrank, causing the huge figure to become even more solid. I have never seen someone like you who dares to speak such arrogant words in front of this king. Yang Kai coldly replied, it's not too late to see it now. Mo Sheng smiled gently, his huge eyes sizing up Yang Kai from thousands of kilometers away before gently nodding, not bad, Yang Kai. If you want to live, this king advises you not to make a move, otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Shameless boasting. Yang Kai coldly snorted, if you were at your peak, I would naturally not be your opponent, but now, how much of your strength can you display at your peak? Mo Sheng was slightly pained as he said earnestly, don't be so stubborn. Enough nonsense, since you don't want to retreat, you can stay here forever, Yang Kai angrily shouted as he pushed his hands outwards, as if he was pushing an invisible door. Following this action, the pure land that had already spread to a radius of 1,000,000 square meters suddenly expanded outwards, more than doubling in size in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the speed was extremely fast, as if it could restore the entire star boundary in a single breath. Idiot. Mo Sheng slowly shook his head, a touch of anger appearing on his huge face as he lost interest in continuing to communicate with Yang Kai. Raising his two palms that seemed to cover the sky, he gently hugged them. The expanding Pure Land suddenly came to a halt, and even Yang Kai could not help but let out a muffled groan as he gritted his teeth and desperately urged his world energy. As the only great emperors in this world, he could clearly feel that following Mo Xing's careless action, his own world energy was instantly suppressed. The expanding Pure Land actually showed signs of being compressed back into its original size. Yang Kai was shocked. Was this the power of the great demon god? And the huge figure in front of him was only condensed from the boundless demonic chi, so it could not be considered the great demon god's true body. In other words, it could not display the great demon god's full strength. If a figure condensed from the demonic chi could do this, then how mighty was the great demon god at his peak? How unfathomable were the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, who could shatter his body? And the person who had severely injured the great demon god in the beginning, all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, "Open!" Tao and the will of the world, the only remaining great emperors of the star boundary and the great demon god's battlefield, colliding with the great demon god. No one was able to observe the details of this battle, but as time passed, huge spatial cracks appeared one after another. The entire world seemed to be unable to bear the burden and was about to collapse at any moment. Everyone's face, a battle of this level had even surpassed the battle of life and death between Yang Kai and Kenyi, reaching a level that they could not understand. Although the battle between Yang Kai and Kenyi was fierce, at the very least, they were able to see and get a general idea of what was going on. However, in this fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger, no one knew what had happened, so they naturally didn't know who was stronger and who was weaker. But looking at Yang Kai's expression, everyone knew that Yang Kai was definitely under unimaginable pressure. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared in the void. They were like pitch-black pythons swimming in the heavens and earth, making people feel uneasy and terrified. The demon land made a comeback, and Yang Kai's previous hard work turned into nothing bit by bit. 2 hours later, the demonic chi that had retreated gathered again in everyone's field of vision, and slowly pressed towards the high heaven palace. Kai Yang's body trembled violently, and from time to time, a burst of explosive sounds could be heard from his body, followed by a bloody mist. His entire face was pale to the extreme. Zhu Yan and Fu Sui looked at each other. The husband and wife did not need to say anything. Their hearts were connected, and they soared into the sky, turning into 2 huge dragons that charged towards the east. They did not know if they could return safely, but they had no time to care about other things now. Although Yang Kai already had the power of great emperors, he had just advanced, after all. Moreover, he had fought a great battle with Kenyi before, and had consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, he was at a disadvantage in the battle with the great demon god, and it looked like he was about to lose, and the only ones who could help him now were the husband and wife. Although there were millions of people, I will go, and I will not relapse. The 2 great elders of the dragon race took the initiative to meet the attack. Dragon roars rang out as the azure dragon and the white dragon tangled with each other. Their auras merged, and their auras rose madly. However, before they could approach the body of the great demon god's demonic chi, 3 figures came up to meet them. It was Xueli and the others who had retreated earlier. They were all old rivals, and as soon as they met, they did not say anything and fought until the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. However, this time was different from the past. Zhu Yan and Fu Sui knew that time was of the essence, and they did not have the time to tangle with Xueli and the others, so they fought as if they were not afraid of death. This shocked Xueli and the others, and they instantly fell into a disadvantage. However, they could not break through the defense of Xueli and the others, so it was useless. The life or death of the star boundary will be decided at this moment. Everyone, please follow me into battle. Li Wui shouted in a low voice, and his figure flickered as he rushed out. The 2 great elders of the dragon race were blocked, so the only ones who could contribute were the fake emperors. Even if they were ants trying to shake a tree, they had to bite off a piece of the other party's flesh before they died. The solemn atmosphere was filled with the unity of the people. The high-end forces of the entire star boundary were completely twisted into a rope at this moment. Following closely behind Li Wui, all the fake emperors who still had the strength to fight moved out, and none of them stayed. Even Yang Xiao and Yang Shui followed closely behind on the flowing time temple. What welcomed them was the many half-saint of the demon race. The great battle began again. It had been less than half a day since the last battle to the death, but in the sky, the battles were in full swing. So, you're not that powerful. Yang Kai stared deeply at Mo Sheng, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, forming a faint smile. If Mo Sheng really had the strength to fight, how could he command the experts of the demon race to meet the enemy? With his strength, he could easily kill many fake emperors of the star boundary on the spot. But in fact, after seeing the fake emperors of the star boundary rush over, the ones to fight were the half-saint. This undoubtedly showed that Mo Sheng had no time to care about other things at this moment. Of course, this could also be related to his injuries. The reason why the demon race invaded the star boundary was so that he could devour the star boundary's spiritual energy to recover. Now that the star boundary was still preserved, his injuries should not be completely healed. What's more, at this moment, he was just a body condensed from demonic qi, not a physical body at all. It's more than enough to deal with you. Mo Sheng smiled indifferently, unmoved. Kachacha, the world continued to buzz and tremble. Every corner of the star boundary felt like the world was falling apart. The Pure Land's range was constantly being suppressed, while the Demon Land continued to expand. Yang Kai clenched his teeth, and blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Although he struggled to hold on in the sky, he was on the verge of collapse. He was not a match. He could not match Mo Sheng's strength at all by himself. If this continued, he was afraid that he would be defeated in less than an hour. At that time, the star boundary would definitely cease to exist. Even though he was already one of the great emperors, Yang Kai could not help but feel a sense of powerlessness. But at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. An unfamiliar consciousness suddenly woke up, and as this consciousness woke up, an indifferent voice suddenly came from somewhere in the east. Who is it that is disturbing this queen's slumber? The voice was not loud, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. The expressions of everyone who was fighting changed, and they looked towards the east in bewilderment. Yang Kai was also looking in that direction, and his heart was extremely shocked. Although it was just a sentence without the slightest trace of power, he could feel an enormous majesty from it. It was as if a pair of lofty eyes had opened, silently watching all living things. And the strength of the owner of this pair of eyes was definitely unfathomable. But how was this possible? Currently, in the entire star boundary, besides him, only the two elders from the dragon race possessed the strength of the great emperors, so when did such a terrifying existence appear in the star boundary? Even he had not noticed it. One had to know that he was now one of the great emperors and possessed the will of the world. With a single thought, nothing in this world could escape his perception, but before this voice sounded, he had not noticed it at all. Even if it was because he was focusing all of his attention on dealing with the great demon god, it was still inconceivable. What surprised him the most though was that this voice belonged to a woman. It was indifferent, ethereal, and a little familiar. He vaguely felt that he had heard it somewhere before, but he could not recall where. At the same time, the huge body of the great demon god, who was confronting him, suddenly trembled and a trace of anger appeared on the giant face that had always been smiling as he roared, "This aura, it's you." A roar rolling across the heavens and earth resounded. Boundless anger swept out from the huge body, making all the living beings in the world feel as if they were in the mouth of a volcano. The volcano seemed to be able to erupt with blazing flames at any time. "Why are you here?" The great demon god questioned, but soon frowned again. "No, it's not you, you are." A thoughtful look appeared on the giant face, but it soon relaxed. "So that's how it is, ha ha ha, so you didn't have a good ending either." "Good, very good." Following his laughter, a pair of giant eyes suddenly opened in the eastern sky. The owner of these giant eyes was tens of thousands of kilometers away, but after glancing at the great demon god indifferently, the ethereal voice suddenly sounded again, "Mo Sheng." Although the giant eyes were large, the pupils were clear, and it was clear that they belonged to a woman, and a woman with such a pair of eyes was definitely a person who could turn all living beings upside down. She actually recognized Emo Sheng, and from what Emo Sheng had said before, it was clear that he was no stranger to this woman. The great demon god roared, "Is this king's name something the likes of you can call? It would be more appropriate if it were your ancestor. You're actually still alive." Scram! Mo Sheng shouted angrily as he raised his hand and punched the giant eyes in the sky. Under the violent force of his demonic chi, the giant eyes were instantly smashed to pieces. Yang Kai was stunned on the spot, his eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. Chapter 3800. When he heard that voice earlier, Yang Kai felt that it was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. However, when the pair of giant eyes appeared in the sky, he immediately remembered. He had seen this pair of eyes countless times, but at that time, they were more shy and timid. Now, after so many years, these beautiful eyes were full of confidence and strength. "Ruo Shi," Yang Kai murmured. "Yes, that's right." That voice, those eyes, they were so familiar now. Who else could it be but Zhang Ruoxi? And Zhang Ruoxi was in the Blood Gate in the Eastern Territory. Is she finally coming out of seclusion? Yang Kai looked to the east with a burning gaze. It had been decades since Zhang Ruoxi entered the Blood Gate, but there had been no movement from it. Just a few years ago, when he went to the Demon Territory for the last time, there was finally some change in the Blood Gate. He planned to stay there and wait for the Blood Gate to open again, but the plan changed at the last minute and he could only set off to become the demon race's territory. When he returned, he was engaged in continuous battles, followed by the Great Tao struggle. He had no time to spare, nor did he have the time to investigate the situation in the Blood Gate. Before he left, he told Li Wu Yi that the Blood Gate was very likely to open again and asked him to always pay attention to the situation there. Today, Zhang Ruoxi sent him a voice transmission. Yang Kai didn't know what was going on with Zhang Ruoxi and whether the Blood Gate had opened or not, but judging from her words earlier, it was very likely that Zhang Ruoxi was awakened by the battle between him and Mo Sheng. It was no wonder. Today's battle involved the survival of the star boundary and shook the foundation of the entire world. Although the Blood Gate was the Heaven's punishment palace and formed its own world, it, like other small worlds, was dependent on the star boundary. The entire star boundary was in turmoil, so how could the Blood Gate be safe and sound? Zhang Ruoxi, who had been in the Blood Gate all this time, was bound to be disturbed, so it wasn't surprising that she woke up. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that Zhang Ruoxi actually recognized Mo Sheng. Just now, she had called out Mo Sheng's name, and Mo Sheng's previous words were also very interesting. He seemed to know Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor, the great master known as Tianxing. Zhang Ruoxi being able to recognize Mo Sheng should have something to do with the Heaven's punishment inheritance she had inherited from her ancestors. But how did Mo Sheng and Tianxing know each other? Could it be that these two were experts from the same era? Or perhaps they all came from outside the universe? Suddenly, Yang Kai recalled a story that Mo Sheng's clone had told him in the ancient battlefield. In this story, Mo Sheng suffered 2 serious injuries, the second of which was related to the Flowing Time Great Emperor. In that battle, the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor perished, ending in tragedy. Mo Sheng's body was destroyed and he had no choice but to recuperate. It was because of this second injury that he began to scheme for the star boundary's power. As for who was the one who injured him the first time, Mo Sheng did not say, only that it was a woman. Now that he thought about it, could that woman be Tianxing? Thinking of this, Yang Kai trembled. If this was the case, then he had underestimated Tianxing's strength all this time. He was a peerless master who had once seriously injured the great demon god. Although he was also seriously injured, he was at least on the same level as the great demon god. If things were really as Yang Kai thought, then after the battle between Tianxing and Mo Sheng went to the unmatched realm to recuperate while Tianxing wandered to the star boundary, leaving behind a great reputation and a bloodline that had been passed down for thousands of years. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. In the memories of the many divine spirits, Tianxing had also appeared out of thin air. There was no trace of this powerhouse's growth before, but one day, he had suddenly appeared and awed the universe in an extremely distant era, his name spreading far and wide. If she really came from outside the universe, then everything made sense. Ha ha ha. Mo Sheng laughed heartily, his laughter rumbling like thunder. Good, very good. Today, this king is actually able to meet the descendant of an old friend here. The heavens truly have eyes. Little girl, please wait a moment while this king finishes dealing with the matters here. Once this king is done, he will go and see if you still have the demeanor of your ancestor. Saying so, Mo Sheng's huge body shook violently and Yang Kai felt a huge pressure pressing down on him from all directions, making him feel powerless to resist, causing him to involuntarily let out a muffled groan. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. Sir, can you hold on a little longer? Ruoshi? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Please hold on for half an hour, sir. Ruoshi will come to help you. Take your time, it won't be too late to dress up and dress up. Yang Kai laughed, feeling extremely happy. Not only because he heard Zhang Ruoshi's voice again after so many years, but also because his previous worries had not come true. Even though Zhang Ruoshi had obtained the Tianxing inheritance, she had not changed much. Hearing her call him, sir, reminded him of the timid little girl who had always been by his side. While speaking, he once again mobilized the power of the world to resist the boundless demonic qi. Zhang Ruoshi smiled lightly, seeing Sir so energetic. Ruoshi is relieved. At this point, there was no sound, probably because she was busy with something and had no time to divert her attention. Half an hour. Yang Kai let out a long breath. Although he had the help of the two elders and many fake emperors from the dragon race, he had always felt like he was fighting alone in this heaven and earth battlefield. Now, he finally had Zhang Ruoshi. Although he did not know how strong she would be after she came out of seclusion, judging from the pair of beautiful eyes that appeared in the sky just now, Zhang Ruoshi's current strength should not be inferior to his own. It was worthy of the bloodline inheritance that could severely injure the great demon god in his prime. In such a short time, it had caused such a huge change to the ignorant little girl. It's just half an hour, I have to hold on even if I have to die. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yang Kai felt the pressure around him increase sharply. While desperately resisting, he could not help but say coldly, Mo Sheng, you're in a hurry. From the pressure coming from all directions, Yang Kai could feel Mo Sheng's eagerness. He seemed to be a little impatient to devour the last pure land of the star boundary and swallow the last bit of spirit energy. This made Yang Kai not surprised but delighted. Mo Sheng's attitude undoubtedly showed that he was extremely afraid of Zhang Ruoshi, otherwise, he would not have acted like this. Mo Sheng coldly snorted and did not answer, no longer as calm as before, which made Yang Kai even more certain of his guess. Zhang Ruoshi now has the power to threaten me. This power is at least on par with my current strength. But even if he knew this, Yang Kai could not use it to his advantage. The only thing he could do now was to hold on. As long as he waited for Zhang Ruoshi to come out of seclusion, the two of them might be able to defeat Mo Sheng. At this moment, Yang Kai's face changed. The defense he had worked so hard to resist showed signs of collapsing, which shocked him greatly. After a brief perception, his face sank. Currently, he was the only great emperors in the star boundary and could mobilize the power of the entire world. But at that moment, he suddenly found that his control over the world had become much weaker, as if another force had shared his control over the world. It was also at that moment that he faintly perceived the auras of the other 7 missing great emperors. He had once felt the auras of these 7 great emperors and knew that they were trapped in an inexplicable space, unable to escape. But since that time, he had not sensed them again, let alone know where they were trapped. But just now, that feeling was extremely clear. He even had some clues about where they were. If it was any other time, he might be able to find the whereabouts of the great emperors by following the clues to find the melon. But at this time, Yang Kai did not have the time to investigate this. The weakening of his control over the world force had led to his resistance against the great demon god becoming weaker and weaker. On the other hand, the great demon god seemed to have borrowed the world force to form a huge suppression on him. What did you do? Yang Kai gritted his teeth and growled. Mo Sheng grinned. Why don't you take a guess? Bastard. Yang Kai cursed. Although he did not know what method Mo Sheng had used, he was certain that the change in the world force was related to the other 7 great emperors. Mo Sheng seemed to be able to take away their control of the world force and use it to suppress him. While the two of them were conversing, Zhang Wuhan sat cross-legged in an unknown space. His face was ashen as he stared at Huang Wuji. The two of them were less than a meter apart. At this moment, a withered hand was stabbed into Huang Wuji's chest. The hand exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Although it was an inanimate object, it still caused Zhang Wuhan's expression to change. It was hard to imagine just how powerful the owner of this hand was when he was alive. That hand was not stabbed into Huang Wuji's chest, but Huang Wuji himself. The hand swallowed the blood, and Huang Wuji's aura rose steadily until it reached a level that even Zhang Wuhan had to look up to. At this moment, the number 1 demon saint in the demon territory was forming a seal with both hands and pointing a finger at Zhang Wuhan. It was unknown what kind of strange secret technique he was using, but Zhang Wuhan could clearly feel a mysterious power being extracted from his body. That power was the will of the heavens and earth that the heavens and earth had blessed him. By relying on the will of heaven and earth, he was blessed with boundless fortune and could manipulate the mighty power of heaven and earth for his own use. At this moment, Zhang Wuhan asked the same question as Yang Kai. What did you do? Huang Wuji's face was twisted, and his body trembled as if he was enduring great pain. Don't worry. Soon, the demon god master will end all of this. The great demon god? Zhang Wuhan gritted his teeth and asked. The two of them had been trapped here for many years, so naturally, they had communicated with each other. It was also from Huang Wuji that Zhang Wuhan learned of the great demon god's existence and some of the schemes in the demon territory. That's right. The demon god master will be resurrected soon, and all of you will become sacrifices to the demon god master. Huang Wuji's face showed a trace of morbid fanaticism, as if he was willing to sacrifice everything for the great demon god. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.